Please take your seats. The stage will open in 15 minutes. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage Ambassador of Technology for Finland's Ministry for Foreign Affairs, Stefan Lindström.
Good morning, everyone. What a crisp, nice morning we have today. And what a wonderful day we had yesterday at Web Summit. A lot of new ideas spring to your mind in many different ways, and we have an amazing program ahead of us for the next 2.5 hours. And I'm going to kick off this program by giving you kind of a state of the world presentation for about 7 minutes, 8 minutes. And it's 24 slides in 7 minutes, so fasten your seatbelts, and we'll take off. So we'll see first, of course, are we living in a kind of a matrix? Well, let's see. The big thing where we are, of course, is AI. It's really the topic that we see everywhere at the Web Summit and in any kind of conference in today's world. What do I mean here on this slide by 10 and 100 times? In May, I was in Silicon Valley for a week, and we met the top leadership of NVIDIA, of Google, of Apple. And they told me that in the next 12 months, the quantity, the power, the productivity, the efficiency of AI is going to go up at a minimum 10 times. At the minimum. Just think about that when you consider all the changes that AI has produced to everything else already. So it's really, really amazing. Then, of course, we have semiconductors. Sometimes when I talk about geopolitics, I say that the world peace in today's world, it's not really upheld by political conductors, but by semiconductors. And what I mean by that is that the value chains are so incredibly complex that no country is able to produce anything of these issues in the value chain on their own. The interdependence is just amazing, and that creates a kind of a pressure in a sense that you cannot really compete. A single ship ran aground in the Suez Canal, and the whole car industry in Europe was stopped for months. Then we come to my favorite topic, connectivity, trusted connectivity. But what we have to realize is that when 1, 2, 3, 4G was all about B2C, 5G is about what I say business to industry. 5G is the one that runs self-driving cars, ports, hospitals, mines, basic industry all over the world. That's what 5G is really all about. And it's enormous amounts of data in many different ways. And data means that we have to have standards. And standards in today's world, it's also about foreign policy, security policy, trade policy. So standards they have a totally different dimension in their power in today's world. Now, talking about power, what about quantum? When we have a situation where quantum computers can make simulations, calculations, millions of times faster than ever before, we talk about a totally different paradigm shift in computational power. And when you put quantum and AI together, we go to even the next layer. Then, of course, we talk about energy, commodities in a different way, what's happening with all of that. And anyone understands, of course, when you look at the figures, when the prices go down on solar, on wind, on batteries, in this kind of magnitude, it has to have an enormous impact on the society, on the sort of geopolitical shifts everywhere. And then the dependencies. We talk about cables. And cables, of course, 99% of the data in the world goes through these cables. And we have already seen many times actions by hostile states when they try to take out cables from everybody else. But ultimately, it's about data. We talk about big data. And you probably heard the saying that data is the new oil. Do you agree? I maintain that data is the new plutonium. And why do I say that? I say it because if you use plutonium in the right way, it's clean energy. If you misuse it, it's nuclear weapons, or it can contaminate the world for the next 40,000 years. Data has the same power as plutonium. But also, that means that the geopolitical side is coming in a totally different way. And the connectivity. And I maintain that globalization, or the new globalization, is connectivity. when you can get people to use their data in a different way. UPI there is the Unified Payment Interface in India, where everyone in India was able to get a personality, a bank account, that 400 million people didn't have before. It's a totally new paradigm in many ways. But it's also about how do we govern the data and the sort of different parts of data, the tech, the economy, the legal side, and then the security side. Important issues. We talk about ethics, we talk about values, we talk about democracy. We talk about fake news, disinformation. And then we come to my favorite slide of this presentation, and it's this one. This gentleman ran into an election in 2020 in the US, and looking at it, I don't think he's a vegan. I don't think he believes in climate change. But what he believes in is that he can grill his steak on his backyard and he can drink his beer, and he's willing to defend that freedom. But that's not really the issue. The issue is that he's afraid. He's afraid. He's afraid of that he doesn't understand. He's afraid of his future. He's afraid of this strange things called AI is going to take his job. He's afraid of his children's future. And then you have an orange guy with a wig saying that I speak on your behalf, and he starts voting for him. We have these guys in Finland, where I come from. They are here in Portugal, they are in the US, they are in Poland, they are in Germany, they are everywhere. But the issue is really about continuous education. We have to educate ourselves continuously on everything that has to do with how technology evolves. But my main point is really that technology in today's world, it's the main driver of foreign policy, security policy, trade policy, democracy, values, creativity, culture, the green transition, and productivity. Technology is the core of everything in today's world. And this has changed so many things in the world. You probably heard the rules-based international order and how it has served our community so well for the last 25, 30 years, or even 50 years. It doesn't exist anymore. This is the sort of paradigm shift that I've been talking about, is that you have the rules-based international order in the center, and everybody's just tearing out their pieces. But this is the situation where we are. It's new kind of topic-based entities. You have the BRICS, you have the Quads, the AUKUS, the Shanghai Cooperation, the China Belt and Road. They are the sort of entities that are going to form the new international order. And it's the tech issues, it's the Web3s, the AIs, the quantum, the biotech, but also issues like water, energy, food that are going to form this one. So the Lego pieces are there. But finish off with a little bit provocative saying before I call on the panel, this is what it's really all about. If you don't like change, and the way the world is changing in today's world, try irrelevance. Thank you. Offer us then all the solutions to this. We'll call on a panel of mayors from 6 cities in Europe that are going to talk about this. The discussion is going to be moderated by Bruno Coentras Mateus from Dinheiro Vivo, and we have the mayors from the city of Braga, Ricardo Rio. We have the mayor of the West Midlands, Richard Parker, the mayor of Espoo in Finland, Jukka Mäkelä, the mayor of Oulu in Finland, Ari Alatossava, the mayor of Turin, Stefano Russo, the deputy mayor. Then we have Thomas Gegenhuber from the city council member of Linz. Bruno, take it from here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to welcome you all for being here in this panel, Building the Cities of Tomorrow. We are privileged to be joined by distinguished leaders and experts from cities across Europe, each offering valuable insights and diverse experience in shaping urban environments to be smarter, more sustainable and resilient. Thank you all for being here. I have to say that I'm glad as well to be here one more year. Thomas, Professor Thomas, I will start with you. How does Academy contribute to the development of smart urban infrastructures?
Thank you. So first of all, welcome. Thank you all for being here. It's an honor. And you know, we face so many challenges. And so what we need to do as cities is bring all the smart people together to solve the complex challenges. So what we do is, as a city, that we work closely together with the university. We have challenges to get climate neutral. We want to make the industry reducing the CO2 footprint. And for that, we need a space where we have the open innovation space, where we facilitate collaborations between academia and the city to make sure that the smart solutions actually get implemented.
In what ways can research and technical knowledge have a practical impact on public policy?
They can have an impact as soon as we listen and as we work together. So we need to have formats where we bring the people, academia, private sector, public sector together. So we have a lot of formats in that area. And then setting goals together and then identify the knowledge that we need to actually get the things done. The knowledge is out there. There's so much academic knowledge out there. We don't have a knowledge problem. We have an implementation problem. And as a city, we realize that working together, actively listening to academia makes a difference.
That's why we have all of these mayors here as well. Ari, Mayor Ari. Sorry for my pronunciation.
Yeah, it's correct. It's correct.
Alata Silva. How does Oulu is known for its strong focus on digitalization. What steps has the city taken to make local governance more digital and accessible to the citizens?
At the moment, we have actually a few hundred digital services, if we count everything. The most popular one are e-library, public transportation,
yes,
and interaction between homes and schools. And so these are the most used ones. And I think that the basic idea must be that the digital services are, how would I say, really easy to use. Because typical citizen don't use the service, how would I say, regularly.
Yeah.
Maybe he or she can have a permit only once.
Yes.
So the main idea is that services are so easy to use that everyone can use it. So that's easy to say, but not that easy to make. And that's where we need, as you mentioned earlier, the knowledge of the academy, but also the industry and also the public engagement. Plus, in Oulu case, we have a little bit of northern spirit in it.
Yeah, the mayor, Jack Mäkelä, comes also from Finland. Finland is also known for its commitment to urban sustainability, like was Eric saying. What steps is POOL taking to incorporate green technologies into its transportation and infrastructure?
It's Jukka Mäkelä. I think it's quite difficult to pronounce, but it's nice to be here. It was a nice try.
Sorry.
I have one very important message. That is that if we want to build the more sustainable Europe or more sustainable city, you have to do it together. You have to do it together with the universities, with the research centers, with the companies, and especially with the people. With the people, for the people.
Yeah. And with all the cities around as well?
As well, yes. And And also you need to do it together with all the European cities. And I really like to be here in Web Summit in Lisbon. I think I love Lisbon because we really have to do it together with young entrepreneurs and startup companies. We need those talented young entrepreneurs and startup companies to have more sustainable innovations.
Thank you. Sustainable transportation is a key focus in the UK as well.
Yeah.
Major Richard Parker, particularly in the West Midlands, what advances have you seen in putting sustainability transportation solutions in practice?
Yes, so in the West Midlands, it's key that we invest in our transport infrastructure. We need a more productive economy, and we need to connect more people to places where the jobs are. So investing in our transport system to improve that connectivity and improve our competitiveness is critical, and too many people in our region are disconnected from where the jobs are and the labour market. So there are three particular initiatives I want to emphasise. One is the work we're doing with the city councils. So we harness technology so that the road network is working at its full performance. We've also developed a metro line across the region, and recently at the Chancellor Exchequer's first budget since the election of the new government, got approval for a metro line running through one of the most deprived parts of the region. That's through something called the Black Country, which is traditionally the industrial heartland of the West Midlands, that, to be honest, has not had the attention and investment it's merited since the region deindustrialised almost 50 years ago. And then in Coventry, we hope to be in a position whereby, which is one of the cities that I've got responsibility for in the southeast of the region. In Coventry, we are investing in the bus network, and we expect every bus in Coventry to be driven by batteries this time next year. And we're also developing technology how to deliver urban transport more effectively, and we're developing a very light rail concept which has the potential to align itself with how a tram system operates, but at about a tenth of the cost. So we're not just implementing and using technology that will help support more sustainable infrastructure. We're investing in new technology, and we hope some of that technology will have relevance and resonance not just across the world, but globally too.
Thank you. It's easier for me to pronunciate a Portuguese name, Ricardo Rio, the mayor of Braga. I'm glad for Braga is being here, an interior city from our country. Braga has led the way in adopting smart infrastructure solutions as well. What specific innovation in Braga may serve as a model for other cities?
Well, Bruno, first of all, thanks for your question and greetings to everyone here. I would say that the infrastructure and the technology that we use is not the end on its own. It's a tool to achieve a goal. And the goal that we all have here, the mayors, the governments, is to address the people's needs, to address the people's ambitions, to fulfill the people's dreams. And what I think we have managed to do in Braga, and I think that's the best way to show the success that we achieved, is that according to the latest Eurobarometer, 94% of our citizens said that we're happy to live in the city of Braga. Yeah. And how did we do it? Because we created conditions for people to become entrepreneurs, to innovate, to create better jobs, to, as it was mentioned, make this link between the academia and the knowledge centers and the management of the territory. Learning with all the other cities, it's quite incredible that among these finalists of the iCapital, we have partners that we have in many, many projects. We are working with ESPO in sustainability issues. We are working with Birmingham in mobility. We are working with Linz and Ulu in creative cities. And this open world that we have and the way that we need to bring these lessons from other cities and other countries to our territory is something that we can do. And that's the answer to your question, how we can scale up the things that we do in the city of Braga. We have to be innovative and develop different things to do things better, but on top of that, we have to scale them up. And the way to scale them up is to share those experiences with other mayors, with other cities, and to prove that these improvements have been possible to do anywhere in the world.
That's what we are doing here as well today. Thank you. Chiara Foglietta. Sorry again. Turin has a rich historical heritage while also advancing in digital innovation. How do you manage to preserve the city historical identity while embracing digital modernization?
Well, as you know, as you see, I'm not the mayor, but he's just coming. I'm Chiara Foglietta. I'm Deputy Mayor on Ecological Digital Transition, Innovation, Social Innovation. How we are working with citizens, with the engagement and involvement of our citizens to gain the fight of the future, the climate change. As you may know, we are one of the 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. We are trying to gain climate neutrality 20 years before the rest of Europe. In the next month, we went, me and the mayor, we went to Strasbourg to get the label of mission cities. We have to gain climate neutrality to be smart and green by 2030. So we are trying to reshape our cities, involving citizens, involving third sector, involving public transport lines, trying to get more and more kilometers of cycle paths, of pedestrian routes. We are trying to redesign a future cities, and we are using emerging technology to support our all local policy government to improve air quality, to improve quality life for all the citizens.
I'd like a brief response from each of you. I will start by Chiara. It's not a futuristic response, but how do you envision the city of tomorrow in 10 years?
We are working hard trying to gap the distance between the local government and the citizens. So we are trying to involve all the citizens with the redesign of the city of tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. Ricardo Rio?
Well, Braga has been very committed to the Sustainable Development Goals. We have tried to bring to the management of our territory this holistic approach in which we balance the growth, the economic growth, the sustainability in terms of environmental issues, the social justice, but more than that, the governance model. I think that our project for the city of the future relies on a governance model in which all the institutions can participate, in which all the citizens can participate and shape that future together.
And it's difficult from a city in the interior of the country to do that?
I don't think that's a challenge. I think that currently Braga is a global city, and we managed throughout this last decade to put it in collaboration with all the other cities from all over the world, and we are actually a cosmopolitan city. We have currently 130 nationalities, so we don't look as ourselves as a small interior city from Portugal.
Thank you. Richard Parker.
No, thank you. Building what's been said before, I want the West Midlands, which includes the city of Birmingham and 2 other cities and 4 other large borough councils, to be the best place in the UK to live, grow up, get a job, build a career and grow a business. And we want to do that in a sustainable way, but it's very important for me that we do that and we give people in the region greater opportunity and better prospects, particularly at work, by addressing a skills challenge we have in the region, but also developing skills and investing in young people so they can get access to better jobs in the future. A large part of my region is post-industrial, and too many people in the region have not benefited from new opportunities because they've not had the investment in them that's allowed them to get skills that were needed for the future. So I've created 3 investment zones in the region which are aiming to attract £5 billion worth of investment and create 30,000 jobs in new technologies, in green technology, healthcare and life sciences, and battery production for EV cars. I need to ensure that those jobs, when they're created, go to people, and particularly young people in the region, so we're building a more sustainable future more sustainable economy, but we're creating jobs that will benefit everyone across the whole of the region.
And do you think the citizens are seeing this future?
Oh, very much so. I chair a board of council leaders across the region, 7 of them in total, and it's really important to me that we're all aligned in terms of our priorities, and we're working very collectively and collaboratively, and we've got a shared mission about growth, about green growth, but also investing our young people so we can develop and invest in the skills of the future that will benefit everyone.
Thank you. Jaka,
Yeah.
in Espoo.
Yeah, first, I fully agree what you said, that it's very important to take care of the young people. The city of Espoo is the fastest growing city in Finland, and during my lifetime our population growth is tenfold. So I think the biggest challenge we have is to keep our growth sustainable, and we need those new innovations to keep our growth sustainable, but we also need a very good education for the young people. I think the education is a cornerstone to sustainability, and if we want to build a sustainable city, we need all those talented, educated young people to make new innovations.
Thank you. Are you concerned about young people as well?
Well, I think that Oulu will be the city of children and young, also in the future, because the population in Oulu is one of the youngest in Europe. But what I like to highlight is that we need to continue the strong R&D and E and also education program in the future, because the technology and world is changing quite fast. The other thing I want to highlight is the interaction between different stakeholders, because that's the key that everyone is in this change.
Yeah.
And the third one is that I think we still are a little bit too, how would I say, technology or admin oriented. We need to put a more human-centric approach for everything what we are developing and doing in the future.
What kind of technology? Artificial intelligence, it will be the artificial intelligence, it will be the center of the smart cities. Are you implementing, or are you trying to implement in the next years?
Of course, the big issues for all of us, I think, is this artificial intelligence. What might be the role of the artificial intelligence in the future? And we are working on it at the moment. That how can we use it as an administration? How can it help our work and make it more, how would I say, human-centric, and how we can how would I say, get all the new insights and new thoughts with our admin work.
Thank you very much, Professor Thomas. What will be the technology of the future?
I mean, obviously everyone is speaking about AI. But the big question is, what AI do we want? What AI do we need?
Yeah.
And for us, we're an industrial town, strong industry. We have a population of about 208,000. We have 210,000 people working in our city. So we have a lot of industry. So for us, and at the JKU, we have a lot of research on AI, specifically focusing on industry, because we need to be aware the competitive pressure is going to be increased in the next years. The next years are not going to be easier. So we need to do everything to remain competitive, to excel at AI, to solve the energy issues, to become more sustainable, to do hydrogen, to become climate neutral. We need to do that. But we also need to do a third thing that has nothing to do with technology. The social infrastructure. Yeah. And we talked about kids. And what about, because in the city of Linz, 200,000 people, 40,000 people are living in housing cooperatives, social housing for middle and lower class. What we are working on currently is how we can take social housing to the 21st century. It's an innovation from 100 years ago. It's an innovation that works very well. It's an innovation that makes sure that the social disparities become not too high in our cities. So one of our goals is also this fundamental fabric of our economy that people can afford to live, that we should not forget that also keep old innovations alive is also a good scaling strategy.
And how it is possible to communicate to the citizens this vision?
I think everyone is doing it here. Just be very active, doing our job as good as possible. That's our job. And yeah, so that's part of it.
How do you vision the city of tomorrow in 10 years?
I envision a hopefully bright future, and we can make it possible if we all work together.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all. It was a pleasure to be with you, sharing these visions, and thank you very much for all to listen us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, our incredible lineup of mayors gave us a lot of food for thought. But now, of course, we have to start looking into, is AI either a cause of or the solution to all the problems? We have lined up a speaker who's, of course, going to give all the answers to this, Kalev Leetaru, the founder of GTELT project, who has spent years in the intersection between technology and society, mapping how data, media, and discourse flows around the world. So please give a warm welcome to Kalev Leetaru as he joins to break down what's actually going on with AI beyond the headlines and buzzwords, and how AI will change the public discourse in the future. Please give a warm welcome to the founder of GTELT, Kalev Leetaru.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change.
Thank you so much. It's truly an honor to be here today. Wait for my slides to come. There we go. Thank you so much. It's truly an honor to be here today. This image really encapsulates the focus of my work, which is how do we use massive data and machines to understand the world around us? Now, I'm here not as a company building and selling AI. I'm here as someone who actually has to use this AI to try to understand our world at planetary scale. I run a project called the GDELT Project, which is this initiative to monitor our world in over 400 languages. And I was actually here last year. So last year we launched this massive new initiative to apply all these new generative and other AI tools to try to understand our world. And I'm here this year to talk about what we're finding from all of that. Now, this image really summarizes the key question of what is AI today? Is it an army of benevolent machines, intelligent machines, scooping up the collective wisdom of global society and allowing us to rise up as a people? Or is it a $1 trillion loophole in copyright law that is allowing companies to essentially harvest, repackage, resell other people's work as their own? The answer is simple. Once you look past the novelty of Gen AI, it's about essentially copy-pasting, rewording, redrawing, and recombining what others have done. It's really not an AI revolution. It's a data inflection point. It's a point at which companies got societal consent to mass harvest, to move from searching the web to harvesting, repackaging, and reselling the web. Now, a quarter century ago, we were actually taking web-scale corpuses and running very, very trivial grammar-based matching systems on top of them and getting all the same results that you're getting from large language models today. It turns out, once you have enough data, the tools don't matter anymore. And that's something that is very difficult for a lot of people to really understand. In fact, most of the most brilliant AGI examples that you see are more memorization than making. So here's an image that we actually provided to one of the major frontier models, and we said, tell me about this image. And we got this incredible geopolitical history of the West and all this incredible stuff. And a number of luminaries said, you know what, that's AGI right there. But it turns out, when we dug further, the model had actually memorized that image from Channel One Russia's website, and it's seen that it was in a show called The Great Game. And it turns out that that text had actually been plagiarized from websites across the web, huge chunks of text from all across the web. So it went from, oh, this is an example of machine reasoning and thinking and putting together and being creative, to, oh, it's just merely memorizing. In fact, one of the most existential dirty secrets of the AI world today is just how massive their data sets really are. These training sets, if you think of something, someone on the internet has probably said something somewhat similar. And that's a really, really frightening thing. Very few people have access to the data sets of the scale that are used to train these models. I have over the years. And really, at the end of the day, it's about data, not tooling. In fact, the AI tools today, they're really like seances. They're performative, they're carefully crafted performative experiences. And many of them are web-scale parlor tricks. You think about, for example, a very famous academic earlier this year was showing what's called needle in a haystack. Take a large piece of text, find a little snippet that's in there. And it turns out that, unbeknownst to him, the model had actually memorized that text. Because we take, every day you see all these great things on social media, we can never replicate those. And it turns out there's a reason for that. Well, actually, I'll come to that in a second. But why does this all matter? Well, it matters because thinking machines that can actually think and reason, they can rise above their training data. These are merely auto-completion engines that simply copy and paste from the past. Journalism is actually one of the best lenses to which to understand these models. Because at the end of the day, large language models, large multimodal models, they autocomplete from the past. Journalism is about what's different from the past. So it creates a fracturing of that model that allows us to really understand it. And there's so many different challenges that we're seeing over the past year with news. This is just a few, but today I'm going to focus on hallucination and bias as unique lenses to which to understand these tools. So we've all seen demos like this. Take an image, have a machine describe it, get incredible text there. But the dirty secret is, even if you take a photograph yourself, someone on the internet has taken a similar photograph that the model has memorized. So this is what we all see. This is the reality of running these models actually on the web. So we have a gentleman up here. So we had a model that was looking for CEOs because we were trying to this is the major commercial foundation model right now. And we're using to try to understand how CEOs are being covered with inflation and everything else. And we got really weird results. Well, we start asking it, what is a CEO? Well, here, suit and tie, that's a CEO. Dreadlocks, that's not only not a CEO, that's not professionally dressed. That's a problem. And over here, he's in a suit and tie. According to the model, short sleeve shirt with tattoos. And I'm not even going to go on to say what it thinks his occupation is. That's a problem. That's a real problem. And it goes on and on. This is so existential to these models. And you have all these different data sets, bias tests, all these things to say, oh no, everything's fine. But what's interesting about this is societies and governments don't seem to either know or care about this. And a lot of people say, well, just have the models update, right? Just give them real-time data. Well, one major model vendor did that. And so meanwhile, there's the State of the Union address, and we're processing that. And President Biden's walking around shaking hands, totally normal, except according to the model, he's dazed and confused, and he has Alzheimer's, and his aides are having to intervene because at that precise moment, that's what the press was saying about Biden. And so the model learned that and applied that in real time. Again, that's a problem. A lot of people say, well, I'm not using generative AI, I'm using semantic search. Well, in 2020, when embedding models came out, there was all this thing, doctors are men, nurses are women. Societies and governments reacted. They actually came up with interesting solutions to that. all that's come back now, and it's 1,000 times worse now. The worst part is governments and companies don't seem to care about this issue anymore. We're not seeing major movement on this. And before you say, well, don't worry, AI is getting better, we have seen no improvement along these dimensions. Every time we send something over, it's like a game of whack-a-mole. That one issue gets fixed, change a little bit, and we're back to where we were. There's also something called NMT poisoning. So it turns out that a huge fraction of the text on the internet outside of English was generated over the years by Google and Bing Translate and other machine translation. Well, the models have learned this now. So to a model, text output by Google Translate that's very stilted and not great is actually higher quality than something that a human writes. And this has huge implications over time. Image generation is another way through which to understand these models. So ask a landscape-based model for an image of Ukraine or the Internet Archive or something there's a lot of imagery about, you get the beautiful images we've all seen. Ask a portrait-based model for an image of something like Somalia, and you get National Geographic posters. And worse, as people continue to use these models and start flooding the internet with imagery from these models, that in turn becomes entrenched in our public understanding of it. And again, hallucination is something that people say, everyone knows it exists, but most people say, well, don't worry, that's a solvable issue. It's not, because it's an existential tension between models that autocomplete from the past and the present. And as these tools, as traditional tools like speech recognition and OCR move from dedicated AI models, every company now is trying to make these monolithic LLMs. That now is becoming a problem. Speech recognition. Instead, if someone says, like a classic example, there was Russian television. NATO is not a threat to Russia. It transcribed it as Ukraine and NATO are huge threats. He was absolutely justified to invade Ukraine. That's a problem. The problem is that a lot of these newer models, they're designed to correct what you say to make it sound better. If I say, that's not a good idea, the model should correct that to say, I'm not sure I agree with you on that. Because in general consumer applications, that's great. We all want to sound better. But in commercial, industrial purposes, that's a bad situation. And we see this across the board, even asking for simple summarizations. We get so many issues across the board. And statistically, and this is a real good example of the problems here, a road rage incident, simple evening news broadcast, cyclist cuts off a car runs over cyclist. Every single time we asked one of the main foundation models to summarize this, we got different results. And the reason for that is very simple. Statistically, road rage incidents happen everywhere. The actual names that are associated with that, none filter out. And so every single time we run this, it was a different result. Now this again, images like this are the real foundation of LLMs. This was during the Turkish earthquake. We took all the text that was pouring in from across the web and asked to create these codified summaries of it. And this looks beautiful, except there's a couple numbers here that are wrong. Which ones? The amount of time it takes you to figure that out, you could have already done it yourself. Worse, we're only looking at the false positive. One on this table is wrong. But what did the machine miss across the entire internet? And so this is the real problem for us, is that we talk about the promise. We talk about, oh, it's wonderful. Scoop all this up, codify, do all these incredible things. Well, guess what? If you're just doing a consumer application for your cell phone, who cares? But in industrial, the commercial application, if you're a government, a company, et cetera, if I say, well, here's a spreadsheet, here's your company financials, 1% of those numbers are wrong. That's fatal. You can't use the rest of it. So to us, the real question is, where's the stuff we were promised? Where's this AI future that we were promised, these thinking, these reasoning machines? Well, for us, we're actually stepping back from the Gen AI space. And in fact, many, many companies that are actually really investing, that are moving beyond, when Gen AI came out, you saw this huge surge forward. And people sort of associate AI with Gen AI. But we're seeing a step backwards now towards more classical models. So speech recognition, OCR, topic modeling, entity extraction. There were so many things that were done in an era when we actually cared about accuracy and bias. And these are tools that in turn allow us to transform massive archives. So in collaboration with the Internet Archive, they have 10 million hours. They've preserved over the years 10 million hours of television from 300 channels in 50 countries over the past quarter century. And for the idea for journalists and scholars to be able to study the world. And no one could use it because you just have this huge archive. So earlier this year, using Google's Chirp ASR technology, we actually transcribed that entire archive, 2.5 million hours of uncaptioned material in 150 languages. We're now applying traditional OCR. We're applying many traditional entity extraction and other tools to this, classical AI tools. They're actually achieving far more than our AI experiments. When we ran Gen AI experiments on this, sometimes you get good results. Oftentimes, you've got great results if it turns out that somewhere along the lines, that evening broadcast covered stuff that was also covered online that the models had ingested and memorized. But when we handed stuff from other parts of the world that were not in the training data sets of these foundation models, the results are not great. If you handed an evening news broadcast, or take a day of Russian television and ask it to summarize that, take any of the foundation models, run it 100 times, it'll look like you're looking at 100 different days. And people say, well, prompt engineering can solve this. Well, no, or RAG. At the end of the day, RAG gives you clean data in to your model, but ultimately it's that exact model, those historical weights, that are being used to interpret that. So if I have a model and I say, well, I can solve hallucination by giving it the correct answer, I can feed it the actual correct answer. But when it rewords it, it's using the past to autocomplete that. In fact, if you take the output of any of the major models, and you have access to a web scale corpus, you will see that the chunks of text that are reused are about yay large. For human beings that write it, it's about this big. And typically, people will say, oh, well, take that text, search on Google, you won't find that text anywhere. That's right. But do a fuzzy match, you'll find that that text is on the internet with just a few words changed. And very few people, one of the things that we find is very few people see this, because very few people actually have access to the corpuses of the size to be able to ask these questions. But once you do that, once you start applying classical AI to data sets of this magnitude, we can start creating visualizations of society. We can do simple things, extract out all the entities in a set of text and create a simple co-occurrence graph. And you can get incredible understandings of human society. To create a visualization of everything said across the global media in a single day, you can't do that with Gen AI. You can do that through classical techniques. And then reach down, instead of hallucinated faux AGI and facts that are ripped from nowhere, you can actually connect those back to the actual provenance of it, and back to the people, the places, the things that drive the conversation. And this brings me back to the image that began my talk. It's not that we need to get rid of generative AI and so on, but we need to step back and understand where it's good and bad. And so thank you so much, and let's create a future together that moves beyond the past. Thank you so much.
So, that was a brilliant segue to the next panel that is going to be, has AI broken the media? Has AI fundamentally really disrupted everything that we sort of traditionally has taken on from the media? Or has it revealed deeper biases, cracks in the landscape of media? That's always been there, but we've never seen it before. So where do we go from here? How can we harness AI's power to enhance rather than erode the trust of media, the public trust? But when AI continues to grow and develop, it touches on more and more sectors of the economy. And our next panel is discussing exactly how this affects the media. Here to explore whether AI is breaking journalism or enhancing it. Jennifer Strong is taking it on with two brilliant gentlemen, Matthew Garahan from Financial Times and Zach Seward from the New York Times. The stage is yours.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm Jennifer Strong. I'm a tech editor based in New York City. I've been writing about AI for about 7-8 years now for outlets including the Wall Street Journal, BBC, NPR, MIT Tech Review. And I'm really excited to be here and going to pass the mic to these gentlemen to let them introduce themselves.
Thank you. I'm Matthew Garahan. I run digital platforms at the Financial Times. Had a long career in the newsroom and have been grappling with how we implement AI across the newsroom for the last 18 months or so.
And I'm Zach Seward. I am the editorial director of AI initiatives at the New York Times, which means I oversee a small team in the newsroom that's responsible for prototyping potential uses of AI for both our colleagues in the newsroom as well as our readers.
All right, so we're going to start with some of the basics here. I think three of us on the stage can agree that AI has not broken the media. The media was breaking probably since the start of the internet, right? And the death of classified ads have not been helping. But it's certainly having a huge impact on media and journalism writ large. A lot of opportunities, a lot of potential pitfalls, and we're going to try to do our best to lay some of that out for you. But to start with, how are you using AI in your newsroom?
Well, at the FT, my boss, the FT editor, Rula Khalaf, wrote a note to readers about 18 months ago, laying out our AI approach. And I think a lot of people picked up on it, and other titles did similar things. But it was quite important to set some principles about how we were going to use AI. And the most important was that we were always going to, our journalism would continue to be written by humans, by human reporters and trained journalists and editors. But that we were going to use it to experiment, to find ways of use it in story finding and story development, and also in how we presented our journalism too. And we've been running several experiments since then, working with, the editorial team's working with colleagues in our product and tech department with cross-departmental function, and we're looking at how best to deploy it and how we can get it in front of readers in a way which supplements our journalism and helps us find new types of story.
For us, there's really been three areas of focus, and actually I should start with an area that has not been a focus of ours, which is really have no interest in using Gen AI to write our articles. And we took that off the table right away, writing some principles, probably similar to what Matt was talking about, that put that aside, but also laid the groundwork for how we would experiment with pretty much anything else. And those three areas that we are working on are, one, investigative reporting. How can we help journalists throughout the newsroom uncover stories largely in massive data sets that just couldn't be told without the assistance of machine learning? I think that's a huge area of opportunity. The second is internal workflows, the types of production work where you feel like you're a robot while you're doing it, or there might be opportunities to free up time to do more high impact work, with looking around for those opportunities and helping our colleagues integrate AI into their work. And then the last is reader experiences, which is obviously a whole huge area with whom and we work with lots of other parts of the organization on. Our job is really to kind of prototype what might be possible, to get some answers to the most important questions. It's the ideas around Gen AI, how you could use AI for news are often, I think, kind of obvious, or we're not lacking for ideas. We are lacking at this stage, I think, for answers to is it doable? And if it's doable, is it any good? And is this something that meets the standards of the times? And most important, is meeting a demand or need that our readers have, and that's a big topic we could get into more detail on.
No doubt. So I would like us to dig more into what are the fundamentals of use within your newsrooms that would enable journalists to do more or better journalism without compromising the core principles of the job itself, right?
Well, we've got, similar to Zach, we've been using it with our investigative teams with large data sets, and we've had quite a lot of. We've published a couple of pieces where we've used AI in the background to help crunch and clean large data sets. We've got a major piece of work going on now where we've been able to use it with looking at jobs data in Russia, and we've been able to produce sort of heat maps around where hiring is going up and really mapping the Russian war economy. So as Russia is hiring in particular industries and particular sectors, and we can use AI to really accelerate how we crunch that data and how we clean it and how we come up with a story at the end of it. We've used it with mapping as well for visual pieces around the Israel-Lebanon conflict. So these are sort of big big stories, but again, with the core principle of never using it to replace a human journalist or a human writer, but how can we produce better work and different types of stories that we wouldn't necessarily be able to do before? And we now have a dedicated unit, a computational journalism unit, which will be using AI and other techniques to kind of get to those stories, get to those bigger stories that we couldn't get our arms around before.
Do you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's quite a lot of opportunity there, and when we're using AI in the background as a reporting tool, like one tool is the key word there. Like, we're using it, we're in control. That it's critical that there's human oversight and review throughout the whole process.
Yeah.
And generally, we're not even using generative AI to generate anything. I think that misnomer has caused a lot of confusion about like the potential of the technology. This same technology that allows ChatGPT to spit out what's seemingly original prose is also, it can also be used simply to better understand and organize your own content, or to search through a massive document set for topics of interest. So to me, the generation part is almost the least interesting aspect of Gen AI.
How are your teams thinking about misinformation? And maybe I'm just curious if you're working on anything where you could use maybe AI to help fight AI, to maybe regain some trust or cut through the noise on that front.
Yes. Unfortunately, the job of AI in a newsroom also includes what is not AI, which I guess it means it's everything. Yeah. We recently set up our whole newsroom with a tool I'd encourage anyone in this field or just citizens interested in fighting or detecting misinformation to use as well. It's an American nonprofit called True Media, which offers a free service to help evaluate video, images, audio for signs of manipulation. Now, the technology, it is kind of a whack-a-mole game. The technology is advancing faster than algorithms to detect generative AI are advancing. So, for instance, we've given up on trying to detect generated text. But there are a number of ways to, and True Media is just an easy way to get at those. You could do it yourself as well. Ways to evaluate images and other media for typical signs of manipulation, usually not to be able to make a definitive call, this is real or this isn't real. I mean, it gets a little existential, but certainly to help us when we're skeptical about a piece of media, especially if it came in from elsewhere. We have a team called Visual Investigations. I think FT has a similar one, and they do just amazing work on this, often using satellite imagery or cell phone footage from war zones, where they have to, well, the satellite imagery they all can trust, but the cell phone footage, often trying to triangulate different footage from different cameras to ensure like this they were really there and on the ground, and we don't get fooled.
We don't have a specific unit on that, but we do have sort of internal groups and internal use case panels. So if we're going to use AI in any way, we sit down and kind of kick it about and look at the merits of it to see whether it complies with our guidelines. And there's a lot of concern about using AI-generated imagery. So we don't do that unless it's gone, anyone who wants to use that, it has to come to our panel to be looked at properly, because we're concerned about copyright infringement and things of that nature. But there are very good, to the tool you're mentioning, or the unit you have, and BBC Verify does a really good job of this as well, at fact-checking and kind of finding looking at fake news and misinformation.
Are there other specific no's, like ways in which you do not use AI that you've not mentioned yet here on stage? Just I think also because it helps clarify. The number one question that I get is about job loss, right? Can ChatGPT replace a journalist? And I think we would all say no. But are there other specific ways you do not use AI?
Well, another specific no is never trust output from an LLM without taking steps to verify the information. What those steps are tends to be different depending on the context. But for instance, we published about a week before the election a big investigation into an election interference group where we had hundreds of hours of videos of their private meetings, used AI to transcribe and search through it, and it was extremely helpful and made the story possible to begin with. There weren't even 500 hours between when we got those videos and election day, so we needed some machine assistance if the story was going to get out. But before getting anywhere close to publication, we went back all the way back to the original material. One, to verify our transcription was correct, but two, that we weren't missing context and treating the quotes we were using fairly in the context in which they were said and so forth. So very often it's if there's any form of AI going on in our process, it's in the middle. It's human first and human last. Yeah. The end-to-end verification process is how we avoid that particular problem of, I don't like hallucinations. It feels like a euphemism of bullshitting.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same for us. We won't put anything in front of readers that's AI generated without a human editor checking it. So we're currently experimenting with bullet point summaries on our stories. We want to see if summarizing the story with an AI-generated set of bullets will make that particular story more engaging or less engaging for our readers, so we can roll it out across the newsroom if it is, and not bother if it isn't. But we have editors producing these summaries and reading them and checking them, and there'll be a disclaimer. I mean, we haven't touched on that yet, but again, one of the things we're committed to doing is if we do end up putting substantially generated content that's remixed or that uses our library or uses our already published material, there will be a clear disclaimer telling the reader that this was produced using an AI tool or produced using an AI assistant, but with a human editor overseeing the whole thing at the end.
And that's the thing, if there's a takeaway from this discussion about AI at large media institutions, as a reporter covering this, if only the applications that I saw in the wild were as carefully looked after as we do in our newsrooms.
Yeah.
Truly. But I want to go back to what you were starting to say about transparency and disclosure. What are your policies for both of you around that?
Well, we have a similar commitment as the FT, and have made public our policy to be transparent about any use of AI in the newsroom. Where the debates have tended to be is like where and in what form that disclosure should come. So for instance, we might use an LLM to draft some suggested SEO headlines, so search engine optimization headlines, and let an editor pick one and edit from there before it gets published. Do we need to put like a big red AI drafted label next to that headline? I mean, we're not doing that. We have a page on our site that explains we sometimes do that, and I think that's sufficient. Yeah. You see some experiments from other news organizations with generated search results that are not being reviewed before you see them, and more similar to like how ChatGPT or Claude would respond to you. And those tend to come with what I would more call like a disclaimer, like, actually this might be all wrong, you should go check this yourself. I got to say, I'm happy that news organizations are experimenting because we can all learn from that, but those disclaimers, like, it drive me nuts. Like, it's so antithetical to what journalism is. Our principle is we never want to shift the burden of verification to the reader. And so if we're going to put something out and then say, but also it's on you to check and make sure it's true, it seems to be an abdication of our responsibility, and frankly the whole value of why the New York Times, the Financial Times, and all other news organizations exist.
Yeah, I think we're quite lucky though. We work for two organizations which have the resources. There are a lot, particularly in the UK, that are in regional newspapers which are really cash-strapped, which are looking to this as a sort of, which are looking to AI to replace written copy by journalists. And I think, and I've seen disclaimers on that, but I just think it's a sort of downward spiral at that point, and there's not much coming back from that.
No, absolutely
not.
Yeah. All right, we're starting to run out of time here already. Next 6 months, what are you looking at?
Well, we want to accelerate the pace of experimentation. I want us to get more, get some of these tools, some of the results of these experiments in front of our readers. We've got an AI-powered Newswire's tool, which we're rolling out in our newsroom. So journalists on particular beats will get shown newswires that are relevant to the beats that they cover based on things that they've written about, which we've had really good feedback on. We're publishing our summaries. We're doing our summaries experiment in the next few weeks, and we should have a result on that by the end of the year too. And we're trying to accelerate how we use it with computational journalism and the sort of big data set crunching that we mentioned. But I think the watchword here is just for us anyway, is to proceed carefully. You know, this is a really powerful and exciting technology, but to do it in a responsible way and in a transparent way, so that we bring readers with us, rather than kind of shock them with stuff that they're not really expecting or that isn't transparent, where they have questions to ask at the end of it. So.
Yeah, I'm acutely aware that like one really high-profile mistake, even if in the scheme of things it's not that important, could set back a lot of this work, several years, and we want to avoid that at all costs. Our focus the next 6 months is kind of similar, and maybe the theme is we're ready to mature some uses of AI in the newsroom, from pilots and experiments to being integrated more directly into our CMS and other tools that we're using. So, in a way, it recedes into the background like all software does over time, and it's less novel. And then when it comes to investigative journalism, our approach is to find like really challenging data problems within the newsroom, usually the problem being I have too much data, and try to assist, but with an eye toward building tooling that can help when the next similar challenge comes along, so that ideally, and I don't know, this will take longer than 6 months, our whole newsroom is empowered to do the kind of massive needle in a haystack searching in big data sets that now is sort of a quite technical challenge.
But I think just to close it, I keep talking to people who look at this as an existential threat to the news media, and I just think it's not. I think it's a really powerful technology. If used in the right way, it can be really additive, and we can produce reporting and stories that we wouldn't otherwise be able to do. So I'm pretty optimistic about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say the ability to go deeper on things, to research deeper, harder, to sort through more original data. I think, well, may we all be so lucky to be doing that as our work instead of chasing headlines. So thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thanks very much.
So, the media has a future, maybe even an AI future. In this increasingly interconnected world, technology is rapidly, of course, evolving way beyond national borders. From cryptocurrencies to global social media, to decentralized data networks, AI that span continents. Technology is now shaping the world where geographical boundaries have no limits. And now we are actually moving into my favorite nation, my real favorite nation, imagination. These are challenging questions, and we have an amazing specialist to open up all these questions about where do we go on technology beyond borders, exploring what next, who's next, who's in charge, and how we are as global citizens navigating this new era. Sitting down with Serena Kaczynski from Sky News, please put your hands together for Advanced Research Fellow from the Imperial College Institute for Security, Science and Technology, Dr. Kathy Mulligan. The stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Catherine. Hi. So just to kick us off, a nice, easy question. How do we define what the nation state is in the digital age?
Wonderful. So I guess, yeah, nice easy question to start with. A nation state, I think most of people here will actually have some kind of comprehension of what that is. It's a country with a strong geographical boundary. We have a national identity and normally one government. And we've seen over the last, certainly over 2024, that this is being really challenged by the concept of digital technologies, and it's having a big impact on what the nation state is actually doing.
Are there examples from the past that we can look to and draw upon to think what comes next? Or are we sort of weighed down by the burden of nostalgia?
No, I don't think so. I think we're at an exciting point of time. So digital technologies obviously gives us a lot to think about in terms of this is what it really looks like when all of the citizens are able to have a say. Previously, we've been able, to a certain extent, to ignore what our neighbours think, through social media and those things. We are now really starting to understand exactly how people think. And quite often that's quite shocking because your next door neighbour is starting to say something that you fundamentally disagree with. So I think there are lots of ways for us to think about past situations. One could be the Enlightenment. Another could be that all of the great technical revolutions in the world have had social disruptions. So, for example, the Industrial Revolution created great social upheaval. So there's lots of ways for us to think about this.
And do you think we're moving towards a more kind of global conceit of the nation state, and that we may well have elections that cross boundaries if the concept of a nation state dissolves? I mean, it already happens in Europe a bit, I know.
Yeah, so we've seen the great idea of Europe is that we can actually work together across nation-state boundaries. But actually, so is the United States. The United States is working across state boundaries, at least, to create an entity that works together. I think there's a lot of things for us to learn in terms of how we're actually going to engage. If we look at the elections in Europe, they are kind of already cross-boundary, but we can also see that these have been, very effectively used by people like Nigel Farage, who actually got elected to the European Union and then spent his entire time having a go at the European Union.
Yes, well, obviously we've talked about the US, you mentioned Farage, and we're seeing obviously a kind of surge of what was referred to in The Guardian, a phrase that I thought was quite good, Trumpian apocalyptic nationalism. What is driving that, and how can governments kind of work together to, to rationalize it or try and control it?
Well, from a digital perspective, which is what I focus on, I think the far right have really understood what digital technologies are and what they actually enable. So for me, digital technologies are now fundamentally redefining how we operate and how we work together, not just our economy, but our social fabric as well. This means that we need to really deeply think about how the far right have used these technologies. So, for example, they have created a global movement across boundaries to give people courage of their convictions to stand up for things that, quite frankly, many of us think are abhorrent. But they're gaining confidence from the fact that, in the United States, they can see that the UK people agree with them. They can see that people in Germany agree with them. And they've created a global movement. So for me, the far right are currently using 21st century methods for engaging with their people and with their populace. Whereas the left, and in particular I think Harris's campaign, was still running according to the 20th century playbook, where they were looking at, they had very large companies, they had very large celebrity endorsements. None of that actually translated into votes. And I think that's one of the critical things that we need to understand and think about in the 21st century. What are the organizational structures that we should be using to help governments maintain some kind of social order? Or are we going to accept a new type of world order? That's also possible if we want to.
I mean, why is it that the left has lagged, seems to have lagged so far behind in terms of adopting and utilizing digital technologies to engage supporters and drive their movements?
So what I think is quite interesting is that the left are really still hoping that people are going to do the right thing. They're hoping that people's better instincts are going to prevail. And it's not necessarily always the case, sadly, that this is going to happen. So I think what what we saw was things like Brat Summer. Well, it's great, sounds fantastic. But if it doesn't actually translate into votes, then we're missing something here.
And what about the role of data? How can governments harness that to help sort of evolve, a new political order? How important and central a force is it?
So I normally say that we're in a new era of what I call datalism. So in the 20th century, we had this concept of capitalism. You gained power and wealth through controlling money. In the 21st century, you're gaining power and wealth through the control and operation over data sources. We've seen a lot of different ways that takes hold. For example, artificial intelligence wouldn't be possible without this concept of datalism. But also, data is being used not just to create economic wealth, but we've seen a fantastic work by Elon Musk, to take that data and use it to sway public opinion. So it's not just about money, it's also about control of public opinion, creating a new narrative that other people can buy into and believe.
And then in terms of sort of power bases, you have these, tech giants that have the ability to reach across borders and also have great concentration of wealth. Do we need to consider a way of redistributing wealth across boundaries in order to kind of create an equitable future?
I think that's the question of the age, really, isn't it? And it's not just about digital technologies, but what we are seeing is the creation of technology oligarchs. Really, they are very much gaining huge amounts of data about us. Artificial intelligence, for example, as I said, all of that is being built off our data, consumer data, human data, and indeed government data. Without all of those data sets, these ChatGPTs wouldn't be making so much money, for example. So the question then becomes, how do we retake control? And we've seen some attempts by this. For example, the OECD have been talking about global tax regimes. But then the question, I think, that is much deeper is, how do we redistribute wealth correctly in the 21st century? And I think, how do we ensure that we can hear lots of different heterogeneous voices so that it's not just, pale, male, and stale, sort of people gathering control and money?
Yes, because typically, obviously, the idea of a nation state is that you replicate structures basically around the world, and then you have, a homogeneous structure driving stability. But that feels like that concept is outdated. So what will be the driver of stability in the future?
This is a brilliant question. I think a lot of us have been looking at the United Nations, for example, which is one of the organizations that controls the discussions between nation states, and realize that it's no longer fit for purpose in the 21st century either. That also has a lot to do with data and the control of narrative that is happening globally. So how should we think about organizing? I think we need to understand the actual capabilities and capacities of digital technologies. We focus so much on productivity and productivity improvement. Everything has to be better, faster, cheaper. But actually, digital technologies really do give us the power to completely restructure how we organize society. And I normally say to my students, in order to save the global system, we need to save the local system. And by taking digital technologies and putting them more at the grassroots levels, I think we have a good opportunity to create the bottom-up structure that is also needed. I think there's a huge amount of disengagement that we need to address.
I think, in terms of data as well, I think people feel slightly overwhelmed potentially, or have concerns about privacy, or even the idea that you're in control of all this data about yourself. So what does that mean for the concept of citizenship in the digital age in the 21st century? What does it mean to be a citizen these days?
It's an excellent question. So I started out by saying that one of the things that digital does is it gives us a really good overview of what other people are really thinking. In the Enlightenment era, you know, the idea was universality. But universality in that century was really about white men of a certain financial class, right? It wasn't about universality for everybody. But in today's world, we're looking at creating universality for everybody. Everybody's voice has the opportunity now to be heard. The question is how we are combining those voices to create the narrative for ourselves. And it puts an impetus on us as citizens to be more fully and more deeply engaged in the democratic process. And one of the great hopes I have is actually this technology, although it's being used to great effect by the right wing at the moment, it actually gives us the chance to have true democracy. You know, we haven't really had a truly democratic system up until now. And what we're struggling with is what does that actually look like for humanity? And I don't actually have the answer just yet. I'm working on it, but would love to hear other people's ideas too.
And yeah, absolutely. And what, you know, obviously we're sitting here in Lisbon talking about these issues, but what about in terms of the global south? And, you know, what does the sort of evolution of the nation state look like there? And also, you know, slightly further on question, but with climate change and the climate crisis and the fact that those nations are disproportionately affected, you know, how can we move towards a system that fits everyone, you know? How can we bring poorer nations with us?
Yeah, excellent question. So my view is that currently the world system is really poorly set up for the global south. And in the research that I've done over the last sort of 15 years, I've worked quite a lot with countries like India and Malaysia, for example. I've learnt just as much from how they organize their local communities and how they organize local economic systems as, you know, I've been able to teach them. I think one of the things that we must do in the 21st century is bring the global south in as equal partners, not for people for us to patronize and talk down to, but for us to genuinely build the next century with. One of the things that I think is extremely interesting is this idea of local technologies creating much less pressure on the environment. So, for example, taking the idea of reorganization with digital, you can create local economic structures that are able to dynamically adapt to climate change. So there is opportunity there, but in order to get there, we also need to treat people as equal partners. And actually, I think if we look at the national infrastructure, the critical national infrastructure of most of the so-called global north, a lot of that is far too brittle. It is not capable of withstanding the climate realities we are about to face as humanity. It is going to crumble. And so we could also, in the global north, very effectively learn from some of these localized economic practices, these local sustainability, or what I call in my research community-based resilience. How do we work together to ensure that we survive?
I mean, I think that's one sort of note of optimism amid it all, is a sense of a global community and a global form of citizenship. Is that what we're moving towards? Because I think when people hear about the demise of the nation state, it all sounds very negative and dystopian. So in a way, you know, what can governments do to instill optimism in people's belief that this is, you know, that we're moving forward and actually there's a sunny, you know, it's sunny uplands, not the end of something, the beginning of something?
Yeah, well, I think one of the good things for governments to do would be not to show quite so much panic. I think a lot of governments globally are showing a lot of panic, and I think actually trialing some of these smaller scale concepts as community-based resilience, helping people to understand how to properly engage would be brilliant. The one thing that I am really passionate about, however, is education. I think we need to go back to the education systems, and I mean from primary all the way through to high school and into tertiary education. and ensure that we are educating people effectively for the digital era. We've seen great work in Finland, for example, around ensuring people are able to cope with misinformation and disinformation. Great work has also been done in places like Taiwan. So I think we should take some of these ideas and make them global.
And how central is AI to that process? And of course, with education in the classroom, you know, I mean, is AI and the fact that it's a very easily accessible, kind of equitable technology, is that going to be driving quite a lot of this change?
Yeah, I think it's going to be driving a lot of the change. I don't think it's going to drive all of the change. I think we do need still to go back to the basics and ensure that people are coming out of high school with enough math knowledge that they can cope with this and understand what these statistical models are doing. And university education, I think, needs a complete restructuring. My institute will be unhappy that I say that publicly, but I think we need to challenge what that actually is, you know. So micro-credentials, we need to constantly re-educate ourselves over the course of our lives and our career.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating, and I like the idea that we don't know what's coming next beyond the nation state. And, you know, when I was reading up on this, actually, you know, it said that we haven't always, you know, the nation state in itself is quite a recent concept, and actually people are just so used to the idea of it that we think it's been around forever, basically.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do you have a phrase or a, you know, a word that we can start to get out there to make people feel inspired about the future?
Well, a phrase or a word. I talk about the positive opportunities of datalism, and I really do believe that this is a great opportunity, right? So we are one of the luckiest groups of people alive, because instead of having to exist within these pre-established sort of nation states, corporate organizations, we can actually say, well, actually, we want something new. And there's enough opportunity in the challenge and the tumult that we're seeing that there is great opportunity to build very positive things as well. And every single one of you has the opportunity to be involved in that. I think that's super exciting, as well as very scary. It is scary, but it is also super exciting.
And just quickly, does datalism exist alongside capitalism, or does one replace the other?
No, I really do think that we're going to see both of these economic structures coexist for quite a long period of time. But increasingly, we're going to see much more datalism, so look out for it.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, well, that's the word to take away from it, everybody. Datalism, basically. Datalism is the future. Thank you very much, Catherine.
Thank you.
So, we are moving from nations to people and to human-centered governmental technology. As we all know, the pace in the world is changing very, very fast, and it's relentless. Doesn't take any hostages. It's driven by technological advances, demographics, and a dynamic global economy. But what we have to understand is that governments are really the backbone for our civic life, shaping everything from infrastructure to healthcare to our education and social welfare. Yet many public systems and processes are still rooted in methods and systems that haven't kept pace with the development. We've seen this time and time again. In the midst of this, the role of government is being redefined in many ways, and modernizing how government operates has become crucial. Change, not just for the efficiency of the public sector, but for the fueling economic growth and development as well. But how does this modernization work in practice? How can we include everyone? How can we leverage digital transformation, artificial intelligence, automation to make government more effective? And perhaps more importantly, how can we ensure that these improvements promote equitable development and opportunity for all? Here to explain how the Portuguese government is crafting a coherent digital strategy and bringing the functional government into the 21st century is the Minister of Youth and Modernization of Portugal. Please welcome to the stage Margarida Balseiro Lopes.
Hi everyone, welcome to Portugal, welcome to Lisbon. It is a pleasure to be here, to have you here, and it's an honor to stand before you as the Minister of Youth, Equality and Modernization in Portugal, which gives me the chance to address these three critical areas that shape our present and our future. Let me ask you something that seems almost too simple, too easy. Are you more afraid of losing your phone or a pen? That small device that we have in our pockets connects us to the world. Most of us will say the phone, our phone. It shapes how we think, how we act, how we communicate. Losing it feels like losing a part of ourselves. This is the world we live in today. Digital transition is not something we can avoid. It's already happening, and it affects all of us. But the crucial question remains: are we doing everything we can to ensure that people are at the heart of this transition? The honest answer, I'm afraid, is no. Not yet, not enough. So today I want to highlight three areas where we are not doing enough yet. Three challenges that I, as a minister, and we, as a society, need to address. Children's responsible use of technology, digital inclusion for older people, and the gender gap in STEM fields. For children, the phone is the new pen. It's where they learn, where they express themselves, where they explore this digital landscape. Today, they swipe before they think. They tap before they speak. But as powerful as these devices are, they are only powerful as the person holding them. Are we teaching our children how to use these tools safely and responsibly? Are they being given the freedom to explore, to create, and think critically with this technology? Or are they becoming passive consumers of a world they didn't build? It's not fair to let children explore these worlds alone. We must empower them with knowledge, with skills, to identify the risks and protect themselves. Cyber insecurity is real. Phishing, deepfakes, and malware are becoming more difficult to detect, and these risks are increasing. Our goal is to raise a generation that is not only tech-savvy, but also digitally responsible and aware of the dangers that come with it. Now think about the older generation, the older generations. Picture an old person sitting at the kitchen table, a pen in her hands and a blank sheet of paper in front of her. She is writing a letter. Slowly, carefully, she selects her words, writing out her thoughts, expressing herself. Maybe she is writing to a distant family member or an old friend. This process is familiar. It's something she has done her entire life. The paper, the envelope, the stamp, it's all real. It's all tangible. It's a connection to a world she understands. Now, imagine someone telling her to replace that pen with a keyboard, to switch that letter for an email. Suddenly, everything is different. The letter is no longer something she can touch. It's a line of text on a screen. For them, the older generations, our parents, our grandparents, the pen was the most important tool. Today, with everything becoming digital, many feel disconnected. As the phone becomes the new pen, they are being left behind. Their words, before written on a paper, now fade into the distant world of emails and text messages. The world they knew has been replaced by screens and digital forms they struggle to understand. For them, technology is not a tool, it is a wall. The shift from the physical to the digital is more than just a change. It is a fundamental shift in how we connect with each other. For older people, it is a world they no longer recognize. Imagine the struggle, the confusion of not being able to understand this new language of technology. Even something as simple as accessing public services as becoming a challenge for them. Where they used to walk into a local office and speak to a real person, now they are faced with websites, online forms, and automatic systems. They are difficult to use. This is not just a technical issue. It is a human issue. And it's one we must tackle now with empathy and with the understanding that everyone deserves the same rights, the same digital rights and opportunities. In Portugal, we are working to bridge the gap, this gap. Our network of citizen spaces provides seniors with access to public services and digital assistance. Later this year, we will present the National Digital Strategy, where inclusive digital transition will play a central role. We will leave no one behind. But we cannot talk about inclusive digital transition without addressing the gender gap in STEM fields. Here is where the pen becomes even more powerful. In the past, women didn't have the tools they needed to write their own future, especially fields like science and technology. In Europe, in Portugal, 1 in 5 ICT specialists are women. Today, women represent half of the EU population, but we can even reach 20% of today's ICT specialists. Imagine what we are missing out by not giving women the tools to innovate and write their future in these fields. Because when women succeed in STEM, we all win. They have the power to redesign how we live, to change the systems we rely on, and to build new ideas that will shape our future. This is why we are proud to announce that in early 2025, we will be presenting the first ever Girls in STEM national program in Portugal. And this is not an isolated initiative. It is a national priority, a commitment to ensuring that the future of science, technology, engineering, maths is more inclusive than ever before. To achieve this, we must act as early as possible to show young girls that they can be anything they want to be and that STEM fields are open to them. From early education, we want them to feel that their skills, their curiosity, their ambition are truly valued. For girls in high school, we need to highlight the opportunities these courses can provide, can give. As they move into the workforce, we are committed to supporting women with mentorship, reskilling programs, and access to role models. This includes connecting young women, young girls, directly with women leaders in STEM, those who have succeeded in these fields and can inspire, guide, and empower the next generation, next generations. Through these connections, young women can see their own future, build confidence, and take advantage of opportunities in a fast-changing job market. This program is not just a response to an injustice. It's a bold step in the right direction. We are setting out to change the face of STEM by equipping girls with knowledge, with skills and opportunities they need. We are investing in a future where everyone has a chance to lead and succeed in the fields that will define tomorrow. The time for change is now, and we are not waiting for another day to begin. The Girls in STEM national program is a step in the right direction. So, why does this matter? Why do we gather at events like this, like Web Summit? For me, the answer is clear: to write a better future. A future where technology serves people and not the other way around. The pen is more than just a writing tool. It's a symbol of innovation. It's a symbol of freedom. It's the power to shape the world around us. In a world where technology sometimes makes us feel more passive, the pen reminds us that we are still in control. It reminds us that we have the power to write the future, to shape it in ways that reflect our deepest values. As we move forward, we must always ask ourselves, are we putting people first? Are we protecting our children from the risks of the digital world? Are we ensuring that older generations are included in this journey? Are we giving equal opportunities to every young girl with dreams of a future in technology? Portugal is fully committed to lead this digital transition. A key step forward will take place in the second half of 2025 when Portugal assumes the presidency of the D9+ Group, an alliance of European digital leaders. This platform will give us the opportunity to write a more inclusive, responsible, and impactful digital future. Because at the end of the day, we shouldn't be afraid of losing our phones. We should fear losing the pen. It's the pen that gives us the power to create, to innovate, and leave our mark. Our phones connect us to information, but it's the pen that gives us the purpose. This world is our blank canvas, and we are all holding the pen. Let's make sure that technology is not just a tool for a few, but an opportunity for all. So let me ask you again, are you more afraid of losing your phone or the pen? Thank you so much. Não sei se era... it's
finished early here, so.
So now we have talked about the media, we have talked about nations, we have talked about governments. And next we are up to how all these intertwine. The international cooperation and the tech ecosystem, how do they cooperate with each other? How do they talk to each other? How do they develop together? It's clear that this global landscape is changing incredibly rapidly, bringing nations and industries also closer together, while challenging all these traditional boundaries and frameworks that's been set up for such a long time. To truly harness the power of technology for shared progress, international cooperations on all levels is really essential. Really, really essential. Particularly when we face complex issues like, cybersecurity, cryptocurrencies or data privacy, sustainable development, and digital innovation that impact every one of us, everywhere in the world, all the time. The tech ecosystem doesn't operate in isolation, not in Portugal, not in the US, not in the framework of these platforms. It's dynamic, interconnected, intertwined network where advancements in one country can influence economies, communities, and industries across the globe. As we look into this future, I dare to say that the stakes cannot be higher. Effective international cooperation in technology has to protect resilience, protect citizens, and create a more inclusive digital future for us all. So let's dive into the conversation about what it takes to build a global tech ecosystem rooted in collaboration and my favorite word, trust and shared values. Here to discuss and how to achieve this together with José Pedro Frazão from Grupo Renesança. Please welcome to the stage the Secretary of State for Digital Economy of Cabo Verde, Pedro Lopes, and the Minister of Digital Transition and Administration Reform of Morocco, Amal El Fallah Segrucini.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here in this discussion. We are going to try to understand how different countries from outside Europe and in other spaces, for example, in Africa, how do they cope and how do they navigate their own ecosystem in terms of technology in a global context, of course. And we're going also to see what kind of role they reserve for tech cooperation on this matter. Thank you very much, Minister Segrucini. Thank you very much, Mr. Pedro Lopes. I'll start with you, and then I know that Morocco, as just presented, is digital strategy. It's a new one. First, explain us what is the main strategy you have on this.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for inviting me to this panel that I hope will be very nice. I'm quite sure. Okay, so Morocco has launched his strategy for Digital Morocco 2030. We have many, we come back to the why 2030, we have a lot of deadlines for 2030. First, we have the World Cup in 2030 in Morocco, and we also have the SDGs to attend in 2030. And we are very engaged towards development of Morocco as hub for the whole continent, Africa. So our strategy, if I would like to summarize, I would say that the first thing we will do is to develop digital economy. We think that digital economy will be a good lever for the development of the country and also for the continent. And this digital economy requires many, many incentives. For example, we have to develop curricula based on AI and digital. We have to boost the startup ecosystem in Morocco. And also we have to create a job in tech. So one of the main targets in our strategy is how to develop more and more job in tech. We target something like 240,000 jobs at 2030. So this is also something we would like to develop, is we introduce new procedures to simplify the administration. So my ministry is about digital transformation, our transition, and also the reform of administration in Morocco, because sometimes, most of the time, in fact, we struggle with administrative processes, in particular in the domain of innovation for youth people, when you create startup, when you create new jobs, etc. So these two aspects are very well correlated in our strategy, and we use digital to enhance administration, and we simplify administration using digital in order to develop digital economy.
Yeah. Minister Pedro Lopes, what are the key aspects of the Cape Verde strategy on digital side?
First of all, good morning, Madam Minister. It's a pleasure to be with you, and people of Morocco are good friends with people of Cabo Verde, moderator José, and everyone that wake up in the morning came to the last stage to hear politicians. Good morning, everyone, and especially to all the Cape Verdeans that are here. I'm here because of you. We have a strong strategy to support digital economy. We are a small country in West Africa, 1 hour to Senegal, the closest African country to Europe, sub-Saharan African country, closest African country to US and to South America. And we are betting on capitalizing our geographical position. First of all, a bet and a strong bet on infrastructures. We are building a tech park to serve the entire continent. We are TIVA, the tech islands of West Africa. We want to position like that, a hub of technology where people can do business in the middle of the Atlantic with technology. We want to diversify our economy. When people think about Cabo Verde, they think about palm trees, white sandy beaches, good weather, good music. It's like that, but also technology, innovation, a lot of talent. And we want to continue to bet on that infrastructure to support our talents. Also, we invest on a state-of-the-art sea submarine cable, the L-Link, to improve our connectivity. And we are betting on a community. When we talk about digital economy, everyone talks about ecosystems, but we cannot talk about an ecosystem without having a community, that's for sure. And that's why we are improving and betting on shaping, we call them digital warriors, even though we never had a war in Cabo Verde, luckily, because we are a place of peace, a stable country where institutions really work, and we celebrate our diversity, our identity. But we are betting on that community, and part of betting on that community is creating programs for the future of Cabo Verde, and that's young people. That's why we are the biggest sub-Saharan African delegation here in the Web Summit. We brought more than 15 startups. We have a delegation of more than 50 people, and with our diaspora, because we have a strong diaspora, we believe that we have more than 100 Cape Verdeans here in the Web Summit. So that's a statement of Cabo Verde. That's a message to the world that a small country in the middle of the Atlantic will not be just a spectator. We want to be actors. And I believe that we deserve a seat on the table. And we are here to conquer that seat, to connect with the best, to showcase what we're doing, and we'll continue to do that. And the face of the success of the Cape Verdeans are our talent, like I said. And we have startups here. Do we have Cape Verdeans in the house? See?
I see.
A couple of them. And you're going to see a lot of Cape Verdeans. Look for African talent, and you're going to find the blue flag of Cabo Verde.
Minister Segrushny, you want to be a leader in Africa in terms of digital economy. How do you put AI in that equation? Is it something that is on forefront of your strategy? What is the role of AI in your digital strategy to be a leading country? You say that you want also to be among the top 50 globally.
Yes, okay, so now I am back to my comfort zone, if I can say. AI for us in Morocco and in this strategy is something that will help us to boost the digital economy. So before being minister, I have been the president of AI movement, which is a movement for Africa with African women towards developing startups and in AI. So we have developed many flagship programs dedicated to AI, and now we will expand to, we are the center of UNESCO for the whole Africa in AI. So we have this credibility, legitimacy, we are legitimate to develop AI, and Morocco is clearly one of the leaders, at least I can say, of AI in Africa. So connected to the strategy, my intention is to push AI and to develop strategy for AI, not disconnected from the actual strategy on digital, but just as a lever of digital in Morocco. So I give you some example. For example, if you take e-health for today, this is, I think, the first project I will push will be about e-health and telemedicine. So this use connectivity, this use dispositives, and also this use AI to enhance the whole system of digital in Morocco, including the parts of Morocco that are not very well connected to hospitals.
But in that aspect, you have to have a very strong regulation on data protection. Health is a very sensitive area. What do you have in mind in the Morocco strategy on that?
In Morocco, we have already regulation about the protection of data. We have the CNDP. I have the chance to be the wife of the president of the CNDP, but it's a joke. But I would like just to say that we are very aware of the regulation about this kind of privacy and data protection. We are not, in Morocco, we are leading the group of protection regulation for the whole Africa. So it's not a problem at all. The problem maybe in Morocco could be the literacy, for example, and this is why AI will play a big role to make digital close to the literate people.
You have a goal on literacy?
Yes.
What is that?
We have training for young people, but we have also these tools that are based on speech to text and text to speech. So we are very engaged with generative AI to make digital as close as possible from people that maybe cannot read or write in rural regions.
Minister Pedro Lopes, the same question about AI and your own strategy. Is it on the forefront of your strategy?
Definitely, especially in terms of digital training. I see AI as an opportunity, especially for small countries. It's an opportunity, even though sometimes, I don't know if it's the status quo, there's always talking about AI and putting everyone afraid of AI. AI is going to steal our jobs, AI is going to, well, change our economy. AI is like, I. It's coming, for us it's an opportunity. And I think African governments, we have the responsibility to train a new generation and prepare them for the challenges that AI will give to us. And I really believe that a small country like Cabo Verde, it's an opportunity. Back in the 80s, we didn't have any universities in Cabo Verde. Now we have more than 8 universities in Cabo Verde. But we also have the opportunity to be more close to knowledge, to understand that we are giving the possibility to everyone to create their own programs and to make sure that their ideas can be turned into business. And AI can boost that.
And you think this idea of having a Portuguese ChatGPT or something, or a large language model in Portuguese, which is really a new field for our both countries, Portuguese-speaking one, will enhance, will develop and foster this opportunity for Cabo Verde?
I think each country should have their own LLM. Portugal is creating their own LLM. I think that's the path of Cabo Verde. Of course, we share the same language, but each country, they have their own identity. We have to preserve our culture, the Cape Verdean culture. They have many things in common with Portuguese culture, but also we have our own things. And I think with data, we have to tell our own history, because LLMs, they respond to data. And in Cabo Verde, we have our stories, our culture, and should be the Cape Verdeans and Africans in general to create their own history and to make sure that we tell our history, because that's the change. If you look at the history books, some of them are very centered in Europe. It's time for us as Africans tell our own history with our own data. So I think that's the path to make sure that each country keep our culture and our heritage, and LLMs can help on that.
Minister, you wanted to say something about this?
Yes, I think it's not feasible to have LLM for each country because it's very costly. If you take something like ChatGPT, you have 175 billion parameters to deal with. And I know in Morocco we have the biggest data center in Africa, and we cannot afford to have ChatGPT like in Arabic. Here I would like to mention that Saudi Arabia has developed Alam, which is the ChatGPT in Arabic, and we are very happy with that. Because what will be different from Saudi Arabia to Morocco is maybe the data sets. And I think we have to distinguish between the data and the models. The models, we cannot have a model for each country. It's very, very expensive. But we can train versions of the model on specific data by domain, sectors, or country. I agree that we have to preserve culture, but culture is in data, not in the model. And in Morocco, we develop models, but small ones, for languages that are very different from Arabic, English, the well-structured languages. For example, if you have this dialect, you don't have even the structure of the language, and for that you need to develop very specific models. But we are not at the scale of ChatGPT or Alam or this one 100 or 200 billion parameters. We deal with small languages as adapted as possible to the specific languages. So I think there are two things. We have to preserve culture. This is for sure something very important. We need also LLMs, what I said, generative AI, because in some countries people don't have the ability to speak English or to talk English, so we have to make these models and tools as close as possible. So this is why we need to develop some adapted GPTs or chat GPTs or chatbots depending on the populations and the background of the population. This may help also to make the services, for example, administrative services, very close to the population, because if they don't have the
access.
Yes, if they don't have access, the speech helps them to access.
Yeah.
And in Morocco, we developed a very nice tool called Tarjuman, which means translating for women, because it was in the context of women hackathon. It just, you can scan a document with your iPhone, and then the app explains it doesn't read, it explains the document to the person who uses the app.
Okay.
So it is a very friendly for people. You can explain, you can interact in language very closely to population.
I want to talk about tech cooperation, and from Cabo Verde perspective, it's interesting. You have a connection with another Portuguese-speaking country, Brazil. It's interesting. What kind of strategy are you developing on this subject? You have other partners. You're working. You're trying to find more partners.
Yeah. Small country that believe that can be relevant with technology, and for that we have a program called Go Global, where we go to a lot of international tech events. We go to Web Summit Rio de Janeiro as well. It's more warm than here. We've been in GITEX Morocco, one of the best events in Africa for technology. We've been in the Next Web in Amsterdam. We've been in Women in Tech in Paris. So we take our startups. Me as a politician and we as government of Cabo Verde, we refuse to be in these tech events and startup events without our startups. They are the face of the development of Cabo Verde. So we go to these events and we connect with other ecosystems. We've been in touch with the ecosystem of Brazil, been in touch with the ecosystem of Serbia. Yesterday we received a Minister of Serbia in our stand. I went as well with our startups to the stand of Serbia. Our startups connect with Serbian startups, and that's what we want to do as well. Connect with our ecosystems, show them if they want to enter in Africa and do business in Africa, they should do it with Africans. We are prepared, we are open to the world, we should collaborate, and we are part of this community, and that's what we are doing here.
I want to talk about this on Morocco side, and I've noticed in your strategy that you have also an idea of having the cooperation with the private sector and multinational companies to accelerate your digital transition. So it's not like just tech cooperation with other governments, other states, but also in the private sector, isn't it?
Yes, yes. We already have Oracle in Morocco that opened one of the biggest labs in Morocco, target like 300 researchers. Something we didn't talk about, but I think it's fundamental in AI, is that you need to develop research. If you want to stay at the top of the development of technology, you have to develop research in artificial intelligence and data science. And this is why in Morocco, we have also added new curricula at universities, many curricula at many universities to enhance research and development within the university. It's something, I mean, you can bring big companies, but if you don't have the ecosystem to work with, it's not very useful. So we have this top-down and bottom-up approach. We develop research, we develop curricula, we boost the ecosystem, we have technoparks for incubation and fundraising, etc. But at the same time, we try to bring platforms to Morocco to develop research, to develop products, and to create the emulation of the ecosystem from both sides, top and bottom up.
How can you make that all these Morocco engineers and technicians and so on stay in the country and don't have that knowledge that came from the Moroccan universities and go outside? So how do you retain them?
I think there is no way to do. If you think to Maslow pyramid, okay, people need to have work, to have a good salary, to have a good atmosphere, and to be. I can give you my example. I spent 30 years in Paris, and I came back to Morocco. So this means that Morocco is very attractive for talents, for a new generation of talents stay in Morocco, develop startups. But we don't care. Maybe people can go to Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and come back 2 years later. They bring also experience. Which is important is the movement. This is why my center call it AI movement. People move, go, and come back and create synergies. We have here 24 startups from Morocco, coming from Morocco, but we met a lot of Moroccan from diaspora that came here to connect, but also to present their work. So I think we cannot ask people to stay if we don't guarantee that their life will be interesting.
Minister Pedro Lopes, yes. What do you mean from your diaspora is all around? So do you need them at home, or they can work for this strategy everywhere?
Yeah, I wanted to jump in on that. Everyone is talking about Europe becoming an old continent, unfortunately, and a lot of Cape Verdeans are coming here, but a lot of Cape Verdeans are returning as well. So if we work on our infrastructure, like we are doing, creating programs for a new generation and making sure that they have a place where they can celebrate their own identity, they will return. So we see a lot of diaspora that work remotely, returning to Cabo Verde from Europe, from the United States, but also we are attracting digital nomads that want to live in a fantastic place. So I leave a message to everyone to visit digital.cv, our landing page of our ecosystem, to go on Instagram and check Cabo Verde Digital, and participate on this journey of creating a beautiful ecosystem in the middle of Atlantic with beautiful sunny beaches where you can enjoy and celebrate yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Want to say one more? I
Yes,
have to go.
just the last thing I would like to say is that the King of Morocco dedicated his discourse, last one, to the diaspora of Morocco. And we have, as minister and as government, we have the incentive or the obligation to facilitate the life of Moroccan diaspora, and because, you know, they come back, they invest in Morocco, and they provide a very big added value to the development of the country. And I think there is awareness, global awareness in Morocco that we need also this ecosystem to be enriched by diaspora, Moroccan diaspora.
Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you all for listening to us. Thank you.
So dear friends, what we have talked about here in the last 2.5 hours is innovation. It's about government, cities, regulation, and every single panel has talked about artificial intelligence. We talked about tech cooperation, technological ecosystems, but now I think that we come really to the key issue of everything. Shaping human-centric tech policy for the future. In this time when technology it sort of penetrates every single facet of our lives. Crafting policies that put people rather than profit at the center has never been more critical. The choices we make in shaping tech policy today profoundly impacts how we live, how we work, and how we interact with each other, today and tomorrow. What does it then mean to create tech policy that truly prioritizes human needs, rights, and values? This question goes way, way beyond just the pure technological issues. From the ethical implications of artificial intelligence to the equitable distribution of digital infrastructure. We'll explore how tech policy can be guided by transparency, inclusivity, and respect for human dignity, making sure that technology serves society rather than the other way around. For our final talk at this session before lunch, we are exploring how to put humanity back at the center of governmental policy and to ensure that technology is not allowed to run rampant of our human rights. This is being done by a panel in conversation with Spriha Srivastava from Business Insider. And in discussion with her is the president of the National Organization for Women, Christian Nunes, and the co-executive director of the AI Now Institute, Sarah Myers-West. Give them a big hand.
Hi everyone, good afternoon from Web Summit. It's day 2 of Web Summit and we've been talking a lot about AI. We've been talking a lot about innovation. I was joking with a friend yesterday, something wrong with my mic. I was joking with a friend yesterday, if I had a dime. Can you all hear me okay? Thank you, that's a savior. I was joking with a friend yesterday that if I had a dime for every time I've heard artificial intelligence mentioned at Web Summit, I would probably be the richest person in the world right now. But one thing that I think is missing in a lot of these conversations is thinking about or talking about AI through a human lens, thinking about why it matters, how can we make our policies more human-centric, which is the topic today. And we have a brilliant panel here. We've got Sarah from AI Now Institute. We've got Christian, who's the president of Now. Very unique perspective, so I want to turn to you both. First of all, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about what you do. And then also through your unique perspective, tell us why we need these human-centric policies. So Sarah, if you want to start.
Thank you very much. So yes, my name is Sarah Myers-West, and I'm the co-executive director at the AI Now Institute, and we're a policy research center focused on artificial intelligence. And I think the heart of our work really speaks to exactly the issues that you've outlined. Much of what we're doing is seeking to ensure that the trajectory of artificial intelligence and its development is really speaking to the needs of the broader public and not just to the, the needs of a handful of small companies. So that's kind of the core focus of our work, is ensuring that tech is accountable to the interests of the public.
We'll talk more about that in a bit, but Christian, over to you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christian F. Nunes, and I'm the national president for the National Organization for Women. We are the largest grassroots feminist organization in the United States, and our work is focused on fighting for women's rights and equality in all centers and aspects of a woman's life. And we do that through an intersectional feminist approach and the multi-issue and multi-strategy approach to fighting for women's equality work.
That's great. Well, let's get straight into it. Sarah, what are the biggest challenges that you see in aligning tech policies with human rights at the moment?
So I think that we have a fundamental democratic challenge in that, in tech, and in particular in artificial intelligence, so much of the definition space of even what artificial intelligence is and in whose interest it works is defined by a very small handful of companies. And I think that presents a real challenge for the public. It presents a challenge for regulators because there's so much economic power invested in the hands of these firms. And so how do you sort of redirect that trajectory to ensure that ultimately it's serving the needs of the people who are using AI, but also on whom AI is used? Because frequently the way that these systems are rolled out, it's in workplaces, it's in healthcare settings, it's in places where the end user isn't necessarily in a position to seek accountability directly, and we really need regulators to be acting in ways that support their underlying interests.
That's very interesting. And Christian, just if I can bring you here, because as the president of Now, what are the big issues that you see when you look at tech policies, and how does that impact things like gender rights, and underprivileged communities, really?
Yes, thank you for that question. So we are here representing women's rights because one of the things that we see how tech and AI influences women and girls, particularly in other marginalized communities, is when we talk about gender bias and gender-based violence and digital hate. We see that as tech and AI as growing so rapidly, it also is growing with really negative consequences. We are seeing that AI is showing an increase of gender-based violence that's coming up with AI deepfake generated images, with 99% of those images are women and 96% of those images that are generated are AI non-consensual deepfake sexual abuse images. We are seeing that there is gender bias in AI-delivered images that are coming forward, and we're seeing it manifest in many ways. Another concern that we often see too is as AI is evolving, we know that we have to worry about the fact that women are often already experiencing such economic inequalities, and that we have to worry that if it continues to evolve, when jobs are lost, women are going to be the main ones that are going to be losing their jobs when they're being replaced by AI and tech. So we have to look out for how do we continue to center women and people and marginalized communities in these places.
That's very interesting. You mentioned deep fakes. You've touched on some really interesting points. Sarah, I wanted to kind of bring you in to respond to that and see how can we stop some of that? How can the pace of innovation is so fast right now? What can tech companies do? What can policymakers do? In your role, you speak to them quite a lot. What's the general takeaway there?
I think that's right. I mean, what we've seen in this market as this moment of particular hype, right, where firms are engaged in what economists like Maurice Stuckey and Ariel Ezraki have called toxic competition. So it's very robust competition, but it's also creating a race to the bottom in terms of who's harmed by these technologies. It's not competition that's necessarily serving the broader public. I think one thing in particular that has transpired is this move by firms to sort of experiment in the wild with their technology. They'll roll things out and then observe and see who is impacted by the technology. And so I think pushing for more of the onus to be on firms to be doing just baseline testing, evaluation, making sure that these products even work as intended, thinking about who's going to be disproportionately impacted by this technology is really essential, not just to act in the public interest, but it's good for firms too, because it means that the enterprises adopting these tools know that they're safe, know that they work. I think that there's strong market reasons to be making investments in this pre-deployment testing and validation exercises.
So let's do a fun activity here where I want you both to think about a scenario in the future where tech policies are actually aligned with human rights. What would it look like? How long do you think it's going to take us to get there? And who are the stakeholders here?
Yeah, I think what's really important to think about is that it definitely has to move to a proactive model versus reactionary. Because right now we're really working on a reactionary model that we're responding to crises, we're responding to people being survivors and victims of this, hate and violence that we're seeing happen because of the unregulation, the dysregulation and unregulation that's happening, right? So we need to move to a place where there is a collaboration that's happening, right? AI was built to help humans. It wasn't built to replace humans. And if we're working together and we're working to help have oversight and collaboration between policies driven by humans coming in and working with those who are building and developing it, I think that's where we're going to see a great place for safeguards put in place that are focusing and centering on human needs and human rights. Right now, we're not. We're just kind of putting it out there, and we're saying, okay, let's go. We have to move away from just saying, let's go, and thinking about, well, this is here to benefit the work and the productivity and the success of humans, but we can't disregard the needs and human rights of us.
I want to underscore what Christian just said about the need to be shifting into a more proactive mode. If you look across different sectors, I also think that we would see more innovative and exciting technology if it were led by the folks who have been working within those domains for a much longer time. So if you took education, for example, one of the use cases that you hear about is, okay, let's develop iPad apps to help with literacy for kindergartners. It's not that inspiring a vision. I think if we went to teachers first and said, what are the tools that are most useful to you, that are going to meaningfully, aid you in your work, that might actually not end up being technology, but it might be making sure that kids have, enough school lunch to be able to pay attention in their classes. But where AI does have a role, I think it should emanate from those who are sort of on the front lines. And from that, we'll get a much more robust and exciting vision, I think, for where this technology can serve than we're seeing sort of from this helicoptered in approach.
That's right. One thing that often strikes to me is there are lots of players who are doing that in the market, but there are lots of siloed approaches at the moment. Do you think there is enough knowledge sharing happening? Do you think there is somebody who is kind of keeping track of all of this? How can we sort of have a more collaborative approach across all of the things that we're talking about here?
I think it's a really difficult question. I think that you're right that we're not seeing that. I think that, really ensuring that, again, like the folks who are on the ground across these different sectors are, in a decision-making role about how AI is used and what it's used for will get us closer to there. One example that we've seen in the United States is around the strikes by the Writers Guild Association, where they were successfully able to negotiate that the terms on which AI is going to be used in the entertainment industry, specifically for writing, will be set. The terms will be set by the writers themselves. And I think those sorts of movements where, folks who are on the ground are in a directive role, not just getting, a token seat at the table, but are shaping the trajectory is one pathway to get us there.
And just to go back to when we're talking about gender-based violence, I think one of the things is expanding on how we look about consent and consent with images and how we share images. Right now, and this is also privacy, I think we need to expand on privacy and consent in the way you talk about AI and just images, sharing of images online with tech. We need to make sure that there is true informed consent with image sharing on these platforms, because right now anyone can go to any place, into a gym, into a grocery store, and snap a person's image they do not know and share their image without their consent. And then that image can then be taken and made into a generated deep fake. And then, and then that takes forever for a person then to get the image away. And we have to really start challenging that and really go back to how do we create on these platforms and these development apps more informed consent and privacy safeguards, so people are not then having to track down their image being created in a generated AI deepfake, or in a way that is really harmful to them, that they're then having to have other consequences to, mental health consequences of their job, where they don't even know this exists. So I think these are also ways that we can prevent and reduce harm is if we have more senses of consent and privacy safeguards that are built into.
That's great. And Kristen, again, back to you. How are organizations like yourselves working? Could you talk a little bit about to drive this inclusivity, drive this fairness in the policies that are being put together?
Sure. So we are pushing for all different types of holistic policies and on different levels. One, we're pushing a lot of legislation and supporting a lot of endorsements for legislation that is really helping provide safety and accountability for all types of harm that's caused for deepfakes, extortion, anything, cyber flashing, cyber stalking, any of the types of things, digital hate, misinformation, disinformation. And one of the things that we're doing is making sure that survivors of these things are at the table and involved in deciding on what are the best outcomes and what needs to be included. Because if we don't have them in that conversation, we are going to have a disconnect in what needs to happen because they know what they have to go through to get those things removed. So we're making sure they're involved in those conversations. And also we're reaching out to different platforms and different types of social media platforms and app developers to see what they're willing to do in their own sense of social responsibility to put in different terms of service and things like that. Because it doesn't always have to start at a legislation. Everyone can take their own responsibility and accountability to do things that they believe is the right thing to do. And that's really important to say, is we have our own right to have responsibility and accountability for protecting human rights. And so we're trying to come from different angles and different strategies to do that, and then working on the ground, working at states and federal levels, as well as working directly with different apps and different platforms to try to get them to increase in their terms of service.
We were having a really interesting conversation backstage about this, and I just wanted to bring that again. One of the things that we keep hearing again and again is there is a disconnect between what the rights of the users are and the policies. And do you think it's up to do you think this whole conversation around digital rights, the rights of consumers, do you think the onus is on them to be empowered and to be aware, or do you think there needs to be more that we need to do in order to drive that awareness, the guardrails that are being put together?
So AI is technology that is having profound impact already on people's rights. It shapes people's access to resources, it shapes their life chances, and in the domains in which AI is being rolled out, across many jurisdictions, there are existing laws, there are existing rights regimes that should be in place to protect people. That said, the companies who are rolling out this technology have, such economic power that they can very easily go to nation states and say, sorry, we're larger than your GDP. It's very difficult to craft remedies or enforcement mechanisms that are going to meaningfully shape the behavior of firms when like a penalty is like a line item in a budget that they can just account for. And so that's where I think we really need to be very innovative in coming up with stronger mechanisms for ensuring meaningful scrutiny that's going to uphold those existing laws to protect people, because often the domains in which AI is being used are ones in which the individual is in information and power asymmetry against those who are using the technology.
Yeah, I agree with Sarah. But I would also say that I think some of the existing laws need to be expanded, right?
Absolutely.
So that they are really taking into consideration what is actually the experience of people being harmed. And I totally agree with her when she's saying that we have to figure out, what is going to be the thing that makes them change. Like, what's the catalyst for change? And I think that, I think it's a place where people shouldn't, where is the place of ethics for everyone to decide that why they got into this, what's the driving force for change? And we have to kind of move toward that. I think we can't keep saying that this is only about, control and power and money, but we need to get people back to what was their initiative drive for creating creating this AI? What was the motivating factor for that? And figuring out a way to get that conversation back to that. Because I think if we really were able to get the conversation back to what was the motivating drive for individuals to create AI, to make this world better, we would find more commonality than anything. So I feel like there's lots of conversations that have to be had, but I think there's some honest truth that has to be had too, because a lot of it needs to be shifted and changed, and a lot of it needs increased data that also incorporates marginalized communities and communities that were not included in it, because there's still a lot of bias that exists that harms a lot of communities. So I think we have to have those conversations as well so we can move to a positive place.
Who do you think is best placed to have these conversations? And are these conversations happening somewhere?
Well, I think the table has to expand. We always hear this saying, like, seat at the table, but I think the table has to expand, and the best way to expand that table is to bring different people, like intersectional. Like, one thing I loved about coming to the summit was I see the different tracks, right, and different representation. So when you have different people from different perspectives at a table, you're going to get different ideas about what's happening. And I think that's really important, to have different ideas so people can tell you, well, from my perspective, I see this as a problem, this is a solution. And from my perspective, I see this as a problem, this is a solution. Just like right now, I'm here as a women's organization at a tech summit, and I'm telling you how it's impacting my group, And this is important because we have to be able to talk about how it impacts intersectionally different groups. And when we're doing that, we're able to find more positive solutions. So I think the table has to be large, and it has to have the different intersections of how it truly impacts human rights.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I'm mindful of time, but one thing that I would love to get you both weigh in on, a lot of conversations, as I said, about innovation, right? Companies rushing to innovate, so excited about AI. At the same time, under a lot of pressure as well from investors, pressure to stand out in this race. It's a very crowded space. But on top of that, now we're also talking about the responsibilities that they have in aligning the policies in a more human-centric aspect. How can companies juggle it all? How can they strike the right balance? Would love to hear your opinions on what you think is the right balance here.
I mean, I think you touched on one thing that's been on my mind lately, which is, if you go back, wind back the clock 10, 15, 20 years within the tech industry, there was a very strong ethos of wanting to change the world in a meaningful way to, make the world better. And it's too hard to get into this business otherwise. Like, it's not easy to launch a company, build a product, bring it out into the world. And so I think bringing back that ethos of, making change in a way that's not just intended to be disruptive for disruption's sake, but really thinks long and hard about what are the societal problems in the world and what's the appropriate role of technology in solving it. That'll lead us to a much healthier direction than just developing the killer app to sort of include, one market or another.
Absolutely. I agree.
Perfect. And last question from me. There are lots of people here. We've got policymakers, we've got founders, we've got investors, we've got tech leaders. What is your message to all of them as we talk about tech policies, we talk about putting the human at the center of everything? What do you think they should keep in mind as they walk out of Web Summit?
I mean, for me, I think really embracing the notion that introducing friction into this market is ultimately helpful for innovation. It's what we need, actually, to make this a robust market, a market that's going to have longevity, a market that's going to, leave a legacy that is, not one of toxicity and sort of rampant, release of untested, unvalidated products, but one that has, a long-standing and meaningful impact for society. Right now, we don't have the friction that's necessary to ensure that it's working in the broader societal interest, and I think it would be healthy if we moved more in that direction.
Yes, I believe the same thing. I think that when we think about how AI started and evolved, it evolved from the human mind. But also the human mind is not flawless, right? We have our own bias, we have our own beliefs. But in order for us to get to a place of benefiting everyone, we have to have a checks and balances. We have to have input from everyone. So part of AI evolving to the place where we want it to be is always to have that input, always to have that checks and balances, and to have that oversight to push us in the direction we want to be. And that's going to help keep that harm from growing even further and getting to a place of existential threat. So that's what I encourage, is remember that if we want to get to the place we want to be in and have the world we want and have justice and equality, we have to have a checks and balances to prevent the existential threat of harm and hate that will come that place.
That's great. Thank you very much. A big round of applause to my brilliant panelists here. It's been a pleasure speaking to you both. Thank you.
The stage will now break for lunch. Content will resume in 45 minutes. Please make sure to arrive in time to secure seating. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 15 minutes. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. please welcome to the stage Deputy Head of Business and Talent Attraction for Invest Hong Kong, Kim Zietlow.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my sincere pleasure to be back at Web Summit in the beautiful city of Lisbon. My name is Kim Zietlow, and I will be your host at Government Summit this afternoon. We are here together with more than 70,000 people from around the world, united, celebrating innovation and technology, making new connections, pitching our new ideas and projects to each other, and being inspired by fascinating stories and experiences of the world's most prolific experts in business, society, politics, and education. For me, this is the third time attending Web Summit, and I cannot be thrilled more. This is the place where I reconnect with business partners, with old friends, and global leaders. This is the place where I meet the most inspiring entrepreneurs, social activists, and societal role models that are showing tremendous courage to make the world a better place. And bear with me, we have the immense privilege to welcome some of them this afternoon right here on stage at Government Summit. But before we start, let me briefly introduce myself. With a PhD in environmental psychology and years of experience in consulting companies like McKinsey, KPMG, and GIZ, over the last 10 years, I became a global expert in foreign direct investment, helping governments around the world to attract more and better FDI. Now, working as the German Deputy of Investment Promotion for Invest Hong Kong, the government agency of Hong Kong, I support companies from Europe with their global footprint expansion, especially in Asia. But why do hundreds of companies set up operations in Hong Kong every year? Let me tell you briefly. Companies use Hong Kong because it offers the best location advantages in terms of market access to China, regional connectivity in East Asia, access to world-class talent and R&D, rule of law and IP protection, which is very important nowadays, attractive taxes and modern infrastructure, all of which form the backbone of a thriving economy, fostering innovation, technology, and startup ecosystem. But not only Hong Kong is an amazing place to drive innovation. In our first panel in this afternoon at Government Summit, we will hear about the role of female founders in the country of Serbia. Here to explore how women have become the linchpin of the economy in Serbia. In conversation with Katarina Galic, please give a warm welcome to the First Lady of Serbia, Tamara Vučić.
Good afternoon, everyone. First Lady, welcome to Lisbon. Welcome to the Web Summit. We understand that this is your first time. I hope you enjoy the city, but we're wondering, what was the motivation for you to visit the Web Summit this year?
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to share my enthusiasm and a great privilege to be the part of the Europe's biggest tech conference. And yes, this is my first time in Lisbon and first time at the Web Summit. To be completely honest, I find my participation here a kind of stepping out of my comfort zone. And when the invitation came, I asked myself whether I'm the right person to be here and to talk about such an important topics, the field that changes rapidly in the fast-paced world. And then I immersed myself into something that I, from that moment, started to call a successful story of Serbian startup ecosystem. And I found it quite contagious. And that's why I'm today here.
I agree with you. We realized that this year Serbia has an exceptional presence in the Web Summit. People talk a lot about the startups and the organizations and the stand and the Serbian island. So what was it that actually helped Serbia really showcase that presence this year?
I am very proud to witness this year's participation of Serbia at the Web Summit. We have 60 startups this year, 18 institutions. We have ministries participating here. We have more than 400 entrepreneurs. We have 10 students volunteering here as well. And I think we are among the 20 best European countries when we're talking about level and the size of our delegation. But what really makes me proud is the thing that this year's participation actually mirrors the modus operandi, what we have done in Serbia regarding ecosystem. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later, but this year we are having 2 booths. We have Serbian Island, Serbian Pavilion. In the Serbian Island, we will find presentations of 24 new startups that were among the best at the Serbian Web Summit that took place in Belgrade in September this year. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank Serbian Chamber of Commerce for making that possible, for organizing the participation of these startups at Web Summit and for providing them with knowledge and renowned mentors to help them how to promote, how to present their startups. And at Serbian Pavilion, we are having startups that are already very successfully developed. But what I found very interesting in particular is that this year participation is dedicated to a man who enlightened the world and the place, the room we are at the moment. It's the man who I can say he was a pioneer in innovative thinking. It's a son of a Serbian priest, so Serb himself. It's, of course, Nikola Tesla. And he said once, I quote, "I don't care that they don't have, they stole my ideas. I care that they don't have any on their own." And that's the thing. This year, the focus will be on ideas, on inspiration, imagination, creativity. We tend to use creativity and imagination as a thing reserved only for art and artists. But if we put in the same room imagination, creativity with innovation, scientific knowledge, entrepreneurial ability, we are opening a new and magical world. And if we add to that youth energy, young energy, I mean, the sky is the limit, really. But what is also very interesting about this year's startups that are coming from Serbia is that they are all directed towards the betterment of the humanity and of the world. And I think that's something that we really need nowadays.
I agree with you completely. The specific of the ecosystem is different for each country. And we'll look at Serbia as well. And you just talked about very specific things that build up the ecosystem. And in order to look like what we can see now, but these are just the beginnings. Any specifics of the ecosystem that you would like to add to just what you have explained?
Allow me just quickly to share some interesting facts. We mark exponential growth when we're talking about Serbian ecosystem, startup ecosystem, in a couple of past years. That's 20 to 30% yearly. We are among the 20 best European countries when we're talking about attracting talents, tech talents. We also, the worth of Serbian startup ecosystem at the moment, according to Genome, startup Genome, is $1 billion. And these all things actually did not come by chance. On the contrary, this is all the result of a strategic planning and strategical approach, and of course devoted work. And I'll try to explain the way I saw it. In my opinion, the Serbian ecosystem, startup ecosystem, is based on 4 pillars. The first pillar is Makers Labs. The second one, innovative incubators. The third one is regional startup innovative centers, and of course, science and technology parks. When we're talking about the first one, so Makers Labs, they provide support to high school education. And the idea is to incite, to encourage young people, to encourage interest in science and in innovation in children as young as 14 years old. And this is a perfect example of successful collaboration between the private and the public sector. With joint forces, they choose the high school in which they renovate the classroom, transferring and transforming it into Makers Labs. And of course, all the equipment is provided, meaning 3D printers, 3D pens, VR sets, but also canvas easels, for example, or stages for drama classes, all with the idea to encourage and to boost creativity in general. And I find this very important. And the second pillar are innovative incubators. They are quite like startup offices as a part of faculties and institutes. And the idea is that, again, with joint forces between researchers, professors, students, they recognize the new, innovative, and a good idea that has potential, and to gain some knowledge regarding business, regarding entrepreneurial ability. And the second stage, actually the third stage and the third pillar, when the idea matures enough and when the team gain enough knowledge, enough experience, they get support from regional startup innovative centers, which are again supervised and guided by science and technology parks. We have 4 science and technology parks in Serbia, in the capital, Belgrade, in the second and the third biggest cities, Novi Sad and Niš, and 1 in Čačak. We have 1 under construction in Kruševac, and 1 that we plan to build in Kragujevac. But what we have in Kragujevac is the National Data Center. And this is something very important because there we have a supercomputer, and we plan to buy another 2 until 2027. This supercomputer can be used by some scientific organizations and startups free of charge. And the services of National Data Center is commercially, of course, used by some international giants like Oracle, IBM, Huawei. And also another curiosity is that CERN, C-E-R-N, will store their data here at this National Data Center.
This is an exceptional information. I hope the people here are really looking forward to learn more about Serbia. So what we usually do is invite them to come to the Serbia stand to really find out more information about the ecosystem as well.
Yep.
But when we talk about ecosystem, we have a lot of founders who are building and innovative ideas to solve different problems around the world just from Serbia, from different scientific parts that you just mentioned. But we also have a lot of female founders as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we're curious to find out about how do you support female founders to build even more startups in the Serbian ecosystem?
This is a very important question, and I would like to start with some figures, although I'm not a fan of figures and numbers, but they just, I mean, they can present the state of play and maybe direction of the future. So we have, out of all founders of startups in Serbia, 17.2 are female founders, which is above the average when we're comparing to Europe, or globally speaking. In Europe it's 13%, and on the global level it's 15%. Out of these 17.2%, 16% of them have PhD, which is more than 2 times more in comparison to men. 40% of women also we have at tech faculties as students, and 1/4 of entrepreneurs are female entrepreneurs. Of course, there is always room for improvement. And regarding this, we pay special attention to digital literacy of women, of younger girls, which is in line with, of course, implementing and promoting SDGs, especially the Goal 5, which is gender equality. But in my opinion, this should be, I mean, this shouldn't be observed only through the prism of gender equality. Because, I mean, it's a fact. Men and women, we do have just different perspective. We do have different points of view on many things, and we should use it. So if we don't involve more women in making decision processes, in creative jobs, innovation as well, we will be deprived of that different point of view. And the researchers say that the mixed teams, mixed women and men teams are giving the best results. Not to mention that women are more successful in team development, or in just organizing team workers, personnel, while men have more success in sales. So only in synergy can we make the best results.
I have to admit, being the first lady and having so much information and knowledge about the Serbian ecosystem is really amazing. It's fascinating.
Thank you.
We could talk much more about this, and I know that you'll love the topic as well. And I keep checking in the time, but I really want to congratulate you on the Expo 2027 and the opportunity that is really coming up in a couple of years. And if we connect that to the entrepreneurship and ecosystem, a lot of opportunities. Serbia has a huge potential.
Indeed. We are really proud of the fact that we won this possibility. It's a great opportunity to host countries all around the world. We won, I mean, it was good competition among the US, Argentina, Spain, Thailand. We managed to get this, and it makes us really proud. Me personally, because I was the part of the team that we were lobbying, we were presenting, and the preparations has already started, of course, although we are expecting to officially get the flag of the Expo 2027 on 26th this month in Paris. And it's a great opportunity. We see it as going through the gate and leaping into the future. And I have no doubt that it will be like that. And the idea of around the Expo was Play for Humanity, a very noble one. Play for humanity, play music, play sports for all. And the play is something which is very, very important and should be very important for all of us. And I wanted to share also the idea actually is to unleash personal and collective creativity. We were mentioning creativity. a couple of times throughout this conversation. So to unleash that personal and collective creativity, because creativity stems from the freedom felt by the player, even within the rules imposed by the game. As George Bernard Shaw, we don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing. So the idea is never to stop playing. And maybe to conclude, that would be something that, I would to be a message to all of you, although no doubt that all of you know that much better than me, because you play and give your creativity a boost every single day.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for this chat. And the final thing that we want to say is that come to the Serbian stand at Pavilion 2. We have a big Start to Play party this afternoon. So please come. I'm inviting all friends to join us. Thank you so much, First Lady, for the time and for talking to me today.
It's been a real pleasure. Thank you so much for all.
Hello. How's everybody doing? All right, for our next talk of the afternoon, we're looking to the future. The next Web Summit event in Qatar. Web Summit has grown rapidly over the last 15 years, and as we continue to grow, we are drawn to new and emerging regions. Joining us to discuss how the Middle East has become an exciting tech ecosystem, in conversation with myself, Web Summit co-host Casey Lau, please welcome to the stage founder and CEO of Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave, and the Director of Government Communications Office of Qatar, Sheikh Jassim bin Mansour Al Thani. All right, amazing. So this year was our very first Web Summit Qatar. Over 15,000 attendees, 118 countries, 400 investors, over 1,000 startups, over 380 speakers. I think the Web Summit Qatar first year was an incredible success. I mean, I was impressed even for our amazing events that we put on. And I'm excited to have this quick chat. Sheikh Jassim, what were your biggest takeaways from the inaugural Web Summit in Qatar?
Thank you, Paddy, and thank you, Casey, for having us today. I would like to first congratulate the entire Web Summit Lisbon team. They've done an amazing job. We are so happy to be here, and we look forward to having everyone back in Doha, hopefully in February. If you look at the biggest takeouts that we see as a country is two big things. And the first thing is the announcement of His Excellency the Prime Minister. We've announced a 1 billion fund, and that message was a very strong message that was signaled to the market that we're very serious in terms of being that ecosystem for startups and bringing them back to Doha. The second biggest thing that I saw that was a great accomplishment internally is launching the Startup Qatar initiative by Invest Qatar. And that really put the entire government under one platform where startups can easily reach out to them and receive funding, receive mentorship, and receive more than that. So I think for the first edition, we've done a lot in terms of Qatar, in terms of bringing those startups to Doha, showcasing to the world how Qatar can be a big player. And I think by the next edition, we'll be seeing a lot of good feedback in terms of our commitment of the fund, So we'll be seeing a lot of these companies showcased in Doha. So we're very ambitious and we're looking forward to next year, hopefully.
Awesome. Patty, first year event in Qatar. Very exciting, right? I think we were both very surprised at how it came out. What are some of the things you're looking forward to next year, next February, when we do the second one?
Yeah, I mean, I first have to say that the first year event was really incredible. The Sheikh's team were fantastic. We had a number of dignitaries from Qatar and elsewhere, and it really couldn't have gone better. For the second year, I think all indications are the event will grow to the limit of the venue. That will be driven by international participation, not just from across the Middle East, but from India, from Africa, from the United States, North America, Europe. And yeah, I mean, we went there initially hoping that we could do perhaps a 5,000 person event. That was the ambitious, sort of audacious stretch goal within Web Summit. We kept having to go back to the venue saying, we're going to have an extra 1,000, I'm afraid an extra 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. So we were very fortunate. But Qatar just works. It's so connected. It's so business friendly. I think when people step off a plane for the first time and begin to walk around Doha, sometimes, I mean, their minds, I think, their eyes and their minds are opened. And to see so many companies establish in Qatar during Web Summit was a testament, I think, to how appealing the country is when you get there. So we're just looking forward to building the event. I think it will be as big as it can possibly be by year 2, which is incredible.
I think the buzz is there. We've really created the buzz. Sheikh Jassim, can you tell us a little bit more about how Web Summit supports the growing startup scene in Doha?
I mean, a lot of the initiatives were there, but what Web Summit did for the country is brought everyone together. And I think so by bringing everyone together, we've seen a lot of positive feedback. For example, an initiative of funding. We funded, one of the fundings that we did Startup Qatar did with Qatar Development Bank was investing $12 million for 11 startups. And actually the applications were over 2,000. So what we saw is bringing everyone together was very powerful, and Web Summit helped us a lot, being that key pillar in the region where thousands of startups want to move to Doha because the platform is there and the base is there. The second biggest thing that I saw is very important and was a great feedback for us is 95% of the attendees showed interest that they want to come back next year. And that's something that we've never seen before. And the power of Web Summit did that for Doha. The second biggest thing that I saw and surprised us actually was 2/3 of the people that came to Web Summit wanted to actually move to Doha. And without the platform of Web Summit, we couldn't have reached that. So it's very valuable for us as a country, and we look forward for the next edition. Just lastly, I wanted to mention that we had over 1,000 startups participating at Web Summit. And from those 1,000 startups, 300 actually opened registrations to move to Doha. So that indication was really powerful and really big, and I think so the team is looking forward for the next edition to grow that ecosystem. And it's a great starting point for us to branch out to the next editions, hopefully.
As I'm based in Asia, I know I'm in Singapore with you in Vietnam. The buzz is very excited for a lot of Asian startups to head to Qatar. Patty, I want to ask you one last question. What's something you would like to tell European startups why they should be coming over to Web Summit in Qatar?
Well, first and foremost, you can't ignore a market with nearly 500 million people in the Middle East. So the event it's not a local event, it's a global event, but it's in an incredibly important market. Most of the growth over the coming decade, and this matters if you're a business, is coming from markets outside of the West. It's coming from markets outside of Europe, outside of North America. And so if you have ambition, one of the markets most companies will want to grow into includes the Middle East. And so then you have to ask yourself, what is a good opportunity to go and meet most of the key players in that region. And I think Web Summit in Qatar is, I'm biased, but I think it's the best opportunity in the year for a startup to do it. And even if you're in the early exploratory phases, I still think it's very worth, it's worth the trip, and that would be my advice.
Great, excellent. Well, I'm going to wrap it up there, but we'll see you all in Qatar, February 2025. Thank you very much, Sheikh and Patty.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with the next session of Web Summit's Government Summit. It's great to have you here, and you're going to have an amazing session on social media. If we were to build the world of social media from scratch to be a healthy and enriching place, how would it look like? Certainly not the way it is today. Our next panel will seek to answer this question and explain how we can reimagine social media to cultivate a healthy and positive online experience for our youth. In conversation with Jane Martinson from The Guardian, please welcome to the stage the CEO of Frame, Ben Moe, the head of content, media partnerships and distribution at the New York Stock Exchange, Joe Banneraj, California State Assembly member Josh Lowenthal, and the author of 60 Days of Disconnect, Keegan Lee.
Everybody.
Hi, and welcome to what promises to be a great talk with some fabulous people today. I'm going to kick off with the youngest member of our panel, and also the only woman, Keegan, apart from myself, obviously, Keegan Lee, who has spearheaded a mental health campaign and has also written a book and is still only in second year at college, did 60 days of disconnect about trying to work out the impact of completely removing herself from all social media and the impact that had on her mental health. So Keegan, can you share with us in this panel, and we're going to try and really think about how to work towards a healthier future, what did you learn? What lessons do you have for the rest of us?
Yes, so I deleted social media back in the midst of the pandemic when we were all sort of limited to social interaction. And so it was sort of a paradox that I would delete social media during that time when we were getting a lot of our social interaction. But I was truly intrinsically motivated to do that because I was seeing that I had become pretty dependent on social media for a lot of things, such as the instant gratification and associating the likes and the comments with who I was and the quantity of those things. So I wanted to make a change and deleted social media for 60 days. And there are so many things that I learned and so many things that I wish to share with not only my generation, but all people, because this is a true extension of ourselves in many ways. So I'm going to give you the top 3 things that I learned to keep it concise, but there are truly so many beautiful things. Number 1, you realize there truly is beauty in privacy and not feeling compelled to post every little bit of your life online, especially if you're seeing a lot of highlight reels. Number 2, I developed a higher tolerance for boredom and being able to sit in my stillness and not feel the need to be stimulated all the time. And number 3, human connection and the way we appreciate that and the way we feel that is most prominent when we are physically together. And social media can be a tool and an aid to increase that, but can never replace being in person, reading body language, facial expressions, the intonation in someone's voice. And so those are the things that I learned. And what you will most find with talking to people my age and all people is that we can have meaningful interactions online, and we need to create a place where that can truly flourish.
Keegan, thank you. Josh, we've started with someone who's done something very unusual. I know you've got kids, I've got kids. Saying to them, trying to mandate a 2-month break from social media would be quite hard. You also have the power, obviously, as the assembly member for LA County in California, to regulate this industry. That there are increasing concerns that rather than having any healthy interactions, they're very unhealthy and are doing all sorts of bad things to the mental health, particularly of young people. What can legislators do? Regulation has become increasingly something that people are talking about openly, even in America, where regulations normally are not seen as something that should be adopted. From your position in California and generally in the US, what do you think can be done?
Well, thank you for the opportunity, and it's exciting to be here with so many innovators that are literally kicking the doors down on the things to come. And I know that people aren't here to hear about regulation, but you know, the number one thing that government can do for its citizens is protect them from harm, protect them from danger. And unfortunately, the data that we see as a result of incessant use of social media is that we are allowing harms to be taking place to all of us. but certainly to children, in particularly our most vulnerable. And the data is quite alarming. Well, first of all, I don't think there's anybody sitting here who can't tell their own personal story, regardless of what country you're from, what culture you're from, about harms social media has taken to somebody with it, for you in particular, or within your universe. But the data in California is truly alarming. For young people, the suicide rate is up 60% than 10 years ago. Eating disorders, the same amount. Anxiety and depression, even higher, and especially for girls. We know that teenagers in California and the United States are averaging 5 hours per day on social media. So roughly the same equivalent as schools, but of course in schools, we as parents and stakeholders can participate and be involved in all of the governance, and we don't have those same levers of control in social media. As a matter of fact, we don't have anybody to call in social media. If your child sees somebody committing self-harm or doing things online that can really be disturbing to them, how do you escalate those issues? Who do you speak to? So I think that what you see is that jurisdictions, countries, states, and so forth are doing whatever they think is the right thing to do in the short term to stop that tide, to really try and improve mental health outcomes for young people. And we will continue to see that. As you noted, Australia, as a matter of fact, just announced that social media will become illegal and inaccessible, whether parents want it or not, for people under age 16. And you will have similar types of draconian measures in the short term while we get those things, get our arms around those things. But ultimately, I believe that what we need to do for social media is we need to encourage them to have as much of a stake in our mental health as they do in our physical health. We have an entire economy based on wearables, about what our heart rate is, how many steps we've taken at this show. But there's nothing about our mental health. And we ultimately need to be indexing and measuring our mental health under the guise of privacy and hold them accountable to those things. And so I think that's the future of regulation.
Okay, thanks, Josh. Joe, I want to come to you now, because obviously until June, you were working for the platform formerly known as Twitter, X.
Right.
Only yesterday, Elon Musk, yesterday or this morning, Elon Musk was appointed as the Tsar of Efficiency for Donald Trump.
Okay.
You're now working for the New York Stock Exchange, I know, which I want to talk about how you're sort of working with platforms. But first of all, I want to ask, from that platform, which has in many ways sort of led some of the problems in terms of social media anxiety and allowing players, under freedom of expression.
Sure.
What do you think can be done? I mean, where did it go wrong? If you think it's sort of been a mistake in terms of controls, or do you think there are things that can be done to make it better?
Okay. Well, thank you for having me. And that's a hefty question, and I'll unpack it in a couple different ways. And so I really appreciate that. I think what I'll do is I'll start on one of the first questions, which is Elon's role now with respect to government agencies. So if you look at the constellation of companies that sit underneath, his purview, you have Tesla, you have SpaceX, you have X, you have the Boring Company, you have Neuralink. So if you just look at Tesla and SpaceX, those companies are long in working with government. So you have Tesla on safety compliance, you have SpaceX, doing a lot of federal contracts, definitely a lot of regulatory process. So I think just those two companies alone lend itself to creating some meaningful impact, and definitely he can impart some really strong knowledge there. The second thing behind that is he's also been very vocal on AI regulation. And in that aspect, that's definitely another input into it. With having X and the other companies, but we'll start on X as it relates to child safety, because you asked, we've been talking about that. While I was there, and one of the extraordinarily proud things that we did, when Linda, the CEO, who's currently the CEO, the day that we walked in the door, actually the child safety policies were among the first policies that we actually reviewed. And there was a step change from the policies from former Twitter to X, a lot more enforcement, a lot more things being taken down. And in addition, there was a lot more support and bipartisan support and working with the government. And in fact, I think X, across all of the platforms, supported almost 4 different pieces of legislation. One in particular called the Report Act, which was a good bipartisan law that actually went and became law. Report Act, SHIELD Act, COSA, and others. So I think in that particular sense, from a child safety side, I mean, X, by and large, is not a platform for kids. I know they have a lot of restrictions, so there's a different audience there. The third part of your question was, in fact, what am I doing now at the New York Stock Exchange, which I'm really excited to talk about as it relates to all of the different partners. If you just think of the New York Stock Exchange in 3 data points, so you have 2,400 listed companies, which in total is $40 trillion worth of market cap, and those companies are employing 43 million people globally. And then you look at all of the companies wanting to come on and go public and leverage the New York Stock Exchange to help them then become, find that capital. But you asked the question about what will we specifically be doing with all platforms. What we ultimately want to do, and if you go back to the start of the panel of if we could reimagine all social spheres, the New York Stock Exchange wants to become a pipeline, agnostic pipeline, to partners like X and Meta and CNBC and all of the great news networks across the globe, The Guardian. We want to be a pipeline of great business information. We have strong thought leadership, a lot of business acumen, a lot of financial perspective. So that will be our distinct swim lane, but becoming a resource to all businesses and ultimately to people who want to educate themselves and prosper in a growing and thriving economy.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Ben, when we talked before, you started as a journalist, obviously now you're CEO of Frame. You have ideas about how to redesign the platforms to make them a sort of healthier experience. Can you explain how that would work?
Certainly. So first I want to talk a little bit more about the problem and then some potential solutions. But the problem I think we all experience, and Keegan, you were talking about it so accurately. I think it's when we're on social media, we go through different posts, and every single post is a totally different world. So for every 5 seconds, we're seeing, someone's engagement, a new dish, a new political news bite, and we see these things and we instantly judge them. They're classified with a label. You're like, good, bad, funny, I wish I was there. Your brain is fundamentally operating in a way that almost is an anathema for how we have operated as humans over the last hundreds of thousands of years. We've never had this much information in different contexts put in front of us this quickly. And so what that creates is this weird icky feeling where you kind of spend 30 minutes and you're like, what did I just do? Like I feel kind of empty and dead inside. And that's happening because your brain's not having time to pay attention, to be present, to connect, like you were talking about. We are as human beings, like you feel the best when you dig into an article, when you're drawing, when you're whatever your passion is, like that's what makes us feel alive. And social media takes that away from us. It also incapacitates our critical thinking, which is a whole nother, part of this, which is a lot of the reasons why we're having so many political dysfunctions. But one other thing about the problem that I want to hit on is that digital reality is actually having a really big impact on our face-to-face communication. When you start looking at everything as a label, when you start judging everything and just, oh, that's what this is, you start looking at other people that way. And you can see this in your own lives. It's really hard to sit in front of someone and be like, unfold yourself to me. I want to understand who you are. Just go. You want to get something out of the conversation. You want to say your piece. You're like, oh, this person is this. So we're getting worse at being able to really empathize, understand, and see people. And I think this is a big problem in terms of, when we were talking about loneliness, anxiety, the statistics you mentioned, those are all underpinned in that reality. And so in terms of how we can solve this, I run a software company that creates interactive multimedia articles. So we transform text into these immersive, luscious articles that are tapped to continue, and you feel like you're in an environment. So the story unfolds itself visually, kind of moving across a landscape of information. Imagine like a living newspaper, kind of in Harry Potter, you remember the newspapers? It's kind of like that. It's a new kind of article. And the main design principles in that I think can be really applicable to social media, which is that when you feel like you're in a space digitally, when you're like, oh, I'm moving across this environment, you feel present. It's the opposite of what we were just talking about. You actually are somewhere, and you start to dig in, and you start to have emotions and curiosity and a sense of exploration and agency. We need to bring that to social media platforms. We need to redesign social media platforms. And so just one thing that we could do, for example, and there's so many more, is when you're scrolling through Instagram, imagine this. You zoom out on your phone, and that post, let's say you're looking at a post about gardening. You zoom out, all the related gardening posts are now in a web with strings attached to them, and the further you go, the further related they are. But you're like, oh, like this succulent, and there's 40 other videos of that exact succulent, and you're like, oh, cool, let me go over here, tap on that one. I zoom out, now you're discovering, you're like, because it's what you care about. You want to learn more about gardening. You don't want to go from this to this to this. It's not serving us, and we always have to ask ourselves in life, is this serving me? And I think that we've stopped to do that. So if we apply that fundamental philosophy to social media, we can make it so much better and help solve a lot of the problems that we've been talking about.
On that note, I sort of want to open up a question for you all to answer. This panel is about reimagining social media for a healthier new generation. And I just thinking about, our backgrounds, whether that's the impact of social media on the young and loneliness and their own mental health and ability to communicate, whether it's the news ecosystem and how that affects politics or business, they are huge issues. If you were to try to reimagine the future, so the next gen, really, Keegan's children, what should we be doing? What's the most important thing? You don't have to pick one, but it'd be quite nice to know sort of what we need to do. Are the platforms that are here now, are they going to be around even? Who wants to go first?
I could just jump in really quickly. I think that we need to be designing with our safety and development in mind, totally and completely. Some data, more data out of the United States. 40% of children age 8 to 12 are using social media, despite the fact that the platforms all say that they begin at age 13. 40%. So we need to completely redefine the way that we're making these platforms. Of course, none of us are the end users. We're the product, right? The end users are the advertising networks, and we are all being monetized. So when you're talking about a 9-year-old being monetized, there needs to be very concrete safety measures in place that have the ultimate effect of enhancing their development and protecting their development. And unless we do that, or until we do that, we're failing the next generation.
Thanks, Josh.
Yes, and I can add to that as well. I think what we pay attention to has a lot to do with our own biology and motivation, and also our culture. And so I think we have a lot of important questions to be asking, such as what are the elements of the human experience that we want to sustain, and how might social media be detracting from that, but also how might social media be a tool to help increase that? Because we know that social media is going to be with us, it's going to continue to advance, and technology is going to continue to advance in incredible ways. And so I think that important elements such as what Ben is working on at Frame, such as creativity and critical thinking, and how do we create moments to pause when we're scrolling online and reflect, and how does that help our own development? And I think that we often talk about how children in the earliest years of their lives are extremely creative, and that's because during that time their brains are very simultaneous. They're able to focus on multiple different things at once. And so I think that's what you were saying about expanding those networks of what we can focus on while we're on social media, instead of this sequential, continuous, intermittent reward schedule that the social media algorithm uses. It can really make it a great place for digital flourishing and connection and sustaining everything we want.
Before going on to Joe, how do we, if we make these great creative spaces, and all of the social media that we talk about, whether it's Instagram or TikTok or Twitter, X, Facebook as was, they're great fun. We all love using them. And then it goes wrong a bit because we use them too much. Do we try to mandate young people? What do we, as parents, as educators, as legislators, or do we just hope that the sort of positivity wins out? Does that sound a bit too vague?
Mm-hmm. I think we all have a responsibility. I think this is a holistic thing that affects all of us. And I think parents receive a lot of backlash for why their children are using social media too much. And I would like parents to know that it's not all their fault. There are a lot of factors as to why children engage too long online, and so I don't think that's productive to say that parents are the reason or that educators are or the school systems. I think there are strategies that can perpetuate these negative behaviors, but I think that positivity and optimism and hope is important. But we can also look at how we can change the algorithm, but also how we ourselves can develop our own self-help strategies to mitigate these things.
Thank you, Joe.
I think Keegan is this on?
Yeah.
So I think Keegan's point, having removed herself from platforms, actually will create another blueprint for what platforms should ultimately do. And I think one of the biggest things that you said that I definitely agree with is on the community and the meaningful relationships that you have with people. So as these platforms start to evolve, and Facebook did this, where they started out kind of more of a one-to-one they were building, but then all of a sudden it moved to community-based. X is going there, you see the other platforms going there. So meaningful communities is actually a very, I think, probably more future, a futuristic state for many of these platforms, and probably more advancements will happen from them. The other side of that, the other part that I think is really important is the relationship between the government and these platforms and even law enforcement, and creating a lot of dual-use technology. So allowing these platforms to be used in both everyday life and also in security aspects where, so for example, a lot of like local enforcements are using things like Facebook Live, or they're using Messenger Live, and they're able to kind of employ those things at a local level. So I think the community side of it, because I know that's what we asked, and then I think the dual-use technology.
I think one really interesting direction, which there are a lot of brilliant people working on, is making you, and it ties into this design question we were talking about before, is making you able to control your own social media feed. So think about hacker culture, think about mod culture where, whatever, you have a bike, you have a motorcycle, you have your backpack, you mod it out, you customize it, you give it your own unique individuality. I mean, if anyone was here on opening night, Pharrell, center stage, talking about, one of life's meaning is to bring out that uniqueness within you. We all don't want to be cookie cutter, and we all don't want, Mark Zuckerberg to be telling us what we should be focusing on, which really is just trying to drive shareholder value. He's not looking out for any of us. And so instead, what if you were able to control your own algorithm and customize it? So you could go in, and if you think about it, it's kind of crazy that doesn't exist yet. And the reason it doesn't exist is because it would impact, you would have more control, you might not scroll for as long, and then Facebook and Meta wouldn't make as much money. But if you could say, you know what, I want to see more gardening, or you know what, I'm really into existential philosophy this week, let me ramp that up. Or I want to learn more about reggaeton. Whatever it is, you can customize your algorithm. That's one part of it. And then also reskin your social media. Make it look different. Put, if you want sparkles, go sparkles. If you want it to have like a verdant, green look, you can do that. And a lot of these ideas are people who've been working on this diligently. Another thing that they've recommended is you could export your algorithm to other platforms. So let's say, you are on Instagram, you could take that kind of persona of like, this is what I like, and you put it on X. Or you can take it and you can put it on LinkedIn. I mean, that translation might be a little wonky, but it's all about how can you control what you see. In life, we can customize what we want. You put what you want on your bookshelf, you put what you want in your food. Why can't that be the case for social media?
Yeah,
If I could really quickly,
Yeah,
curating your experience, I think, is relevant to adults, but it's irrelevant to young people, especially those, who may have poor mental health outcomes as a result of cyberbullying or other things that are happening outside of their curating experience. And that is what we need to protect against. I think there's no problem with government incentivizing for wellness. We do that with our environment. We do that with our food. We do that with so many things that impact us on a daily life. And we have not gotten that to our digital life yet. Although we are seeing the impacts, and more than that, we are all feeling the impacts. All of us are. And so it's high time that we speak out about it, and that government listens to what citizens actually want.
So I suppose we've got just under 3 minutes. My final question, we had a prep chat the day after the US election, when some of us may not have been as expecting or as positive about the results or as others. But actually you were all really positive in some ways. Looking forward, taking from what you just said, Josh, if you were doing a short answer, do you feel positive about the next 5 to 10 years? Because we can't look any further than that, and even that seems a long way in social media. But are you positive that it will change for the better for our health, or negative?
I feel positive when democracy actually functions the way it's supposed to. And right now, I don't think that we, in America, had people affirmatively voting for Trump, but instead voting against what they have now. They're upset, they're speaking out, and they're raging against the machine. And so I do feel optimistic about the next 5 to 10 years because people are taking action. It may be a bumpy road to get there, but when they're speaking out and acting out, ultimately that will yield good results.
Great. Keegan?
I think one of the most important things we can do, and I think social media plays a very large role, especially, just kind of in the political realm. I think in terms of optimism and positivity, is to decrease as much polarization as we can and really focus on appreciating different people's perspectives and perhaps treating it as we would in our in-person conversations. And even though we're communicating through a screen, not letting that detract from being kind. And I mean, it's simple, but I think that especially in regards to politics, where it's easy to communicate with divisive language. And I think it's important to communicate in a way that protects our democracy, but also prevents violence. And I think that we can find middle ground in that.
And Joe and Ben, probably just a bit more than one word.
I think personally we're entering into what I'm largely calling the partnership era. And I do believe that there are more people recognizing that collective genius is better than individual genius. And so I'm very optimistic about the marketplace. And in fact, the New York Stock Exchange in Q1 will host its first partnership day that will bring together all media, the entire media ecosystem from all sectors, from the platforms to the more traditional side, from the ad tech side, bringing them together to figure out what could we do together that could impart some more business financial health into the marketplace.
And just very, very briefly, I would say that I'm optimistic because we're already seeing a resistance begin to form. When we were talking about the problem, I saw so many people here nodding their heads in agreement, and that there is this problem in our lives, and there are entire schools popping up. The Strother School of Radical Attention in Brooklyn is so cool. It is helping us resist the attention economy. There is a movement of people who want a different relationship with social media, and I'm optimistic that we are going to see that movement thrive, but we have to be a part of it.
Brilliant. On that note, thank you so much.
Thank you. Great conversation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kyiv is the heart of Ukraine, and in the last years, its people have showed their strength and incredible determination. In our next talk, we will explore the role that technology has to support this particular resilience to increase both safety and prosperity. Please welcome to the stage the advisor to the mayor of Kyiv, Oleg Polovinko.
Hello to everyone. Whoa. Hello to everyone. I wanted to talk with you a little bit about smart cities and future urbanization based on that experience, what we achieved in most challengeable time in history of Ukraine for past 5 years. Why I can talk about that? Because my past 5 years all around smart cities, all my career about digitalization, and now I am here in two roles. One of them, I am advisor of the mayor of the Kyiv on digitalization, and under my leadership, the team developed the digital strategy for the next 5 years for city of Kyiv. And in the moment when we write this digital strategy, we met full-scale invasion, and that gives us some insights that we have to redesign it fully, because previously we thought mostly about convenience. That was the goal which we received from our mayor, Vitaly Klitschko. He wanted to deliver to the residents most convenient applications, and we, to be honest, we not deeply thought about the safety. But past 5 years, starting for example, from COVID, was quite challengeable. And to be honest, now I definitely can say thank you to COVID, because he helps us be prepared for remote work and be prepared to work not only from Ukraine, then outside of Ukraine, and big community now works around Ukrainian projects, but they are not in Ukraine. And all these challenges, what you see on the slides, they are around us. I call them black swan, if you know the meaning of that word that Nassim Taleb created, that this is what really changes our life totally. This is game changers, and they creating big impact on that, how we live and how we use services in our life. So firstly, while we go forward, try to think and answer on the questions. Do you feel safe in your city where you live now? Looking on these challenges, just think, do you feel safe? And let's answer in the end of the presentation to this question. Because all of these challenges, they are quite close. Because if we look for two weeks ago, the Valencia was peaceful city, fully peaceful city. But in one day, more than 200 people died. Thousands of the cars was destroyed. City in the dust, and some small villages around Valencia still fully closed by militaries now, because nobody wants to know what's happening inside. This is about that. And one of quite interesting thing is about misinformation. We had poll around our mayors globally, and we're collecting the answers, what the challenges they see in the nearest future. And misinformation, that was one of main challenge what they are facing, because previous lady on this stage told that we have to cancel for 60 days our social media. Social like Instagram, Facebook, X, deleted for 60 days. In Valencia, city councils communicated to the residents through the X channel. And for example, mayor in the day post the video and told that this is not so huge hurricane, so calm down, everything will be okay. In 2 hours, this post was deleted. and after 5 hours, the cars flooding on the streets. And from these 5 posts, 3 is fake. And this is real situation where we live now. And Ukraine, in the moment of full-scale invasion, saw that massive misinformation attack which was pushed from the Russians through our social media, from Telegram platform, and half of them was not real. The tanks, Russian tanks, never been on Krещатик, and I hope that they will never be there. So this concept, what we created with our Kyiv team, we implement in the product, and we think that every city have to have this product in their usage. And we build on 3 main pillars. One of them is safety. That's what we have start, and this is basement for every city. Next one is resilience. And I think that the DNA of resilience now in the blood of everyone Ukrainians. And next one is prosperity. And it's quite easily achieve all these 3 pillars in every city, because we have to combine 5 directions. One is mobility. That's what we use on the daily basis in every city. This is public transport, this is parking, this is scooters, which we use every day, but now we need, for example, 5, 6 applications to use all services what we have in the city. We propose to combine them all in one and deliver to the residents. Information and safety, this is about the critical information, how deliver them to the residents to be alerted in the right moment with the right instruction. Because again, if you're coming back to Valencia, they received notification. That was state-level notification for all the city, but there was no instruction what to do. There was only one recommendation: stay at home. There is no safety area. There is no instruction what to do in this way. But if we look on the map, what's happening? Half of the city was safety area, so people just needed to cross the river and they will be in the safe place. Transparency, it's about the city engagement. This is how citizens can be involved in the decisions. That's how to collect the feedbacks from them, how to create polls and receive real needs of the residents. So it's already can be done in such way. This is super app which combines these all 5 directions, and with additional social channels of communication for city authority. Because when now city trying to communicate to their residents through the channels, they're using Facebook, where they don't control how information will be delivered through the X platform or etc. And in combination of all of that, city receive the platform where they can manage that, where they can care about users and did that in user-centric approach. So this is about the user data in the city, and all this combination creates ecosystems which helps startups, which we see here, communicate to the residents based on the city, not on the whole country, but based on the city, on square, on householding. And this is not just concept, what we see. We already implemented this concept in life in the Kyiv. Kyiv already have Kyiv digital app, and I think that this is great achievement of the wartime, because this application have more than 80% engagement for the residents of the Kyiv. They receive through this application all city services. What they need, it's, as I mentioned, the transportation, parking, critical notification, digital line for city council. And one of the case what we achieved, and we see that feedback from our residents, that on Google and Apple Store we have 4.7, 4.8 stars, and based on the poll what was collected through the Kyiv Digital, 80% 98% of satisfaction rate, of positive feedback about the quality. And based on that, based on the request, what we achieve from the residents, the roadmap of the products built for the future. And in this vision already created no more than 40–50%. So it can be much more services, but now city focusing on wartime services about the civil defense, but we have culture, we have touristic services, we have election services for the feedback with the deputies, communication with the deputies, to see what your deputy already did, what laws they initiated, and that helps, I hope, when we finish this war and we have election in our country, that helps our residents to make decisions not based on manipulation in social media, and make their decision based on the real data, what they see from the application of Kyiv. And that's received the awards, what Kyiv Digital already received, and this is about the user-centric approach. This is about the resilience applications that helps. And that what we see, that in Europe here, there is no such applications. And when we talk about with the cities here, they really want it, and they need just some more bravery to implement such application in their cities. And as a result, that helps to save lives. So if we imagine that such products will be implemented in the Valencia, they can immediately notify where is the safety area, what's evacuation route, make rerouting for their public transport to that areas and use it for evacuation for the people. That's what Ukrainian did in 2021, when they use the public transport for evacuation people from some part of the Kyiv region. It saves times, and as a result, it saves money. It's economical impact which created for each city. So now you can answer on the questions. If you do you feel you're safe in your city without such applications? And even not about this product, this concept, I think this is the future for each city worldwide, and they have to be implemented. Thank you for your time and attention. And of course, for me personally, as for Ukrainians, quite important to keep attention on the war, what's happening in our country. So you as Europe community, stay with Ukraine. Thank you.
Not only in Ukraine, but all across the world, journalists fear for their safety and their lives. In our next panel, we will discuss how we can keep the media safe while still getting to the truth. In conversation with Mohammed Lila from Goodable, please give a warm welcome to the CEO of the Kyiv Post, Luc Chenier, the president and co-founder of The Intercept Brazil, Andrew Fishman, the editor-in-chief of Deutsche Welle, Manuela Kaspar-Claridge, and the managing director of AJ+, Dima Khatib.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon, Lisbon. According to the Committee to Protect Journalists, at least And I repeat, at least 72 journalists have been killed this year in the line of duty in places ranging from Gaza, Ukraine, India, Lebanon, Sudan, and countless others. If you are in this audience today, it's because you care about journalism, and we'd like to start this session a little bit differently. I would invite all of you who can hear my voice to take a moment of silence to recognize all of the journalists that have been killed, and we will start that moment of silence now. Thank you. On the screen behind us, you will see a video rolling of some of the journalists that have been killed in Gaza reporting on the state of the war. I'm going to start with you, Dima, because Al Jazeera is known for having journalists in that very difficult place to operate. And I know this is a difficult question for you. Can you describe a day in the life of one of your journalists on the ground?
I don't feel I'm entitled to do that because I think what they're going through is just undescribable at this point. What I can tell you is our interaction with them. They have to look for a place to go to the bathroom to every day. They get displaced several times. They don't necessarily have access to clean water or soap. They don't know if they will sleep in the same place 2 nights in a row. They don't know if they have access to food on that day. And they don't know when they will be bombed. I'll tell you, one of our correspondents in Gaza, whenever I speak to her, she says goodbye. And whenever I speak to her, she says, I think it's my time. And this is the last time we're speaking. And the kind of stress that these journalists are going through, we're talking 185 journalists killed. This is the biggest massacre in the history of journalism known to mankind. And there is 85% impunity according to UNESCO around the world. In Palestine, it's 100% rate of impunity. If you know Shireen Abu Akleh, she got killed. It has been proven time and again through gazillion investigations, including the UN, the US, Israel, so many organizations around the world, including CNN, Al Jazeera, that she was targeted with a bullet by a sniper on the back of her head. 2.5 years later, there is 100% impunity. And this is what gives a license to kill more journalists. So our journalists on the ground fear for their life every single day, but they're stuck. They can't leave Gaza. So they continue reporting.
Luke, let's bring you in because you're also operating in an area that there's an active war zone going on. It's a very dangerous place in Ukraine. Now, you're not a journalist, but you're responsible for the lives of a lot of journalists. How do you keep your team safe?
Look, when you're thinking about international news organizations like Deutsche Welle or Independent, I was speaking to today, they have huge insurance claims, and sometimes it dissuades them from sending them to Ukraine. But we live in Ukraine, so the whole war zone is there, more so on the east. But we're still not safe, even at the Office of Kiev Post. Within our own building can be bombed. You know, there's missiles every night, especially since the announcement of Trump. The Russian government has gone extremely aggressively on that. But what's even more disappointing is that many journalists who go to report on the war are being not arrested, are being kidnapped and treated in camps, the same as soldiers are. And lately, it was 3 or 4 weeks or a month ago, I'm sorry, but a young journalist, a young woman of 27 years old, we got the information that she's not coming back. She died in detention, and God, I can only imagine what she was going through and what happened to her. So you're not safe anywhere. So how do we keep them safe? I'd like to say we try to keep them common sense. And if the situation is too hot, I try to tell them at least wear the right equipment. But, you know, journalists are very pesky people, and they, even though they know it's incredibly dangerous, they'll say, Luke, you're not responsible. I'm going anyways, whatever it is.
So everyone, just for background, everyone on the stage here is a leader of a newsroom in some form or another. There's a tremendous weight involved when you manage a newsroom, when you're not just responsible for stories coming out, but you're responsible for, in one sense, people's lives and safety. It's a very difficult thing. We're going to come back to that. Andrew, you're not operating in what's an open war zone. Your team and you don't have to worry about airstrikes, for example, landing on your buildings. But what's it like for you and your team on the ground in Brazil, where you face different types of threats?
Yeah, Brazil is not an active war zone, but if you were to talk to some journalists that are working in the Amazon and remote regions, they might often feel like it is, because Brazil is one of the most dangerous places for journalists to operate in terms of physical violence. And that's a big concern that we have to deal with protocols, not nearly on the scale as Gaza, for example. But we also have this array of threats that we deal with, both under the Bolsonaro administration, but even now that he's gone.
So what are some of those threats?
The Intercept Brazil, for example, has 25 active lawsuits against us. Most of them, I'd say all of them, are spurious. They're just active attempts of intimidation, so we stop covering them. Maybe they can shut us down through the financial pressure. We've had journalists that was sentenced to a year in prison for revealing something that a judge didn't want, misdeeds by a judge that they didn't want to have seen. We are constantly we've been doxxed, we've had to shut down our office, we're receiving lots of death threats frequently, so there's just this array of threats that's constantly putting this pressure on us. And then the other threat, we're at tech conferences, that Google's algorithm changed earlier this year, and our traffic sinks, and we rely on that traffic to pay journalists, to pay for security, to be able to pay for what you need to be able to do the job safely. And so at the same side, we're getting squeezed from that financial side. And so it's just, everything is getting much, much harder than it used to be or that it should be. And that's the leading indicator for problems that are happening in civil society as a whole. What's happening to journalists is extremely applicable to what's happening to all of you in your daily lives. Sometimes it's just happening a bit before, but it's coming.
I like the sense of foreboding, because I think all of us feel that, look, if journalists are on the front lines, it's happening to us. If we're not there, this is going to happen to a whole lot of people.
Yeah, we're supposed to be a shield, right?
Right. Manuela, walk me through how you decide whether a story is too dangerous to send somebody. What's the thought process behind that?
We at Deutsche Welle, we have about 4,000 people, and we report from all over the world. We have hundreds of correspondents, and they work in very dangerous areas very often. And every day, me as an editor-in-chief, I'm in contact with our security team, who are trained personnel, they are military personnel, and they make an assessment. Is it safe for the colleagues to go there? How far can they go to the war zone, for example, in Ukraine, but also in Lebanon? It's very dangerous nowadays, but in Africa, Latin America, and it happens very often that we have to evacuate our colleagues because it's too dangerous, or there have been made threats against their life, or the names of their children have been published. We evacuated hundreds of colleagues from Afghanistan with their families. So every day, me as an editor-in-chief, I have to make a decision. And I consult with our security team, who are very experienced. And this security team is getting bigger and bigger. So before, you were only talking about content. But nowadays, every day, you have to think about security issues for journalists. And this is very, very sad.
So traditional journalism has always valued people on the ground, reporting what they see, what they hear, talking to sources, doing the work of what we call news gathering. But there's also been a trend, I guess, over the last 2 or 3 years on social media, where some random person who has an opinion and a camera or a microphone can start sharing their opinions, and they will go viral. And there was a post on a very popular platform that people go for news, where the owner of that platform said, "You are the media now." Right? I just want to get a general response to this, because I know as journalists, if you're dedicated to the truth and the pursuit of the truth, now suddenly somebody comes out and says, well, anybody can do what you're doing, and anybody's viewpoint is right. How does that make you feel? When your own people on the ground are suffering, going through hunger, being doxxed, facing lawsuits? Because there's two forces converging here.
I mean, look, I'm going to look at it, since I'm not a journalist, I'm going to look at it from the business point of view on how does it make me feel. To me, it's transparent. It's opportunistic to business and to making as much money as possible and not caring about the quality of what is being put out. Give me whatever you want. So to me, it's a business move. It's not an integrity move at all about journalism. So
what?
At the same time, in the case of Palestine in particular, I think the fact that Israel does not allow any journalists into Gaza at all, it gave an opportunity to the Palestinian journalists to reclaim the narrative and use social media to reach people who are like-minded around the world. So you see very young Palestinian journalists who have used Instagram, TikTok every day to tell the story in a different way. The narrative was hijacked about Palestine, and these young Palestinians have managed to connect with students who later came out in encampments to support them because they connected in a different way. So our correspondent, we hired her after she became famous on social media, and she cut her hair, for example, in one of her Instagram stories because she has no access to shampoo. And who is not going to connect with that? Any young person like her, she is like 25, any young person like her will connect and will understand. So I think social media is sometimes a way for people who have no voice through traditional media, because let's face it, the media has not pushed Israel to allow access enough for journalists to go into Gaza. So we have to rely on those journalists who are in Gaza.
Manuela, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, of course, we also use social media. It's necessary because it's very difficult to get material out of Gaza. So what we try then is to fact-check as much as possible and check sources to verify the material, but we use it as well. And but our colleagues, our correspondents, they want to be on the ground. They surely want to be there where things are happening, and they don't want to sit at their desk and write about things. You know, they want to be there. And I think that's important. That's our job.
So I'm going to ask a question that might seem obvious, but it's really important. Why do you do it?
Why do we do it? We have to do it. Otherwise, why are we a journalist?
We want to report about the truth, obviously. We want to report how things are, what's happening. We want to give out information.
Luke, did you want to jump in?
Just very short. I mean, I was brought in to not rebuild, but to fix, to make Kiev Post great, to make it more global, you know, as an administrator and as a business person. But after and I had 1 year in my mind, but when the war started, all the plans were out the door, and I felt I had a duty that I had to continue informing the world of what was going on. And I feel in a way it's not my job anymore. It's kind of my calling. Even though I'm not a journalist, I feel I owe it to Ukraine. Because if I were to leave, and I've had many opportunities, I would have the biggest guilt trip in the world right now to myself. So I do it out of love for the country.
I think everybody in this room cares about journalism and the value that it has in creating a more informed society. Putting myself in the shoes of somebody who consumes the news rather than somebody who creates it. Sometimes you watch what's happening in Palestine, Ukraine, Brazil, Sudan, although there isn't enough coverage of Sudan, quite frankly. But
Bangladesh.
There are many places, actually. When you watch the coverage as a viewer or a reader, you oftentimes feel helpless. You don't know what to do. That's one of the most common themes is, look, you see the bombs falling, you see the footage, but what can I do? I'm just one person. So let me ask you on the panel, what can everybody in this room do to support the mission of journalists on the ground?
I mean, one thing that's very easy is you need to help pay for journalism. We don't have money from advertising coming in nearly as much as you can, and a lot of the best independent outlets don't want that money. They would rather have subscriptions from their readers to be able to do the work that the readers want, that they're not getting from lots of mainstream outlets, and being able to have that sort of independence by having a user base. And we are 80% funded by our readers. We had 20,000 people give us donations last year, and that's how we do our work. And I think there's a lot of outlets and a lot of independent reporters as well that are out there doing that, and they wouldn't be able to do it without the support
Let me ask you, Andrew, being independent, does that put you at more risk compared to sort of like a mainstream or a legacy organization?
I think in many ways it does. I mean, we used to have the funding of a very large nonprofit in the US, and we lost that in 2022. It gives us more flexibility to be able to move in ways we want, but at the same time, now there's a bigger target on our back because they know that our budget is shorter, that we have less resources, that we can't pull out the big guns. And so because of that, we've had this massive wave of lawsuits, and the Association of Brazilian Investigative Journalists said that we are the most legally persecuted newsroom in Brazil at the moment. Wow. I think that's because of that independence.
Wow.
I just want to say it's not just about news, it's also about the story behind the news. You know, bring these kind of in-depth stories not everybody sees. Try to find these kind of stories. Talk to people on the ground, not just the news which we all see. Yeah, it's much more than that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I would argue that part of the responsibility lies on us, the media. I think the media has a responsibility in defending a fellow journalist, and the media has failed the journalists in Palestine. The media is failing the journalists by not even reporting on the targeting of journalists, by being very watery and saying journalists die as if they die in a heart attack, by considering them like collateral damage in a war when they're being targeted clearly by Israel, by not using the right language, by saying apparently, by calling them employees, by calling them media reps. And this is from a lot of Western media. And by not using the right language when actually covering the genocide in Palestine. Many newsrooms in the West don't allow their journalists to speak up. I have journalists who call me from Switzerland, from Germany, from France, saying they resigned because in their newsrooms they're not able to defend even the journalists being killed in Palestine.
Dima,
I mean, shame on the media for not defending the journalists. And this is part of the coverage of the genocide in Palestine. It's so watery. It's so watery, so Palestinians are dehumanized, and therefore Palestinian journalists are dehumanized at the same time. If you look at Der Spiegel, for example, they did 14 articles about targeting journalists in Palestine. Only 6% of the 185 journalists were named because they're just numbers. Like you see the headlines, oh, Lebanon says 2 journalists apparently killed in a fierce battle. It doesn't say who killed them. But when an Israeli is killed, it will say who killed them, and it will not say apparently. And there's no verification. IDF is taken for face value, whatever they say. And then when Palestinians say something, it's always Hamas-run ministry, Hamas, whatever, and then the word terror comes in, and then the word Islamist comes in. So this is part of like inherent racism that exists in the coverage of our region that transcends into the Palestinian journalists as well.
I understand
we're on time.
Very, very quickly, I just wanted to
Take 10
say,
seconds.
I wanted to say that working in the media myself, knowing, you know, about what journalism and everything, you know, in a big way, I got to say that before I met you, you're absolutely right. Even I didn't know about the horrific issues that are going on with journalists in your region, and I work in the media, and even I don't get the full access, and when by meeting you, I'm meeting you.
All right.
So,
we're very
you.
close on time. I'm going to ask everyone to say a one-word answer before we wrap this up. How do you feel about the future of journalism in one word? Let's start with you, Manuel.
Difficult.
Difficult. Not even a word. An exclamation. I like it.
It's a few words. No sense makes sense because I don't understand where it's going.
That's fair.
We'll keep doing it. We'll keep doing it. We'll keep doing it.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Really glad I met you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about regulation. Tech companies regularly have to navigate their way through complex legal and regulatory mazes. Our next speaker is here to help you navigate the US legal labyrinth. Please give a warm welcome to the legal director of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, Corinne McSherry.
Hello. My name is Corinne McSherry, and I'm the legal director for the Electronic Frontier Foundation. If you don't know of us, we are a public interest organization based in the United States that advocates for digital rights. We try to make sure that technology and law serves the users, serves innovation, serves justice, and as part of that work, we work with startups a lot, giving them advice and ideas for how they can balance their priorities, but also at the same time respect for their users. And we try to make sure that in our advice to them, we're always looking to balance what is going to help you and your users at the same time. One of the big things that we try to help them do is avoid spending all their money on lawyers as opposed to investing in their business. So I'm just going to give you a very, very brief overview of some of the advice that I often find myself giving to companies, large and small, and so that they can avoid liability while doing right by their users. This is just an intro course. Happy to follow up later if anyone wants to chat further. Okay, so, and this is, by the way, going to be entirely U.S. law-based. I realize there's a lot of companies here that are not necessarily based in the U.S., but sooner or later, hopefully you'll be there. So you can set yourself up now to protect yourself now. One of the biggest risks that any company that hosts any kind of user-generated content, and this can be videos, this can be journalism, this can be user comments, they are at risk of being held liable for copyright infringement. It's not just YouTube, okay? If you're hosting any content, images, videos, whatever, you've got a risk. It's really easy to prove copyright infringement under US law. All you have to show is that you own a copyright and someone copied your work. That's it. You don't have to register, you don't have to do anything. For a startup, though, for anybody who's a platform of any kind, probably direct liability is not going to be your problem. It's going to be indirect liability. Have you hosted some content that ends up infringing copyright or allegedly infringes copyright? And there's some standards for that, but here's the thing. There's 3 different kinds. I won't go into all of them, but if you lose, you could be liable for statutory damages of up to $150,000 per work, plus have to pay the other side's attorney's fees. You do not want this. This is a bad thing. So what you want is to fall within the safe harbors outlined in the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. If you fall within those safe harbors, you don't have to pay damages. You're off the hook for all monetary damages and injunctive relief. Basically, the things a court can order you to do are limited. These are good things. You want these safe harbors. There's a bunch of ways in which people end up falling afoul of them without realizing that they're going to. All right, so what do you got to do? You need to be the right kind of service provider. Are you a conduit, which is basically an ISP? Are you a platform? Do you host user-generated content? Those are the most common kinds of service providers. Okay, fall in the right category. And then the thing that people mess up over and over, register an agent with the Copyright Office. It costs about $130 for 3 years. It is the best thing that you could possibly do. And then what happens is they basically keep a directory so that folks know who to contact if they're concerned about, if they think that their work's being infringed on your platform. If you do not register this agent, you do not get the safe harbor protection. Full stop. It's been litigated. You could be the nicest person in the world, most well-meaning, nonprofit, doesn't matter. Get an agent. If you get notifications of repeat infringement, terminate that user. Keep a document that you have done so. Many companies recently have been held liable for billions of dollars because they didn't have a documented, clear policy of terminating repeat infringers. So don't do this. Terminate those folks, document it. You have to accommodate standard technical measures designed to combat infringement. That's in quotes because standard technical measures is what they say in the statute. No one knows what these are. There are no standard technical measures for combating infringement. So someday there might be, but there are not now. It requires an industry-wide consensus process to develop those standards, and this is just, people have had other priorities. Has not happened. You have to comply with the notice and takedown process. Basically what that means is if you get a notice that that material is infringing on your site and it has to meet certain requirements, it has to be specific enough, you have to take that content down expeditiously. What is expeditiously? No one knows. But usually 48 hours is a good rule. What you don't have to do, though, is monitor all the content on your platform. You don't need to sort of take affirmative steps yourself, which is a good thing. And the idea is we didn't want to have a situation where service providers were supposed to be monitoring everything all the time for potential copyright infringement. You may not even be in the best position to know whether something's infringing. So so you don't have that duty, and lots of copyright holders would like to change that rule, but it is so far still the rule. Okay, last thing. If you are a copyright owner and you send takedown notices, which many people do, you need to make sure that you are not misrepresenting that something is infringing when actually it's not. And as part of that, you have to consider whether any of the exceptions to copyright might apply, like fair use. So there are some obligations on notice senders as well as service providers with respect to that. All right, told you whirlwind tour. Next. What about other kinds of risks based on content on your platforms or that you're otherwise hosting? There's sort of what are called the speech torts, and they kind of fall into different versions of defamation. It's been coming up a lot now in the context of deepfakes. Sometimes it's called defamation, false light, or invasions of privacy. You might be held liable if you do anything that looks like that. But you have an even better protection than the safe harbors. You have complete immunity from being sued for something like defamation or defamation-like under Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. Most of this act was struck down except for this little tiny bit that got left. And the idea was we want to create a situation where people can innovate, where people can create platforms for speech. And if everybody is worried about anything being potentially defamatory on their platform, they're just going to over-censor. They'll take everything down because it's too hard. What if you miss something? So if you are, and this is the fancy language, it's very short, but what it gives you is immunity. If you are a provider or user of an interactive computer service, you can't be treated as the publisher of content that you did not, in fact, create yourself. And I want to note here, it's not just a provider, but it's also a user. So one thing people don't realize about this protection, it protects everybody. If you send an email, like if you forward some email that you got that's defamatory, you're not on the hook for defamation. You might have been without Section 230 protections. To be clear, in the United States, there's a lot of discussion about changing these rules a little bit. And I know in this whole conversation today on this stage, there's been a lot of conversation about future regulation, future laws. But in the United States anyway, we're not passing very many laws anytime soon because Congress, if you know anything about US politics, we're having a really hard time passing anything unless it's part of a budget. So it's really important to start with the world as it is now and know what that is. And we'll see what changes or doesn't. All right, so I'm going to flip through this, but basically Section 230 immunity requires that you be a certain kind of service. Are you a provider or user of an interactive computer service? That's sort of a term of art, but really it just means just about any service these days. Any tech service is probably going to apply to you. The cause of action is sort of speech related in one way or another. And you're not the one who's speaking yourself. So if you are a service and you've created content that might violate some state laws, you're on the hook for your own speech, your own actions. You're just not on the hook for other people's speech, even if you happen to host it. There's some little wiggle room around this if you do a lot of creation such that it actually seems like you're really deciding what's going to be on your platform, and you might sort of start looking like a speaker yourself. But mostly, it's a really broad immunity, and a lot of people don't like that, but it's been really important to preventing over-censorship on the internet due to state law claims. Okay, it's limited. It doesn't apply to federal criminal claims. It doesn't apply to intellectual property claims. And it also doesn't apply to violations of electronic communication privacy laws. For good or ill, in the United States, our federal privacy laws are not great at the moment. So hasn't turned into like quite as much of a limit as it might have been thought of originally, but definitely federal criminal claims are a big one, and intellectual property is a big one. One of the proposals in the United States right now that I could see getting through, or a few of them, involve deepfakes, an effort to essentially allow people to have a property right in their identity. And then if that is passed, that would probably be an exception to Section 230. There's some concerns about that because if you're a platform, you may not be in a good position to know whether something is violating, is a deepfake or not, right? It can be really hard for you to know. But those haven't been passed yet, but that is something that people are looking at going forward, and I think we may see more of. All right, speaking of privacy. So it is true that we have, at the national level, our national privacy laws are pretty weak. There's a lot of talk of trying to pass something that is a little bit like the GDPR, which you're all used to, but hopefully maybe better, so it doesn't turn into just an opportunity to, click I accept with a pop-up 500 times a day. But those laws haven't been passed yet. But what we do have is a mishmash of state laws, including where I come from in California. We have the strongest law in the United States. So if you plan to operate in California or target people in California, even if you are in another country, you may be subject to this law. And there's 40 million of us, so my guess is sooner or later you're going to want to target California. So if you are operating, and this, goes beyond just platforms. This is for anyone who's collecting data about users. The common denominator is, of all these different laws, though, is consent and minimization. So one way to think about this is there's a lot of different laws. There's also the GDPR. Perhaps if you don't want to spend a ton of time paying a lawyer to figure out compliance, at a minimum, you could lean in on consent and minimization. What does that mean? That means you make sure you get affirmative consent from the user before collecting information about them. And then minimization can mean a lot of things, but one thing it could mean is you take as little as possible, you don't keep it any longer than you need to in order to provide the service, and you don't keep it any longer than you need to. Now, I want to stress this because, at least in the United States, we have a situation where there's a lot of people who are just waking up to the fact that their data is being collected in all kinds of ways. And they didn't realize that, and now they're worried about it. At the same time, there's a lot of companies who are not sure what to do with all this data that they've collected. There's been sort of a default of just like, well, collect it and we'll see what we can do with it later. But now what that means is you might hear from law enforcement. You might be subject to a subpoena in state court or federal court, and you've got to produce that data, which may be a lot of work for you, and also may not look too good to your users. So, for example, Facebook got such a subpoena, and it was used as part of a prosecution of a woman who had had an abortion. And, a woman who had an unfortunate pregnancy outcome that was alleged to violate the laws of her state. Because in some states, they will treat an abortion or something that's expected to be an abortion as a species of child abuse. So that's how crazy it is. Sorry, that's how the US works. So Facebook handed over the data because it was a lawful subpoena. Facebook got a lot of flack for that, rightly so, in my opinion. If you'd prefer not to be in that situation, avoid it. If you build it, they will come. If you create the database, they will come for it. So maybe consider whether you need to create, why make yourself a honeypot for law enforcement and thereby alienate your users. You can also be vulnerable to other kinds of actions from federal agencies in the United States if you are deceptive in your collection. So data location brokers have been hit with fines and heavy injunctions from the FTC because they collected a lot of information about people and they didn't get their consent first, and they were deceptive about it. So it's kind of good practice to be clear about what you're going to collect, get consent for it, and don't collect what you don't need. Don't keep it any longer than you use it. This is what I think of as like protect yourself, grow your business, also protect your customers. And there's a bonus here, which is that more and more now that people are waking up to the problems around surveillance, what we call corporate surveillance, they're paying attention to privacy in the way they weren't before. And the classic example is period trackers. So many women use apps to track their periods every month, and after the Dobbs decision, which overturned national abortion rights in the United States, a lot of people got scared, a lot of people got worried, and they realized that their period tracker apps were collecting information about them that might be used in some way. And so some apps came out of the gate and said, we are going to protect your privacy in a way these other apps don't, and people switched in droves. So this is the kind of thing where if you are offering privacy as part of your brand, as part of what you can do that's differentiating you from the alternatives, more than ever, that is something that is persuasive to people. Again, it took far too long for us to realize the risks, but I think regular consumers are very aware of it now. So as I said, it would be really good if we had, or we don't have a really strong federal privacy law. We may get that eventually if Congress gets around to passing laws. But in the meantime, this would be voluntary in many respects, but it's smart business. And again, it will help you not spend years in litigation with the Federal Trade Commission, for example. It will help you look positive and look like you value your users as opposed to just preying on them. And now that there are users who know that, it's a whole different situation. So these are all basics that you can comply with if you want to do right by your users. I think I might have time for one question. I got 50 seconds. Anybody? Okay. Well, that was a whirlwind tour. Hey, go forward. Okay, I don't know why it won't go forward anymore, but I was just going to say, if you need legal help, if you are a startup and you need legal help, you can reach out to me. There's my email address. You can also contact info@eff.org. If we can't help you, then we will do our best to hook you up with a network of attorneys who can advise you and help guide you as you're sort of dealing with this regulatory quagmire that's sort of shifting all the time. That's info@eff.org. We help people all the time this way, and it's really important to us. We want innovation to grow in a way that is protective of users, and so we want to support that however we can. Thank you very much.
As our world has become increasingly connected, we have encountered more and more ethical challenges, especially when it comes to technology's impact on children. Our next panel will explore these challenges and seek to provide some tools to protect our children. In conversation with Rebecca Hudson from the News Movement, put your hands together for the co-founder and CEO of Yoto, Ben Drury, the co-founder and CEO of PocPoc, Melissa Cash, and the founder of Roots of Empathy, Mary Gordon.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time and joining us today. I would say this, but I think this might be one of the most important conversations that's going to happen at this summit. I think it is tangible and palpable how exciting AI is, how exciting this hyper-connected world is, what it means for innovation, progress, tech, all the sectors represented here today. And you guys are kind of the masters of the universe when it comes to how that world is realized. But we really need to think about what this means for people who are emerging into this world, which is why I'm so delighted that we've got a panel of experts to talk to us about how we can foster all the key things around critical thinking, morality, natural and healthy skepticism about the world with our young people and our children in this new hyper-connected world. So we're going to answer it in 18 minutes, which is also ambitious, but not impossible to say. So starting with you, actually, Melissa.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I just want to relax for a little.
How have
we have time.
Children's ability to think critically been impacted by this new tech media landscape that we find ourselves in?
Instrumentally. I mean, I think it's been impactful in so many positive and some negative ways. And I think the true meaning of creative thinking and critical thinking really comes down to being able to think differently, being able to think for yourself, and also to be able to think outside of the box. I think all of those things can be made more challenging when answers are easier to grab than ever, and when it's also hard to tell what's real and what might be AI generated. So it's a very interesting time to be a kid.
Absolutely. Ben, how do we measure the way that this generation of children that we're talking about have had their ability to critical think, their ability to learn creatively? How do we know this is happening?
I mean, that's really one of the great challenges. If I look at my own kids, the way they're engaging with AI, they seem to be very native with it. They're wanting to use some of the AI tools to create images for their homework and things like that. And at the same time, they're also quite aware of some of the dangers of AI. Everyone now in EdTech is talking about personalized learning and how AI can really help with personalized learning. And I guess we really don't know what the ways of measuring that are actually going to be. We're in that kind of Cambrian explosion phase. There'll be a lot of experimentation. There'll be a lot of hype. There'll be a lot of disappointment. But there'll be some pretty interesting stuff that comes out of it.
Mary, this is a bit of a difficult question. But what do we think the long-term consequences are of a generation of children growing up, being educated, as the guys say, with kind of, we've got AI assistants, we've got access to instant information. What does this mean for, it's not even Gen Alpha anymore, is it? We're kind of going even younger than that. What are they going to be like?
Well, I think we're going to notice that children and youth and adults have more difficulty making friends and keeping friends. And friendship is really crucial in childhood. We already are witnessing an epidemic of loneliness in adulthood, particularly with males more than females. Learning how to play is really important. And it's not so much the wonderful things that you folks are providing. It's a balance of how much time are our children playing with one another or with an adult versus interacting with the screen, and you do not develop empathy interacting with the screen.
No.
And it's core.
You make an interesting point there about kind of differentiating between gender. Do we see in different kind of intersects, so class, race, ethnicity, did they have an impact on kind of how these kids will emerge?
I think where the differences are in our culture, and whether that is determined by religion or geography or age or any of those things, but there definitely are differences in the values people hold, and that has an impact on what children actually do. And if you think about childhood being the springtime of humanity, it's fall.
Gosh, that's a great quote. Melissa, what can we do to empower parents and teachers to navigate this world and to ensure that kids benefit in the way that we've spoken about, but also are still able to develop those critical things that Mary points out that enable them to have positive social interactions? They can make friends, they can be polite.
Yeah, honestly, it's really tough. None of us have like a secret answer. I think.
I was hoping you would. They were hoping you would.
Well, maybe these guys do, but I think it really comes down to understanding our own relationship with technology as adults. I mean, it's really tough to navigate this world of AI as grown-ups, let alone expect our kids to be able to know how to do that. So I think first understanding it ourselves is really, really important. And that means taking the time to do the research and really learning about what this world truly means and why our kids are so excited about it, actually. And then I do also believe that asking questions is one of the most effective ways to encourage critical and creative thinking, especially in children, but frankly also in all of us. And so being able to pepper those experiences in with questions so that if your children are engaging with AI or other types of technology, that it's open-ended, there's place for them to tinker and experiment and really find those limits and to be questioned about them too, because open-ended questions are some of the best thing that you can do for a child. And so being able to just think about all of those practices of how we raise our kids and going at it, the best way we possibly can, because the truth is, every generation has panicked about a new technology, from books to television to the computer to phones, and now it's AI. And so this is very different, but in many ways also not so different at all. And so I think we just need a little bit of time to understand it ourselves, and then we can help trickle that knowledge down to our kids.
Ben, it'd be great to get your thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, one of the things that I don't want to do a big advert for my company, but Yoto is an audio platform for kids. And when we started the business, we thought a lot about the impact of AI on the jobs of the future. So the kids that are using our product now, they're going to be entering the workforce in a very different world. And we thought, what are the things that are going to be most important to them? Because AI will replace a ton of jobs that exist now. And we thought very much around creativity and imagination they're always really the most important things for kids, to have amazing creativity and imagination, which they have naturally. But we felt that those things would become even more important in the future, because some of them may be more mundane jobs that existed won't exist anymore. So that very human aspect of creativity and imagination will become more important. I think what surprised us all with the advent of Gen AI is actually these AIs appear to be quite creative as well, although they really are just standing on the shoulders of all the human output that's gone before and repurposing it.
So are you both expecting parents to become experts in Gen AI, in large language model? Like, are we expecting these guys to become kind of, they've got enough going on?
No, I mean, I'm not an expert in, the depths of coding and how like true technology functions, but I'm a present person in society. I'm well read, and I think just understanding a little bit about it takes a lot of that uncertainty and sometimes fear away. And don't get me wrong, like as a mother, I'm also in some ways terrified of what my kids are going to be growing up with, but on the other hand, like, it's not going anywhere. So I think the best way to face those fears and equip ourselves well is to learn about it. But no one has to become an expert. I mean, I'm sure none of us are experts truly on like real nutrition, That's something like we consume food every single day. So I think it's really just about balance and getting comfortable enough that you feel empowered enough to, answer the hard questions with your kids.
Mary, your work is obviously in the real world. You are about empowering young people with the skills to build empathy. Do we need to equip young people and children with is there a new kind of moral compass that they need to navigate this new connected world? Are the kind of expectations of being a good internet citizen suddenly going to be different? The responsibility is different.
Well, if you think about how we're raising our children, and most parents will say they want their children to be kind and employable. So if you want them to be employable, you need to have certain competencies and skills. But if you want them to keep a job, if they don't have empathy, they won't. And I think the children who have a lot of time on screen, no matter what the screen is, they have difficulty with intrinsic motivation. I like that you mentioned imagination and creativity, but we are totally important. But it is equally important that children desire and plan their own things, unrelated to anybody else, and not for the prize and not for finishing fastest and not for what other people think about you, because they are growing up in a culture that's very judgmental. And if we listen to our children and we listen empathically, that means with no assumptions and no judgments. And that is hard to do, but if any of you are parents, if you think about empathic listening, shut up, listen up, don't judge, and make no assumptions.
We've been told. We've been told. Can AI enhance your empathy? Can it?
I wouldn't say it can harm it. I can prevent it from forming, because empathy can't be taught. It's not like math. It's a relational thing. It's brain to brain. And it's not possible to, in the first place, develop empathy on any screen. It is possible with good programs to increase empathy, but it will not come unless it's in a real relationship, and usually it's the infant-parent relationship. The whole reason I created Roots of Empathy is that birth should not be destiny. So if a child grows up in challenging circumstances, it's never the parent's fault, but it's a fact, and that little baby does not develop empathy. They come to Roots of Empathy, and we bring the model of a parent and a baby into a classroom for a year. The children are coached to understand how that baby is feeling and talk about, when did you feel like that? So they become emotionally literate. This is what Forbes magazine is saying, #1 skill, empathy. And the emotional literacy is the affective part of empathy. Perspective taking is what we all know, but you can be a good crook with good perspective taking skills. You need affective empathy.
Luke is giving you a lot of is nodding in firm agreement. Does your app and your product help foster empathy for the next generation, for the next workforce? Like, how do you do that?
Actually, one of our company values really does talk about empathy, and we do try to have a lot of ours is audio content. So we have a lot of stories, a lot of music. We do have a lot of podcasts as well, and we have quite a bit of content that is trying to teach kids about difficult situations. And we've even had talks about, should we have content about where parents are splitting up or there's been a death in the family. And we have really leaned into that, and we found that that is really helpful for families. One of our key values is helping families. I think Melissa and I agree violently on this one, that parenting is, for most people, it's the hardest thing they'll do in their lives, parenting. So anything that we can do, and Melissa's company and Mary, anything we can do to make it just a tiny bit easier is going to be of value.
Melissa, you get to talk to us about how you make parenting easier.
Thanks. I mean, it's interesting. I think, my co-founders and I, we felt awful about giving our kids screens because everything out there just felt too overstimulating, too extrinsically motivating, too addictive, and usually caused a meltdown after they finished playing with it. And that's why we ended up starting our company, POC, to try to reimagine that first introduction to technology when kids are youngest, most fragile, most impressionable, and when we're also setting the tone for the rest of their lives of what technology is going to be. And so we spent a lot of time trying to find ways to create a digital experience that feels just as wonderful, open-ended, safe, and educational as playing with toys on the living room floor, mud, frankly, running outside and playing. I mean, we're not here to replace any of those things, but there's a time and a place when you're on the move, or you have a sick kid and another kid, and you need to take a shower, and you just want to lean on technology to support that. And so I think coming up with really creative solutions to make these technologies serve kids really well is absolutely possible. And I think we just have to raise the bar and not accept the status quo and go for those intrinsically motivating, open-ended, child-led experiences that foster all of these like juicy life skills we're talking about, and not have them just memorizing and regurgitating stuff, or simply playing to win. So I think, not that those things can never exist, but I think it's about a healthy technological diet, if you will. You want a little candy, a little broccoli, and hope that your kids are getting that balance.
There's an increasing amount of kind of intervention from governments around kind of what you guys are talking about, sort of policing that healthy relationship that young people can have with social media, that young people can have with devices. Do you welcome that kind of regulation from government? Do we want social media bans for under 14s? Do we want no mobile phones in the classroom? I'll start with Mary, but it would be great to get everyone's perspective on this.
Well, it's very easy. The American Medical Association has very clear recommendations for when children should be exposed to any screen, and it's not young, and how much screen time is healthy at certain ages and how much is detrimental, because we have challenges of addiction. Now, we talk about addiction to substances, but we have addiction to being out of the social and into the screen. And that hasn't been talked about a lot. And parents sometimes feel helpless and hopeless about that. And as you say, every parent has to have a shower sometime, and you've got a little one who you need to find a way to keep them busy. And it is a very addictive early on because it's moves, it's colors, and I don't mean your programs, I mean just generally speaking. And I think we really have to be careful about what age we are inviting children to use screens, regardless of the quality of the program. It's the addictiveness of it.
So you would welcome the potential mobile phone bans or
it's different. Mobile phone bans for children in school is an authoritarian decision to make about how do you help children manage their time and their attention. And because they're so seductive, you get a ping and you're torn away, whether you want to or not. So I'm not really strong on authoritarian practices, but I do think if we want children to be able to attend to what is being taught so they can catch it, we do have to remove as many interruptions as we can. And I don't mean take them away for the day, maybe park them on the desk or something like that, where they're turned off, because it is a huge distraction. We look at our phones 250 times a day. How could you learn anything in sequence?
Yeah, I mean, Melissa, I imagine your perspective might be slightly different considering your background. What do you think?
Yeah, it's honestly so hard because I think about it a lot, like as a parent and then also as the CEO of this company that I'm running. But I actually think they're very much the same. Like I think about it in a few different ways. Like the first thing that I think is really important is to not make it so taboo, because it's just unrealistic, and kids are going to want more of what they can't have. It's why, growing up in Canada, when we turned 19, everyone got wasted. But my husband, who's German and grew up drinking beer at 16, didn't have that crazy binge. And I feel like if you ban something, your kids are just going to want it more. That being said, you have to be mindful about boundaries, but it's easy to say that from a very privileged perspective. For some families, the screen is their childcare. They are single income households. They are single parents, perhaps. They don't have the resources. They need to get their work done, and sometimes that means leaning on technology. And so I think it shouldn't be demonized. We just have to do it and manage it in a really mindful way. And in terms of the legislation around this, I think, it's really tough to say because the consequences are so open-ended still. It's very early, but I do believe that having those devices in classrooms switched on to social media and things like that can be very distracting and potentially toxic for kids. But I also know that if you completely ban it, there will be children who are left out, who are bullied, who are excluded from plans. And so it's really hard to say one way or the other, this is right or wrong. But I think if an entire community can get behind best practices and it's coming through the environment or at the school level, it's a lot easier to then manage it in your internal home, because I think just setting the status quo for everyone will make it a little bit easier. But if we ban it completely, our kids are going to find ways to get it. They're not stupid, they'll just wake up late, go downstairs, grab the thing, and use it when you're dead asleep. So I think we have to be realistic too.
Yeah, Luke.
I think regulation can be a real blunt instrument.
Yes.
And demonizing, I agree, demonizing all screen time. There's so many different types of screen time. Some screen time for children can be incredibly beneficial, educational activities and things like that. At Yoto, it would be quite good for us if screen time was banned, because we're about listening and audio-based, and audio is fantastic for kids, obviously.
You can start lobbying for it.
But we're realistic. We actually advocate a healthy balance. We want kids to read books. We want kids to watch some TV, have some game time, but do a lot of listening as well, because listening is the one thing that you can do while doing something else. You can be having your meal. You can be playing with your Legos. You can listen to incredible stories while doing something else. We have to be realistic, like Melissa said. We can't just go and like ban smartphones for all kids. I just don't think that will work. I don't think it would be like one of those laws that no one ever adheres to. But there are some good solutions to this in schools. My wife's a teacher. Her school has these pouches that kids have to put their phones in when they go and they lock, and they cannot get them out only if there's an emergency, and it blocks the signal. So there are some solutions to this. And my wife definitely says that having social media in a classroom is disaster. Absolutely. That's not justifiable in any way. So there are solutions, but big government coming in and banning stuff, I don't think it's the right way to go.
Or the social platforms, you know, if there was more regulation from app stores, social platforms, servers, whatever it is around access.
From what I've seen, the big tech companies are very powerful. They have massive lobbying teams. Those legislations tend to get watered down to becoming completely ineffectual. So yes, maybe there are some things we can do there, but the best thing is to educate parents, educate teachers, educate schools, work with companies to provide market-based solutions, not government regulation.
We're getting towards the end of our time, so it would be great to hear from kind of each of you about, is this a time to be optimistic, or is this a time to be apprehensive about the future of children, the future of the next generation of the workforce, consumers? You obviously all do amazing work in your various sectors, but we've used words like disaster, terrified, lack of empathy. Like we've been kind of down on it. So I just wonder, are there any kind of uplit sunlands for people? Melissa, I'm coming to you first.
Totally. I'm very positive. I think I don't want to live in a world where we're not going to look on the bright side of life here. I think these tools bring so much wonder and opportunity for us. We just have to learn how to navigate them like any other technology that's come before it. So I'm super positive and very optimistic that we can figure it out. I think we're smart people in general here on Earth, and hopefully can really find a way forward. But I do think we have to put in the work and really make sure that we're also educated as adults, because if we don't know, we can't expect our kids to figure it out without that support.
Mary?
I think we're in the Anthropocene era. You're asking about the future. It's the first time that mankind has changed nature. We've also impacted the climate by our behaviors. But I want to tell you, every child is a miracle. I am eternally optimistic. I think in this event, there is so much goodwill and brilliance. But I do think we have standards for watching movies. We need to have standards for what children are recommended. Let parents take charge of it. But I think this is an inspirational and a very encouraging time to be living in.
That's lovely. And finally, Ben, bring it home.
I'm net positive, absolutely net positive about the impact of these technologies anytime there's a big revolution. And I think that the AI side of things is equivalent to the internet in terms of its impact that it will have on the world. There will be some bad sides to it, of course. There will be some pretty terrible sides, but the positive benefits to society will absolutely outweigh those things.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you all so much for listening. We could have gone on for much longer, I think. We barely scratched the surface, but have a great rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
The modern world is becoming increasingly devoid of compassion as we treat foreigners, refugees, and those who don't look like us as less than human. Our next speaker is seeking to find ways to reverse this dangerous and harmful trend. Here to explore how to put humanity back at the core of our society, please give a warm welcome to writer, producer, and BAFTA award-winning filmmaker and satirist, Julian Rubinstein.
Good afternoon. How are we doing? So my name is Jolyon Rubinstein. I am a filmmaker. I come from the UK. This is my third time at Web Summit. The name of this talk is "Some Animals Are More Equal Than Others." We all know the quote from George Orwell's Totemic Animal Farm. It was a comment on authoritarianism and the utilization of dehumanization to push power and an agenda that always leads to the enrichment of those who push it. So why am I talking about it now? I think we all know, especially after the last week. Dehumanization and demonization are being purposefully deployed for power, advantage, and financial gain. So why is a satirist and a filmmaker at Web Summit talking about this? Well, because ultimately, it is entirely driven by the internet, the media, and politicians. And unlike journalists who've bought into it, unlike media organizations who have bought into it, it's the time of satirists to be calling out the bullshit. And it is bullshit, right? We're living in a very, very strange time. You know, for me, it started in 2016 in the UK as we moved towards the Brexit referendum. Nigel Farage dehumanizing migrants, Donald Trump talking about a Muslim ban. These things moved the Overton window. Now, if you don't know, the Overton window is the ellipses around which public debate can take place. And every time you make a crazed far-right statement, you move the Overton window to the right. And what we've seen, and I'm sure we can all agree on this, is it has moved so far to the right that it's normalized things that are not normal, dehumanized people who deserve our empathy, and has led to terrifying and, quite honestly, disastrous consequences for millions upon millions of people. I'm going to show you a video now that we made with filmmakers, with musicians, with people who were deeply frustrated about one point. If I tell you who someone's mother is, what job they have, who their brothers and sisters were, what their friends thought about them, what their wedding was like, you can't help but empathize with them. Now, quite rightly, when 4 Israeli soldiers were murdered by Hezbollah, a lot of the British media gave context to those people's lives. But unfortunately, it's not a privilege that is afforded to most Palestinians. There are over 40,000 Palestinians who have died in the genocide, and I don't know many of their names. But what I do know is that 44% of them are children. Please play the film.
Only darkness, day and night.
This situation is inhuman. It's a tragedy for humanity.
Discovering every day the dead among the living.
In a place where all humanity seemed to have disappeared.
I was on the dining room table. I could see that my leg was gone. He had to amputate it with a kitchen knife.
There is no international protection. There is no immunity. These vests don't protect us. These helmets don't protect us. They're just slogans we wear.
This world has become deaf, silent, and blind to what's happening in Gaza.
Mutilated, disfigured, burned, disabled for life. All innocent civilian victims.
All these patients will die, or are already dying. They are not counted as war deaths. They're just collateral damage.
My daughter has been killed.
And they're after her in her grave too?
What reality is this? I don't know how to exist in a world that allows this.
Why is this world the way it is?
The carnage persists. The frightening sounds of killing machines fill the air continuously. The nightmare is not yet over.
I'm ashamed as a Westerner of the inactions of the powers that be to stop this once and for all.
I'm furious that those in power shrug their shoulders as humanitarian nightmares are unleashed on 1 million children.
We wish for peace. We want to stay alive.
There's a famous saying, we love life if we can live it. Palestinians love life if they can live it.
Now listen, I don't want to pretend for a second that this is an issue that is exclusively something of the preserve of the conflict in Gaza. It happens with people in Sudan, people in Afghanistan. And as someone called Rubinstein, I'm also particularly concerned by the fact that those well-meaning and empathetic people have experienced the footballization or the footballification of political issues. I would argue that it applies just as much to the families of Israeli hostages as it does to the victims of violence in Gaza. So what is the language that we're talking about? In the UK, it's stop the boats. In America, it's immigrants are eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. This is the bottom line of dehumanization. In Gaza, we were told that everyone in Gaza was animals, that they didn't need food, electricity, or water. And the international community basically stood by. Why? Why did they stand by? Fear. Fear of calling things out. It's the same reason that on social media, so few people have put themselves in a position where they have called out the inevitable, the decimation of populations. And what do we have now? What are the consequences of this dehumanization? First of all, I think it was a major factor in why the Democrats lost the election. You know, there's a lot of conversations at the moment about the fact that Donald Trump won the popular vote. But what very few people are talking about is, according to the Associated Press, in 2020, Donald Trump won 74.2 million votes. In 2024, Donald Trump won 74.6 million votes. So sure, he won the popular vote, but he only got 400,000 more votes. Now, the Democrats in 2020 got 81.2 million votes. And obviously, with some votes still to be counted, Harris in 2024 got 70.9 million votes. That's 10 million people that didn't vote. That's 10 million people so alienated by the government, so alienated by the lack of empathy and connection for our fellow human beings, so disgusted in the realities of being told consistently that the evidence of our eyes and our ears and what we see on social media, the destruction of people, of infrastructure, of universities and hospitals was not a genocide. These people are just like you and me, as are the Uyghurs in China, as are those over 20 million in danger of famine in Yemen. We talk so much, particularly at events like this, of being a global village, of being a global community. And yet, we all know fundamentally that in many ways it is our whiteness that protects us. This cannot go on. And the younger generation are sick of it. And we see it again and again and again. We know that often power contextualizes itself and pushes itself out for profit. And never have we seen such unbelievable hypocrisy than of Elon Musk and X. A man who bought a political instrument of power, saying that he wanted to keep it politically neutral, and then literally appeared on stage at Madison Square Garden and jumped up and down for Donald Trump. This is the problem, by the way, with being a satirist in 2024. You literally cannot make this shit up. It is impossible for me to create something more ridiculous than Elon Musk jumping around on stage. So why is he doing it? We all know why he's doing it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Look, the truth is that whether you want to look at it as a simple thing about he wanted to make money, we all know he put in over 170 million, estimated, allegedly. We all know that since the election, his stocks have skyrocketed by 70 billion. We all know that, you know, the realities of this situation mean that he will regulate the regulators in supposedly one of the greatest democracies. But we talk a lot, particularly at Web Summit, about disruption, about disruptors, and how fantastic an opportunity there is within a brand for a plucky upstart to change it. So let's talk about what dehumanization and demonization have created the opportunity to disrupt in democracy. Truth, evidence, science, the Enlightenment, the basic tenets of society. So what do? How do we change this? Social media has become the predominant force in the universe. We literally have replaced and usurped the power of the mainstream media with social media. So it must be regulated. Facebook and Twitter cannot continue to allow the most egregious conspiracy theories to be published on their platform with no writ. We must repeal the act of the Supreme Court that basically enabled a billionaire to buy an election. We mustn't give up. We must continue to have hope, and we must bind together. And how do we do that? Well, you support people like me. I come here and I speak to you. And I say to every single one of you here that this responsibility is all of ours. But we must come and speak up and actually utilize our voices, not just for those around us, not just to protect ourselves, but for further generations, for the basic cornerstones of what we call democracy. Because I'll tell you what, the genie is not going back in the bottle. Centrism has failed. We must utilize the realities of how the world is changing. I know it's dark times, and I know many of you feel deeply despondent, particularly if you are a woman. We are living in a sea of misogyny, and any man who does not recognize that is a weak and vulnerable man. We must support each other's voices, and I'm always moved and helped and remember Nelson Mandela's quote, that it always seems darkest before the dawn, and it always seems impossible until it's done. Thank you.
Let's continue talking about social media. Social media, its impact upon society has become increasingly profound. It can bring people together and unite, but it can also tear us apart and sow disinformation. Our next speakers are experts in how to tackle the dangers of social media. Here to tell us how to keep social media safe, in conversation with Rachel Kennedy from Reuters, please give a warm welcome to the CEO of Appeal Center Europe, Thomas Hughes, and the Global Vice President of Communications and Engagement for the Oversight Board, Louise Stewart.
Okay, before we start, I just want to say thank you to both of you for agreeing to chat with me today, because I know this is a bit of a last-minute panel. So, yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. But to actually start, let's throw some statistics out. In 2023, a survey of Brits by the Alan Turing Institute found that 2/3 of all adults encountered harmful content online. And by harmful content, that means hate speech, false information, fake images, bullying, etc. That statistic shoots up to 86% when you're looking specifically at the 18 to 34 age group. And content moderation has lots of different avenues, mine being fact-checking myths and disinformation, but the two people here with me today on the oversight board, I know you've moved on from the oversight board at Meta. Louise, I wanted to start with you as you are still on the oversight board. I wanted to ask you about the role of the board and the role it has in content moderation decisions.
Okay, yeah, thanks for having us here this afternoon. The Oversight Board, for those of you who don't know, it was set up by Meta. It was an experiment, if you like. It was set up to be independent of Meta, but to bring content moderation decisions independently from the company. So we are a group, I'm part of the administration, but there are 21 board members, many of them leading human rights lawyers. We've got a Nobel laureate, we've got a former prime minister. There are people who are weighty thinkers, and they weigh up some of the most difficult decisions about content moderation that are referred to us. And when we say that, it's not talking about just one small piece of media. We're looking at the most emblematic cases that will have a difference and make a difference to users globally. And 50% of our cases relate to the global majority, where most of the users are, the majority of users are, but obviously less resource is put there to content moderation, so we're trying to address that. We are, as I say, a global organization, but what Thomas is talking about, what he's set up, is another body which is looking specifically at Europe.
Yeah, so on to you, Thomas. I know you were founding director of the Meta Oversight Board, but you've now moved into a new role, which I was going to say expands, but it's different, isn't it? If you want to tell us more.
Yeah, so it's certainly very different. So I'm now the CEO of a body called Appeals Centre Europe. I should stress, it is an entirely separate entity from the Oversight Board. So the Appeals Centre Europe is a new body. It's a new kid on the block under the Digital Services Act. For those of you who are familiar with it, it creates this opportunity to create or to build what are called out-of-court dispute settlement bodies. These entities, essentially any user, any individual or organization, can appeal a decision that a social media company has taken about either their content or content that they've seen online, and that body will take an independent and impartial, hopefully swift and very cost-effective decision about whether that content should remain online or not. And the Appeal Centre Europe, we are working with users of Facebook, but we're also working across TikTok and YouTube, and next year we'll be taking on board other social media platforms as well. So I'm very optimistic and hopeful, actually, that we're on the cusp of a bit of a silent revolution in terms of recalibrating the balance of power and control between users and platforms and also governments, and really putting much more control and influence and ability to create what kind of information ecosystems users want to exist in, but giving that power to the user rather than, as it has traditionally sat, with tech billionaires and presidents and government officials.
So if I'm a Facebook user and I want to appeal a decision that Meta has made on my Facebook post, could I go to either of you to appeal?
So we operate under the Digital Services Act. It's an EU piece of legislation. You can only appeal to us if you're located in the EU.
We take appeals from across the globe, as I say, and therefore you would come to us if you were outside of the EU. It's also going to work very differently because when we're looking at, as I say, the most emblematic cases, they take a long time. People take, we get a panel of these experts, they look at the cases, they look at whether any of it is breaching human rights, whether it's inciting hatred, hate speech. Your cases, I think, are going to be much quicker. It's going to be done in a different way.
Yeah, so unlike the Oversight Board, we hope to issue decisions within days, or even shorter if it's possible, because we think that's very much connected with the viral nature of digital content, and we expect that users are going to want those kind of decisions issued very quickly. So we won't be doing the very sort of deep dive analysis that the Oversight Board applies, but we will nevertheless be utilizing what we're calling our normative framework, which is going to also take into consideration human rights and fundamental human rights, but also all the way through to the platform's own content policies themselves as well.
And this, like you say, it's just for the EU at the moment. As other, well, countries outside of the EU also start to legislate, like the UK has, is there a view to expand, maybe?
Well, I mean, you know, last year, this year, next year is really the years of regulation, right? So we see a lot of content regulation coming that's applicable to social media platforms. We don't just see it in the EU, we see it around the world. There is actually a network of these bodies, of the regulators in various different countries, from Australia to Korea to Fiji, EU countries and so on. And one of the things that they've mapped out is what different rights these different pieces of legislation have. One thing that's common actually through all of this legislation is that these regulators or bodies set up by them will be looking at complaints raised by individuals. In fact, there's one exception, it's the UK. The UK does not have that in its legislation. But other than that, it exists across all of these different pieces of legislation. So I would stress that at the moment, we're only focusing on the EU. We're only certified to cover the EU. But if you come from a different area or different country in the world and you want to prod your regulator to make sure that this service is also available in your country, then I would strongly recommend you do so.
Great, thank you. I want to turn back to the board for a second. You've been going now for 4 years. You started December 2020, so height of the pandemic. And since then, you've given Meta more than 250 recommendations on content, and I read that 66% of those are either being actioned by Meta or are in the process of. Has the types of cases that are coming across your desk changed somewhat? Are there different themes that maybe are emerging that people are appealing?
Yeah. To know. We're actually sort of bettering that statistic now. Around 70% of our recommendations have been accepted by Meta. And that means that we're making the Meta platforms a better place every day for users to use. We are looking at, I mean, if you look at the cases, one of the first ones that really struck a chord with me was I'm a survivor of double breast cancer, and there was a case about breast cancer awareness content, which Meta had taken down because it showed a nipple, a female nipple. We ruled that that needed to remain up because it was awareness raising. Because of that simple decision by the Oversight Board, millions of pieces of cancer awareness raising content have been allowed to stay up globally throughout the world. So you can see how small decisions have a huge impact, and an impact in the long term. So that's just one of the ones. You asked me what other cases we're seeing now. We're seeing a lot around conflict. The world is in conflict. We're seeing what's happening in Ukraine. We're seeing what's happening in Israel. You know, so we're seeing a lot more cases around conflict, and we're also seeing a lot more cases around. Everyone here is talking about AI. You know, I mean, we're talking about content moderation. That's not going away. It changes and develops. But the exciting new kid on the block, if you like, is AI, and yet we see a lot of content which is manipulated media content. We took a case around President Joe Biden that looked like when he'd gone to vote, he'd put a sticker on his granddaughter's chest. It looked like it was manipulated to look like he'd touched her inappropriately. And we came up with the board, we said, look, this content needs to be labeled so people know that it's manipulated media, that it's not actual real media. And by bringing in labeling, it means people now know what is real and what's not. And that's a huge step forward. Obviously, women online suffer some of the worst abuses, it has to be said. So we get a lot of those cases. Also in conflict areas, women suffer more abuse, both in real life and online. So that's something that we're looking at, and we've looked at a case recently on AI nudes, it was called, and it's about looking at manipulated content. It was a well-known figure in the US who had been looked like they were nude, and it wasn't. It was their head on another body. And so we ruled that that should be taken down. So we're trying at all times to make the online environment a safer place, but also a place where freedom of speech is protected, but human rights are protected.
It's great that you mention the safety of women online, because I know we talked about this already, but more than 90% of deepfake content online is deepfake porn, and 99% of deepfake porn is of women, which is a particular very high statistic. Women are also the most likely to self-censor themselves online. So my question to you are, what are the steps that still need to be taken by platforms or others to make the internet a safer place for women, but also I know that falls down to everyone else?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot more that can be done. I think if you are a woman and you've got a high profile, the abuse that you will suffer online is incredible compared to what men in the same position would. And we see that in politics. I know Helle was meant to be here today, former Danish Prime Minister. She knows firsthand what that feels like. And I used to be a TV presenter in the UK. It was the same thing. You get a lot of hate comment online. So we need to be able to report it easily. We need to be able to take it down. We need to be able to label content that is manipulated media so that people know that's what they're looking for. And people are becoming so sophisticated that some of these manipulated media content are very difficult for people to tell unless it is labeled. And so we need to be taking those steps. They're small steps, I would say, and people say, well, is it that harmful if you're shown to be nude online? Well, it is if you're in certain countries where it could lead to you being treated very badly offline as well. So it's a real danger to women's lives, and we need to take that really seriously.
Absolutely. I wanted to do a quick poll, actually. How many of you have come across deepfake imagery online and it's been labelled? Not so many. How many have come across deepfake imagery that hasn't been labelled? Good to know.
That's interesting. And what you will see now more and more is if you're on Meta platforms, they will ask you when you're posting something. I was editing a photo the other day, and as I was about to post it, it said, is this AI content? It wasn't. I was just cropping a photo, but they are trying to label more and more content so people know whether it's been manipulated or not.
Yeah.
I wanted to also talk elections. This has been a massive year for elections around the world. And I know that Meta has strong policies on how to deal with election misinformation, disinformation as well. Has the Oversight Board come across many cases, or had many cases brought to you related to elections and voting, and whether that has raised any unique concerns that maybe other cases wouldn't?
Yeah, we've had quite a lot of cases around elections this year. We also wrote a white paper on elections and what's best practice, what people should be doing, what platforms should be doing to ensure sort of that the information can get out there, but also trying to tackle disinformation. One of the really interesting election cases we took recently was in the US, and it showed Kamala Harris as a cartoon character from Dumb and Dumber. And the board was, Meta was going to take that down. We ruled that it should stay up. And the reason we said that should stay up is because people should be able to make their own choices, what the content they see on that. It wasn't inciting hate. It wasn't harmful content. So these decisions are very difficult. They're very, you're making decisions that can have a big impact going forward, but that's satire, and satire shouldn't be ruled out. So when we look at some of the rules online, people now are asked by Meta. Before, they would their content would be taken down and they wouldn't know why. Because of recommendations we made at the board, Meta now has to tell them why their content's been removed. And they then give you an option, you're about to post this, is it, for X reason? And you have the option to say, should I post that? and maybe risk getting it taken down? Is it satire? Is it something that is meant to be funny? And the whole thing about this is context is hugely important when you're looking at decisions that they're making on online platforms every day, because one of the most, the words that's flagged most on Meta platforms is actually the word shaheed. Now, in some areas, shaheed is a word that is used and it's not a problem. In other areas, it's a slur. And so it's very difficult for AI to decide whether a term is hate speech online, whereas human reviewers are able to do that because they have context and they have that understanding.
I wanted to go back to you, Thomas, because we only have a couple minutes left. The Appeal Centre Europe, it is open tomorrow. Yeah. And I want to ask you what you think, if the world continues going the way it's going, we continue legislating, what do you think safety on platforms and your appeal process is going to look like in the next couple of years?
Say days or years? Sorry, I
Years.
years. Okay, good. I'm pleased to hear that. Look, it's very difficult to say. I mean, the very issues you've just been talking about now, the Appeal Centre will be available to users, people and organizations, not only to appeal decisions that are taken about their content, but to also flag and report content that they find online that they think is policy violating. And I think that's a very empowering tool. At least I hope it's going to be a very empowering tool. And exactly those types of issues can be flagged and can be challenged. And we will apply human review to all of those cases, and also create the opportunity to formulate data sets that then flag en masse, going back to your breast cancer awareness example, where changes need to be made at a systemic level in platforms as well. So I very much hope in a couple of years from now, we are a normal part of the ecosystem, that users know that when a decision is taken or they see something that they think is problematic, they can go to an independent body, get a fast, effective decision, that decision is implemented, but also that we're contributing to a wider body or ecosystem of information that allows regulators and other parties like the Oversight Board to say, well, we know there's an issue here, or we know that this slur word's being used repeatedly, or this community is being targeted. We need to do something at the systemic level, upstream, before that happens, to stop that happening downstream.
Absolutely. And tomorrow, you will be accepting appeals from Facebook platform, TikTok, and YouTube. And then the Meta Oversight platform, in the future, is there any expansion to other platforms? Because at the moment, it is just Meta platforms.
It is just Meta platforms, but we have had scope expansion. So this year, we expanded to Threads, which we didn't have before, which is great. We're always pushing Meta harder. We want to expand to take in accounts. So when people's accounts are shut down, people already come to us all the time and say, my account was taken down for this reason. And we say, I'm sorry, we don't have that within scope at the moment. So that's something we would love to do in the future. But what I think is really, really promising and should be a note of optimism here is we were a lone voice. For 4.5 years, we've been doing this, and no one else has been doing it really. And other platforms had reduced their regulation. And now we've seen the Appeal Centre in Europe, and I think it means it's going to open redress to users, and I think that's a great thing.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think we're out of time.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is government stage at Web Summit 2024. For the penultimate talk on day 2 of the government summit, we turn to explore how countries can promote economic growth even in the face of adversity. In conversation with Luc Chenier of the Kyiv Post, please give a warm welcome to Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation for Ukraine, Alex Bonyakov, and the Minister of Economy and Innovation for Lithuania, Aušrinė Armonaitė.
right, and the clock is ticking.
Yes.
So everybody, welcome. We are living in an incredibly challenging time, and challenging times sometimes push innovation, where when we don't have a choice, we need to innovate or die, as we call it, but let's not take that pun. Can you tell me, and to test it out in the real world, can each of you tell me in a few minutes what kind of innovations and how have you challenged them in the last, let's say, 3 years?
Yeah, well, good afternoon, everybody. I'll perhaps go a few steps back. During the past 4 years, we've been living in a very turbulent times, and it's not only the devastating war that Europe is right now at, but it was also the pandemic. And what we have seen through these years is that every crisis situation is also an opportunity, huge window of opportunity for innovations. As for the sort of Lithuanian experience, during the pandemic, our biotechnology sector has grown in double digits. For instance, 87%, and currently it composes around 3% of GDP. So this means that our researchers, startups, investors saw the huge window of opportunity for that. Now, in times of the war, obviously we have a totally different situation. But it is also a huge window of opportunity and a huge wake-up call for Europe to invest more into what is called mil-tech and defense technologies. Because what we are seeing now in the battlefield, and Alex is obviously very well aware of the current situation, we see that the technology changes like in weeks.
Yeah.
It's not like a matter of years anymore, it's just so fast. So what governments all around Europe, what we have to do is to remove the barriers, open up, investment, because these technologies are still have this limited access to capital, and try to do as much as we can. And it will not only help fight Putin and save lives in Ukraine,
sure,
but it will also earn money, profits, and create jobs. This is what we see in Lithuania, and I believe that in Europe, everywhere in Europe.
I would also agree on the COVID statement, because I think COVID pushed a lot of things from technology standpoint. Like people started to optimize their supply chain and started to work from remotely, and this definitely speed up the process of decisions making and other stuff, because people realized we can work this way. But I want to touch just straight to your question. What changed a lot is that Ukraine, due to the war, received a vibrant defense tech ecosystem. Like 2 years ago, we didn't have it like at all. It was scattered. Yeah. We didn't know how many companies do anything. And just to give you the few numbers as example, in 2022, government of Ukraine procured less than 30 drones, and we had 7 companies that produced drones. In 2024, we procured 1.6 million drones, and we have more than 600 drone companies. Now it's around maybe 800. Yeah. And before we launched Brave One, which is Defense Tech Innovation Cluster, in April 2023, and we had 0 venture funds in Ukraine that had the mandate to invest in defense tech. Now, in a couple months ago, at Brave One investment conference related to defense tech, 120 plus investor and venture fund that with their mandate to invest in defense tech. We built army of robots, capable electronic warfare capabilities, secure communication, AI. Now we're talking about drone swarming technologies and smart technology that are capable of doing autonomous mission on the front line. Okay. And of course, I think that that's the biggest breakthrough that we achieved, and it's going to help definitely the future world security, but it's also could be dual use. I totally believe that what we're doing right now in Ukraine in terms of defense and military technologies going to serve us as a population of the Earth in the future to substitute people in harsh conditions with robots.
Okay. I didn't plan this, but I'm going to ask you. Yesterday I was chairing a panel on cybersecurity with Finland and NATO and all that, and this kind of hit me. Do you see as well that there's huge potential for cybersecurity for both countries? Because I don't think that the cyber issues are going to go away with attacks. So is there an option, not just in technology, but becoming leaders in cybersecurity in a way? And how does each country see that?
Well, you know, the cyber threats are not only challenges for Ukraine or Eastern Central European countries. Actually, countries and governments all around the world are, you know, hostile for when it comes to these kind of threats. And you may live in, I don't know, Dublin, that is far away from Ukraine, right? But you still can be exposed to that kind of threats. As for Lithuanian case, we have invested into cyber capacities way before the war started, because we knew our neighborhood for ages. We knew our neighbor, you know, for hundreds of years. So this was pretty obvious that we have to, you know, invest more in securing our data, securing our governmental institutions. But as the Minister of Economy, I am extremely proud of our private sector, private companies like unicorn companies, like, for instance, Nord Security, that are from Lithuania and basically shapes the global cyber context, not only locally, but actually globally. And cyber is a global phenomena. And we can sort of develop solutions that help not only, you know, us locally, but also people globally.
Yeah, I would like to complement this point. You mentioned Dublin, and it's interesting that I recently participated in a cyber security roundtable, and one of the people said that most attacked countries in the world are UK, US, and Ukraine. So actually, Dublin is a part of this. Part of the world is, I think, it's heavily attacked. And by the way, that's kind of how we learn, and this is how we build this expertise, because we are against a very powerful enemy in terms of cybersecurity, and Ukraine is experiencing hundreds of incidents every day. And the capabilities and the levels of layers of security on of starting from like software to physical are enormous. So this experience we share with our partners, with our allies, and I think that what's brewing in Ukraine right now, again, complementing your point, is going to be used by global community too.
But is that actually being shared as well with cyber in terms like Kyivstar? I'll give you the example of how that really messed up the market for a week, banking and everything. Are you guys sharing it as well with private companies that are critical?
Well, the exactly, the Kyivstar case was something that would discuss actually in around, across this round table too.
Yeah, but we should explain to everybody, Kyivstar is the largest mobile operator, and for 1 week they've been hacked, and the entire network of 26 to 30 million were down. Banking was affected in a big way. No one could talk. It really showed us how we rely so much on this little device that we have. So sorry.
Yeah, thank you for that. And the short answer to your question is yes. This has been taken into consideration by major allies, and this attack was studied in order to prevent it in the future.
Okay. So you were talking about big unicorns like Nord. We have Grammarly. We have like 7 or 8 that are down. But I'm going to read it here a bit. But you know, each country, and I'm leaning on Ukraine because I live there. But we have so many huge unicorns, and everyone is celebrating. Great, we got Grammarly, and we have this, and we have that, and we got Preply. But how do you feel about, or how do we keep them somehow? Because it seems like we're celebrating giving them up to the United States, and then we just become an R&D, and we don't benefit from them. How can we somehow, like I'm looking at Canva. Canva has 8 offices around the world. It's valued at 50 billion plus. but their head office is still in Australia. How did they manage it? And Australia is not known as a tech hub, so how are we doing this to keep these companies rather than celebrating that they've been sold?
I will be very straightforward because I'm leaving politics, so I can talk basically whatever I want with no consequences. I think that European Commission has to finally stop sleeping and wake up. Because us Europeans, we are the best regulators in the world. If there is something we can regulate, we are the champions. And what the US is doing, they are deregulating, and with the new administration, there will be even more emphasis on technology and the following industries. So us, I mean, we have to be as open as possible, you know, work towards, you know, open data, towards artificial intelligence and so on. There aren't that many huge tech companies from Europe. Actually, there are none when it comes to, you know, companies like Meta or Google or something like that. So, well, we have to remove all these barriers, and actually deep tech and defense technologies, well, we have to invest into those even more because Europe is at war.
Well, I totally agree, and that's while you were talking, I was thinking about a few examples about what you just said. So Europe came up with the AI Act, which is going to scare away AI companies. And business is already talking about this. Now Europe is implementing MiCA, which is Market and Crypto Assets Regulation, which is also kind of tough. And I'm sure Americans are going to do it the more simple way. So again, and business looks for a simplest way to go around corners. So they're going to consider US and they're going to move there. If you ask me about Ukraine, I don't think Ukraine example is relevant right now because of the war, and we have some...
even before the war, it was always an issue as well.
We introduced DSCT, which is special economic zone for IT companies, and first time in the history of Ukraine, we saw that there was a direct investment from public trading company, U.S. public trading company, into Ukrainian company that merged M&A scenario was done by Ukrainian company. Before there was always some offshore company or Cyprus or Delaware company. So DSCT helped keep investments in the country, but we introduced it 2 weeks before the war. So National Bank of Ukraine now imposed a lot of limitations on currency exchange. So it's naturally kind of hard to convince investors and businesses to stay in Ukraine. But I think it's going to change after the war is over.
Is there, regardless, I know there's a lot of, like we said, innovation in adversity is hard because you got to think on your feet with weeks at a time, not years at a time.
Yeah.
But do we see, are there plans to start thinking, okay, when this war or this threat will subside, could be, with our new president, could be 2 weeks or 24 hours, as he said, but it's been 48 or more. Do we see that, are we starting to make plans on how to make it more interesting for investors? Because I know that, you know, the economic situation in Ukraine, dividends and the whole bit is what was scaring people away from investing in Ukraine because there was no point, hence they moved. Are we going to learn from our mistakes? And are we actually going to somehow move it in a way that makes it a bit more competitive?
Well, I'm an optimist. And if we take a look of how Silicon Valley got its reputation and now is the way it is, it was also because of the Cold War and this, you know, arms race between the US and the Soviet Union. So people and capital, you know, has flown into these very advanced technologies. Semiconductor industry was developed, right? So us Europeans, we could also develop our own Silicon Valley, you know, just because we have to fight for freedom in Ukraine, we have to fight for people's lives, but at the same time for that, you know, in order to achieve that, we need these very advanced technologies. And, well, there is plenty of money in Europe. There are plenty of talents, plenty of new ideas and creativity. Basically, we have everything we need, motivation, talents, money. Let's do it.
I want to be honest to you. We have paved our path to Europe, and we want to become European member.
Sure.
But when it comes to real policies and what we have to change, what is mandatory in order to get into the European Union, we see that not all of those policies are going to benefit Ukraine. For example, I mentioned EACT, I mentioned MiCA, but there's also GDPR. And we totally see that GDPR, once we go and become European Union member, we have to be compliant with GDPR. And I don't think that's going to benefit Ukrainian companies, because this policy is complex, it requires a lot of changes and not necessary changes. So we totally support the idea of regulation and getting the brightest minds on top of those issues and compare those. This is how we did this in Ukraine back in the time. When we were building DACD, we were looking on the best jurisdictions in the world and trying to see what's wrong with our jurisdiction and then get rid of those things. So I think that Europe should think in this logic. What made those companies move to the States? Maybe we can introduce something similar. So that's my idea.
Okay. Just the last, just popped into my head, really, and I'm looking at it. If we consider back in, let's say, the older days, I've been in Ukraine for a long time, Ukraine was extremely competitive when it came to innovations, to doing technical, to doing everything. The cost of labor was very cheap, but the mines were incredible. And we were better quality than it was, say, India. But now speaking to some investors and some people that are doing, they're saying, you know, Ukraine and Eastern Europe is getting a little bit more expensive, and maybe we should start looking at India again. I mean, is there, what do you have to say about that? Is that true or whatever? But that's the sentiments I've heard.
It's partially true. I don't think it's relevant for the whole industry, but a lot of companies really became different price range. But what they offer is, I don't think India able to offer this. They not approaching your project as like take the task and write the software. When they see problem, they hear the problem statement. They offer the idea and business analysis and how to tackle your issue the best way. So I think this worth much more than just write a software.
Quality.
So the quality, there's different kind of quality. So
and just to close off, what do you think for Lithuania?
Being cheap, be it labor or anything else, it's not the future for Europe or Central Eastern Europe, not the future for Lithuania. We have to think of other angles and that give us the edge, you know, that makes us more competitive. And actually digital, less bureaucratic, faster, smarter than everybody else, this is the way to move forward. Being cheap is not a solution anymore.
And on that note, everybody. All right, so our time is up.
Thank
but being a Canadian for 25 years in Ukraine, Slava Ukraina! Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the final talk of day 2 on the Government Summit stage at Web Summit 2024, we will explore the dynamics of international economic cooperation. In this talk, we bring together leaders from 3 different but deeply entwined regions: Central Asia, Eastern Europe, and the Gulf. Myself, I've worked in all of these 3 regions before, and I can tell you what's going to happen on stage here is highly fascinating. So, in conversation with Hanna Mishko from Strategist, please welcome to the stage the Executive Director of Astana Hub in Kazakhstan, Aziz Tolomuratov, the CEO and co-founder of Ukrainian Sigma Software, Valery Krasovsky, and the Director of Digital Innovation from the Ministry of Communications and IT of Qatar, Aman Al-Kuwari.
Hello, everyone. Well, the last but not least, welcome to East to West, the shift in face of innovation. Today, we are thrilled to discuss with you the digital bridge between the Gulf states and the Central Asia. With the bold innovation in Kazakhstan and Qatar, they are actually reshaping the innovations globally and put there in the map of the tech global innovations. And I would like to start with Iman. Well, Qatar's National Vision 2030 has an ambitious goal to make Qatar as a regional and global tech leader. And you're responsible for innovations in Qatar. So from your perspective, what is the place of the Central Asian collaboration with them and the collaboration with other regions to accelerate this aim and to achieve this goal?
Yes, thank you, Hannah, for asking this question. I think, to begin with, Qatar has set a very ambitious goal through the Qatar National Vision 2030 that really has set the foundations for us to diversify our economy, to put the right, let's say, frameworks for the social development and all the things that we need to realize by 2030. And one of the biggest drivers for us in terms of digital innovation is the digital agenda. The digital agenda is our roadmap in terms of how we're going to transform some of the main sectors, how we're going to upskill the workforce, how we're going to look at every other component to enable that. And there is a substantial investment that is set for these areas. And when we'd like to talk about all of these details, and there is an evident example of how Qatar has put itself in that position, when we look at how we rank. When you look at the ICT development, we rank third globally. This is a very evident of how Qatar really invests top notch. When you look at the innovation index, Qatar has jumped 21 ranks in the past 4 years. This shows you how we're continuously looking how to improve ourselves, and hopefully we're going to reach even higher rankings. And of course, Qatar is a small nation. We're very aware of that. This is why we see the collaboration between markets such as Central Asia as a very important thing for us to achieve these goals. And these collaborations are very essential for us. There is a strong bilateral agreements between Qatar government and countries in Central Asia such as Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan. And we see a lot of these strong partnerships. We've seen a lot of innovations coming from Astana Hub that really bring strong potential. We have a lot of talent coming to Qatari markets that support a lot of our ambition. And I see there is a strong potential between our collaboration. We do collaborate with many other markets, but we see a lot of continuous collaboration with Central Asia, mainly because of the cultural grounds that we have in common. And I think this is what makes it even easier to work with them.
Well, we see that the digital economy is basically the essence for developing the economy overall. And, well, Aziz, Astana Hub made a major step. Basically, you opened up the Al Farabi Hub in Riyadh to bridge the Eurasian startups with the Gulf. From your experience, and what is your plan to actually develop and accelerate this bridge between the Gulf and Central Asia?
Thank you for highlighting this key area in cross-region collaboration. That's right. I don't know. Thank you for highlighting this key area of cross-country collaboration. We do believe that the digital economy holds remarkable opportunities to growth, for the economic growth, and for both regions, and in establishing the digital bridge between the Gulf and the Central Asia can bring benefits for both of it. So that's why
We have proudly launched the Al-Farabi Innovation Hub in Riyadh this year, and it was named after the great philosopher Abu Nasr al-Farabi. And the hub aims to serve as a digital bridge between the Gulf region and Central Asia, facilitating the expansion of not only Kazakhstan companies, but also the companies from the broader Central Asia region to the Gulf. So we helping them with the essential resources like the initial investment from the venture funds. We are adding them the acceleration incubation programs, and also we help them to build the networking in the region. So the first step, we have launched the Al-Farabi Scale-Up Acceleration Program in collaboration with Plug and Play. So this program contains of the 2 stages. The first stage is the 6 weeks online guidance by the best mentors, and it's followed by the 8-week immersion in Riyadh. So we help them to connect with the key players in the region, starting from the government official, ending up with investors or the key businesses over there. So what we think, we do believe that building a digital bridge between the Gulf and the Central Asia means enhancing the opportunity for innovation, not only for businesses, but also in human capital development. So we do believe that the sharing expertise, sharing knowledges, sharing technologies and resources can make mutual benefit for both regions, and also make each region stronger in world digital economy. So that's
okay. From public to private sector, Valery, you have an amazing experience actually with Sigma Software presence both in the Gulf and in Central Asia. So from your perspective, how do you leverage as Sigma Software the unique aspects of both regions to grow and expand your business there, and what is your priorities there?
Thank you for a good question. So yeah, I'm representing Sigma Software Group. It's an international company with offices in 19 countries, but started from Ukraine. And we just had a session with our minister as well. So we are in the Gulf for 10 years already. And I think it's, for private sector, it's very important to understand in the Gulf that if you are there, you have to be there for a long time so that you gain trust. And from our experience, the government and the companies there are really looking for ready solutions. And this is exactly with our experience working on the international market with software products, with software solutions, with AI, blockchain, cybersecurity, can really bring to the Gulf with the huge appetite for the modern and the best technologies to make people's life better, especially if you are a specialist in a certain sector. So we, for example, have an enormous experience in advertising technology, and this is what we are bringing to the Gulf. Also, educational programs. Sigma Software University are running courses both in Central Asia with our friends in Kazakhstan, in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai, and hopefully in Qatar as well. So all of these aspects in education and cooperation, modern software product, this is exactly what we could bring to the table. And historically, Gulf countries are the leaders in innovations of everything like AI, blockchain, cybersecurity. So this is a perfect place for innovations, also due to the normally great taxation regimes in all of these countries, both in Gulf and in Central Asia. So I think it's a huge opportunity for private sector to be there.
Yeah, and to develop this digital bridge and to develop this innovation, basically we all understand that need an amazing knowledge sharing and development of the local skills. And yeah, well, you are forming the tech ecosystem right now, and it's vital to have local talents and development of skills there. How do you see these collaboration and partnership with other regions like Central Asia and also with the private sector to develop this local talent in Qatar?
So, developing a skilled workforce is essential for any country that has ambitions toward digital transformation. And Qatar did not fall short in terms of investing in education sector, in terms of upskilling the nation as a whole. So you see that the caliber of the people who are graduating from the universities and the universities that are that call Qatar home to Doha. So from there also Qatar has produced a lot of talent that actually not supporting Qatar's economy locally, but also returning back talent to its own market. I have a very good example of one of the graduates of Carnegie Mellon Qatar. He's an Uzbek student who was an exchange program, and he went back to his country and created an edutech startup, Top Brains. And this is one of the most successful startups in Uzbekistan that created a very strong platform and has also strong funding. Like we recently found out that it got a funding of 50 million Qatari Riyal equivalent, which is a huge number. So Qatar is producing talent not only for itself, but also returning back the talents to its economies to support its country. And when we look at how ambitious we are when it comes to our digital transformation plans, the way we see it, yes, we are training all the national people in Qatar, but also the residents who live there. And we're looking at the emerging technologies that we are very interested in. And this requires a lot of continuous upskilling. As you know, the technological scene is continuously changing. There is a lot of upgrades. Even for us, as leadership in Qatar, we need to stay updated for us to even commit to the agendas that we have. So the upskilling programs that we have implemented there are very important and crucial. And collaborations with other markets and seeing what they have in terms of trends and technologies and advancements. This really supports us to reach our goals and targets. And what we have seen in Central Asia in terms of quality of caliber, technical skills, this is something that we really value because the commitment and the high discipline that we have seen is something that is very crucial. And one of the startup founders in Qatar, Hamad Al-Hajri, one of the fastest growing startups in Qatar, he has actually over 100 developers in his company that is supporting the digital foundation of the application that he's developing. And he said that he worked with many markets, but the caliber of Central Asia and the quality and the commitment, the ethicals and discipline is something that he really values, that really helped him reach the fast growth in terms of developing his technologies. And I think this is very evident that we have seen it in many different sectors that we have collaborated with in terms of agri-tech, in terms of health tech and so on. We've seen a lot of collaboration that is very important to us.
Well, Kazakhstan succeeded to balance between the natural-based economy and to drive the knowledge and to mix these both models to develop opportunities for local talents. From your perspective, how do you manage to drive this local talent, but at the same time to invite international players to help you do that?
First of all, what we did is we set up the Astana Hub in 2018. So basically, right now, Astana Hub is the largest ecosystem in Central Asia, largest IT ecosystem in Central Asia, consists of more than 1,500 residents with the annual revenue over the $1 billion. So, and our approach involves developing the local talent from the scratch and also attracting the professionals to share their knowledge in Kazakhstan, in the region. So first of all, our efforts started with the foundational program. So through the Astana Hub, we offer various educational program, for example, no-code school, low-code school, startup academy, and so on. Also, we have launched our own school this year. It's called Tomorrow School. It was under the methodology by Nicolas Sadirak. He is the inventor of the peer-to-peer methodology in the IT education. So the course consists of the 18 months intensive education, which help young people to get the high demand skill in AI, in machine learning, and in data science. So Also, we have implemented a bunch of acceleration programs which helps entrepreneurs at every stage of their development, starting from MCI, ending up with a scale. What else? We have created the business-friendly ecosystem with a zero tax regime for all the taxes that in Kazakhstan have. And also we have created the Digital Nomad Visa program, which helps international professional in IT to be in Kazakhstan, to work remotely, and it's a key thing to position Kazakhstan as go-to place to work remotely and work to live in Kazakhstan. Also, what we did, our primary focus right now is to create the collaborative ecosystem with international players and where the local talent and the international talent can succeed together. So that's why we are focusing right now in the expansion of our companies. The before mentioned Al-Farabi Innovation Hub, we have a hub in Silicon Valley, we have a hub in Singapore and other stuff. So right now we are actively looking for the new partners, for the creating the new alliances, especially in the Gulf region, because it will open the more than 500 million people market for the startups and can bring benefits for both regions.
Okay. Well, private sector definitely plays a vital role in developing the skills and sharing the knowledge, especially in emerging tech ecosystems. Valery, how do you see the place of private sector to drive this knowledge sharing and actually to drive this skills development and work together in both regions, basically?
Yeah, I think it's a very important combination for us in terms of investments and professional people in the IT industry. And here we have a very good possibility to cooperate with Central Asia and also with the Gulf countries, with Qatar. Because we are running an IT professional business, but we also run the investment fund, Seed Venture Partners, that invest into the more than 25 high-tech companies during the last 2 years. And I think it's a perfect opportunity also for us to find best entrepreneurs, product companies in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan, in Uzbekistan, and other countries, and co-invest together with them, with Qatar and the other Gulf countries. But also, I mean, in terms of IT professionals, for us, this market in terms of talents is very, very important because the demand in the world is very, very high, and we hope that the economy will grow, the world economy, so we need more professionals and more entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this discussion. Thank you for the audience for this amazing conversation, and stay tuned for more news from the Gulf and Central Asia and their development goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us at this stage. That concludes our program here today. Please make your way over to Center Stage, where our content continues.